Welcome to QFF. Over the last 4 days, 12 teams here in Milan have become 8. We have our 8 quarter-finalists. Each of these teams just 2 wins away from the Super Series in Rome. So it should be a big day of sudden death cricket. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Italy Milan, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to a huge day in European cricket. It is day 5 here in Milan. It's our first week of 5 weeks in our Italian summer adventure, and things are rapidly drawing to a conclusion here in Milan. Over the first 4 days, we saw each day 3 teams become 2, and that means we have 2, 4, 6, 8 quarter-finalists, and each of them will play today. The winners will go through to finals day tomorrow. The losers, unfortunately, their ECS adventure will be over. And the 2 teams that do qualify from this first leg in Milan, they'll go through to the Super Series in week 5. The winner of that Super Series goes to the European Cricket League in 2023. So we know that it is a huge, huge prize and honour online for one of these teams here in Italy. But we are going to start with match number 17. It's quarter-final number 1 between Bergamo Cricket Club and Milan Kingsgrove. Let's go over to the toss where Stefan Gooch is with the 2 captains.
Kingsgrove to call.
Ciao.
Tails to call. It's tails.
Yeah, it's a bobbles.
Okay.
So it is Milan Kingsgrove that have won the toss, and they have elected to bowl first. Always a little bit of a risk in the final. We had runs on the board standing up yesterday, but across the rest of the week it was pretty evenly split between wins for teams batting first and wins for teams batting second. But I guess they just want to know exactly how many they need to chase and how to go about that chase in the second half of this game. I think the Samara Wikramas are really key for Milan Kingsgrove, and I also saw Joy Pereira in their lineup. He'll do the keeping. So look, I think it's a pretty good lineup. A few changes from what we saw earlier in the week. Let's see if they can get the job done. But Bergamo CC, I think they have ambitions to make it into the finals tomorrow. They came straight through as the top qualifier in their group on Monday, whereas Milan Kingsgrove had to do it the hard way, finishing second in their group and having to win a sudden death eliminator against Cantu on Tuesday. I think for Bergamo CC, watch out for their captain, Baljit Singh. He captained Italy at the ECC last year, so he's no stranger to Khartoum. Also, I think that Jaspreet Singh, another Italian national T10 player, coming in, just bolsters their squad. He was on national team duty a little bit earlier this week. And also, I really like the leg spin of Daljit Singh. I think he's a very clever bowler, and I think it's important to have those pace-off options just to break up the rhythm of the batting team. Well, it is also Peacock Friday here, of course, and I know that I've brought out this number. No, Rico has something in store, which you'll see pretty shortly. The weather, though, firstly, a few clouds in the sky, but I don't think we're expecting any rain today. We're expecting a maximum temperature of 32 degrees currently. It's about 24 to get this one started. So let's get ready for some high-octane cricket. 4 matches today. Only the winners go through to tomorrow. The losers, unfortunately, it'll be the end of the road for them for 2022. Over to Rico Full, who's in the commentary box. Let's get this day started. The news from the toss in the first quarter-final is Milan Kingsgrove. They won the toss and they're going to have a bowl.
Buongiorno, good morning cricket lovers around the world, wherever you're tuning in from, and welcome to Italy. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series, and we are in Milan. That's an aerial shot of where we are. It's a lovely location and nestled in sort of the countryside, and a lot of facilities around us, and you can see some of them there from that view, the tennis courts, the archery range, the athletics pitch as well. And this is the Milan cricket ground where all the action has been happening this week. It is day 5, it's Friday, it's Peacock Friday, it's also quarterfinals Friday. And yesterday, well, we saw how our last 2 teams came into the occasion, and Boliasco, they 128 to 89 winners, thanks to Ansanka Pereira's 37 of 16. He was the player of the match there. In match 2, Piolatello United took on Bergamo Super 11, and it was a low-scoring one. And though Piolatello United only got 85 on the board, they were able to defend it, winning by 26 runs. And player of the match performance in that one from Karim Shahzad, who took 3 for 8. Boliasco, they were in action again in match 3. And they certainly put the runs on the board, 120 for 1. That was down to a superb innings from Madupa Fernando, 61 of 37. It was a 51 victory over Bergamo Super 11. Only managed to get 70 when they were all out. And this is the table as it stood at the time. So, Poliasco, they booked their place in the quarterfinals. Of course, we'll see them later along with Piatella United, because in the eliminator against the Bergamo Super 11, they were the team that managed to put the runs on the board. They got 100. There's a high score that they've scored in the European Cricket Series. They've got 100 on the board, 103 for 8. And good batting there from Hasnani Kaiba was, and also Amid Khan got them there. And then, well, they restricted Bergamo Super 11 to 92. It was a close contest. Bergamo Super 11, we have to say goodbye to them. But once again, they really did perform well. They got the most score they've ever put in the European Cricket Series. And Ali Mubarak, 37 for 26, really kept their hopes alive. But it was Zain Amjad who took 3 for 11, who took the Player of the Match award in that one. And that sets us up for quarterfinals day. We knew then who our 8 teams were. And this one is going to be a spicy affair, I think. Milan Kingsgrove winning the toss against Bergamo CC, and decided that they're going to field first. Now look, when we go back to their group, I mean, they had to play 3 matches, so they did have to play the eliminator in Group B. But in all of those games, they never batted first once. They were always chasing, and on 2 occasions, it was enough. On one, it wasn't a low-scoring one against Albanimo, the team that won first. This is what the bat versus ball wall says, 106 to 98. So you make of that what you will. I mean, the main thing about that, of course, is the history of the performances from the team. And of course, Bergamo, they were the Group A qualifiers. They won both their matches, and they won them quite comfortably in the end. And that's why I think the stats are in their favour. Good morning to you as well. Good morning to those of you that are on the YouTube chat early this morning, expecting to see some exciting and entertaining matches. And well, namaste, salam alaikum, sasri akal, Aibo1 to everybody that's tuning in from the sub-Indian continent via FanCode. It's lovely to have you here with us. That's sort of Joy Pereira, who comes into the side, a Italian international player. GP on the back, doesn't normally keep wicket, but the regular keeper is has been working, probably finished working just now, has been on the night shift. So this match just far too early for the regular keeper to be there. So Joe Pereira coming into the side and also taking the gloves as we get ready to go. It's Amal Pereira, the umpire, that says, let's get ready to rumble. He's out there with Sylvia Lady, the men in black. So quarterfinals Friday, they're ready to start. And it would be a man that's done pretty well in the marathon with the ball to go first. Good start, good delivery to Dara Shikuk, who's opening up with Pramod Sudhira. Marathon, 5 wickets in the group stages. Right up there is one of the leading wicket takers. Oh, this one could be close, you know. I think this is close. It's more than close. It is out. Right bang on the money. And Dara, he always looked in trouble for me. I mean, he got one, I think, that went past him outside the off. The first ball, bit of bounce on it, bit of pace on it. This one is darted straight into him. And he's caught right in front. And everybody goes up. And I think that is, yeah, I think this is plumb, really. Have a look at the footwork. Shuffles across. Yeah, I think that's probably going on to hit middle leg. It just cuts into him as well, doesn't it? Really good delivery. So, not for the first time in this Italian series already. Week 1 that we've seen a wicket go early. Second ball duck for Dara. Leg before. Well, just saying that Nimathan has been pretty good. Well, forget the 5 wickets, make that 6. And that puts him joint top with the likes of Hashan from Milan United, Malik. And also Darat Shikuk, the man he just got out, has also taken 6 wickets in this series. So a perfect start new batter is the key one that they would like to get. It's the just going to drop short, and the non-striker got to be careful as well. Pramod Sudhida backs up and then is sent back. So the captain, Baljit Singh. This is the wicket they know that they want to try and get. Baljit Singh, he's the one that can change the game. Plays a nice shot, and the fielder is going to play chase with this. The ball takes over, and he makes an excellent effort, but he's not able to stop it. I just felt he left the dive here a little bit too late. It's a terrific effort, but look, once he's level pegging with the ball, he needs to go earlier. He tries to go later, doesn't get it right, and the ball goes to the boundary, 4 runs. So Dinesh Samarawickrama, sensational effort. The cloud of dust all around him as he tries to stop that. But 4 runs to the captain of Bergamo CC. And then, well, this was a bit of a nothing shot, really. I think if he gets good bat onto it, he's going to get it over the man that's at mid-off. Shannon Fernando, but totally misses out on it. Well, he doesn't miss this one. This is hit hard, and it goes to the boundary. I think this is probably 4, probably dropped just before the line. And there's the signal. But this is a cracking shot. There is a man out there, but well, you can see he didn't have too much to do, and just bouncing before the rope. 4 more runs. So they do lose a wicket early, but then the dangerous captain, Baljit Singh, comes in, and he's played 2 nice shots, 2 boundaries to hit. So they score 8 for 1, just those 2 scoring shots from Baljit. And this is what we've got coming up today. So of course this is 4 quarterfinals, Bergamo CC, Milan, Kingsgrove out there now. Then we see the Group 1 winners, Albano against Royal Bergamo, who was 2nd in Group A. Fresh Tropical, Lotelli United in play for the 3rd one, and the 4th, Baliesco versus Milan United. I think all of those are going to be tricky. The only one that you would think is qualifier, quarterfinal number 3, Fresh Tropical, Lotella United. You would think that one probably would be a little bit one-sided, especially the way Fresh Tropical have been, and we know they are in the past. But all the others are going to think be very, very close. Start of the 2nd over. Hit well, and I don't think anybody's going to stop this. 4 ones, nicely played, and Pramod Sudhida gets off the mark straight away with 4 runs. Nice looking shot. Just keeping the ball all along the ground. So welcome to the party, Shahan Fernando. CC's first ball goes to the boundary. What's the reply going to be from the bowler? And, attacks the stumps. Pramod hits it out. Too long on, gets the run. Baljit hits this pretty hard. Fernando, the bowler, does get a hand on it, but can't stop it going past him. He'll take another. I think this is going to be quite a tense affair. Every match, there's so much to play for. And remember, it's like we were saying yesterday, all of these teams know if they win 2 matches, they're 2 matches away from playing in the finals week. And this ball races away. I think this will be buys. I don't think there's anything on this at all. Yeah, it is. You see, it just swings away at the last minute from Joy Pereira, and he's not able to stop that. And that, I think a lot of people were putting questions and comments on the chat yesterday about how important it is to have your best keeper behind the stumps. And you know, no disrespect to Joy, but he's not their regular keeper, and I think a good keeper probably would have stopped that. It certainly wouldn't have been 4. Short, miscue. Take the one, and if he was able to pick it up cleanly, probably could have had an opportunity with a shy at the stumps. But Sudhida, he gets back in. Yeah, so just remind you, from this series in Milan, 2 teams, because there's 12 teams that have taken part, 2 teams will go through to the Super Series final, week 5. Whereas everywhere else that will go, so from here, of course, Brescia, then Bologna, and then Rome, only one team will go through from those series. And of course, you've then got the finals week, if you like, the big one, which will be happening again also in Rome, where 5 teams will be coming together. And the winner of that will be the team that will be representing Italy in the European Cricket League. And yeah, they'll be doing battle with the best teams in Europe. 19 for 1 at the end of the second. A good time to welcome to the quarterfinal spectacular in Milan. It's Vinny Sandy. Good morning. Buongiorno.
Buongiorno to you, Rico, and to all of our viewers. Great to be here. And yeah, can't wait for this battle. Pretty even so far. Early wicket, but also a few runs off the first couple of overs. Here is over number 3. Nimna De Silva is going to bowl it.
Good delivery. Good bit of a way swing. Gets the ball right up there. Bowling to Pramod.
So, really heats up from now, doesn't it? Because each of these 8 teams, Rico, they are 2 wins away from Rome. That's 2 weeks away from the Super Series. That's how they need to look at it. Every match a sudden death encounter.
This is very wide, but he swings at it. It doesn't quite carry to the man at third. They'll get the single. Yeah, this I think would have been called a wide ball. He draws him into the shot. But fortunately for Siduda, the ball doesn't carry to the fielder. Yeah, that's going to be a big wide.
It was right off the toe, wasn't it?
Yeah, his body was so far away from it, so he took himself away from the ball, but manages to get the toe end of the bat. No damage done, gets a single. Baljit now on strike. This is launched, this is big. Balle. In the zona, Shakalagya. Well, somebody thought they're just going to do a little bit of their homework before they go to school, as this one goes right over them. What's that all about, he says? Well, that's a Maximo. That's what that is.
It's a big shot. And what's so clever about this shot from Baljit, he kind of turns the bat in his hands. He knows that's a really short boundary, dead sideways. So he gets it up and over. That one flew miles over the point boundary, miles over the fence. Baljit, Italian national team captain in the ECC last year. Just flexing his muscles there a little bit. Want to say a quick hello to Sundori and to James Stewart in the chat. Good morning to you and to Jackson Redex, to Raja, who's watching, I think, from New York still. Harsha Vas, who was keeping Monday for Milan Kingsgrove. He's watching as this one is blasted as well. And this one is going to be another 6, I think. It does go all the way. Maximo. Well, at the moment, it's the crowd getting most of the fielding practice, Rico.
Yeah, good shot, isn't it? I mean, it's the execution of it that's so good. Sometimes we say that batters, they don't give everything into the shot. Well, Baljit Singh, he's giving everything into this. Plenty of power there from El Capitan.
Nimna's under attack.
Yeah, this is a wide, and Joy Pereira gets the glove to this. Otherwise, I think it would have been 5. It's ill-directed delivery. Gets away with it, but they'll have to bowl it again.
More hellos coming. But first, I want to say, Harsha, I hope your foot's okay. Remember, he took a bit of a blow on the foot the other day. That's ruled him out of this morning's game. So, Harsha, nice to see you in the chat. I'm sure you'll be watching and supporting the guys. Couple to come in this power play.
This one was also strained down the leg. Get some bat on it. They go for 2. This is very good running. Really good running. And they stay awake because it wasn't the best of throws. It goes over with a very tall Joy Pereira. So that tells you how wayward the throw was. Unfortunately, there was backing up there. So this is the sort of over, really, I think Bergamo CC were looking for. It's one that they've really been able to accelerate and accelerate well. 35 on the board now, ball to go in the third, the last of the power play. Oh, and it's a false shot, but it goes through the keeper. It's going to be 4 more byes. And once more, not having a specialist keeper is going to cost you runs, and he just doesn't get down. Look, this is where you see a lot of keepers here would have just put the 2 legs together, 2 pads together. It's an awkward bounce, and just get something behind it. He's not able to do that. It's a 4 more extras. 39 for 1.
That's a bonus, isn't it? Yeah, probably the play there is to try and block it baseball catcher style. Maybe get both your knees down and kind of just try and make yourself big so it takes some of your body. Instead, it does get past. So that over in the end, I believe it goes magical. So not ideal at all. And so, 39 for 1 after 3 with overs of 8, 11 and 20. Also, want to say a quick hello in the chat to Hasib Hussain Simon and Simranjit Singh from Kings 11. And remember that they won the Bologna tournament last year, but they're playing in Brescia next week, so we'll see them. I know that, Rico, you've got a little bit of a holiday planned away from the microphone in weeks 3 and 4. We'll have Corey in there, so you will get to see Kings 11, team that we saw in Bologna last year and at the Super Series last year. They're playing in the very strong Brescia leg of the tour.
Yeah.
And so we'll see you next week, Simran, you and the guys.
Yeah.
And we'll get to see Dancing Papa again. Jugjit, I think, is the player we look forward to seeing out there, hopefully. This is going to be angled into the pads. And yeah, it's time for the left arm spin attack here. And Adnan Malik is very successful in their group the other day with these left arm spinners.
Yeah, Adnan Malik, he was on fire, wasn't he? He's one of the top wicket takers. Took 6 wickets in the group stages. He's going down the leg side and good running, good backing up. And not sure what that's.
So the hat's falling out.
Cap's coming out the back of his trousers, so he decides, okay, that's no good. That's not staying in there.
It's a bit distracting. I wonder if there's a rule that covers this. It just comes out of the... Do you think the umpire can potentially call that a dead ball if the batter was to get out?
And not where it fell. I don't think it fell anywhere that it could be interfering with play. I think if it fell probably close to the stumps or something, maybe.
A bit distracting though, if you're trying to watch the ball and game in your peripheral vision. This is lifted up on the leg side. There's nobody back here. So yeah, out of the power play, but still no deep square leg. Mostly they are straight outfielders. So Baljit picks this up. Nice shot. Spotted a little bit short and gets another boundary for Bergamo CC.
Yeah, lovely shot. That is, just swivels on this. This was the sort of delivery that was getting him so many wickets in the group stages. Batters were going back and being caught in this crease and LBWs, or they were getting bowled. And this is hit pretty hard as well. Fielder's trying to get under it, but he can't do anything about it. He goes to launch, but he can't launch. The launching is done by the batting. It's 6 more. Boom. Shaka lagya kinna sona kinna vada shaka. That's another one that goes into the bushes. Watch out for the snakes there, boys.
Yeah, we saw some actual snakes in there the other day.
Goes wider, up in the air, and gone. Get the wicket. Get the wicket of Baljit. Well, Baljit was attacking. That was the only thing on his mindset. This one is floated out on the offside. No pace on it. Baljit gets into position, hits it pretty well, but not well enough to get it past the fielder. It's a really good catch taken there. And, nicely done.
That's the captain there, Danuk Samarawikrama, that takes the catch. So one captain catches another, and he picks the longest pocket of the ground. Those deep cover, deep mid-wicket, they're probably the longest pockets of this ground, because it's a football ground. It's a bit of a squircle. Do you know what a squircle is?
A squircle?
It's not quite a rounded square. It's slightly different, but it's like basically a square with rounded corners. But 50 came up. They lose their captain, but that's the name of the game, isn't it? He was all out attack. It does get them in a good position. Now here is Jaspreet Singh, who we didn't see the other day for Bergamo CC, back in Group A on day 1, because he was on Italian national team duty in Uganda. So now he has come back, and he's a player we saw at the ECC last year as well, ECC T10. He took a fantastic catch right in front of us. I think that's the moment we remember the most. Yeah, but Jaspreet gets the opportunity here at number 4.
Yeah, it's a good all-round player, isn't he? Jaspreet, they'll be happy to have him back in the side. And they're hoping that he's going to be in some sort of form for them. Malik down the leg side. I mean, if he leaves this, it's going to be a wide instead. Well, I think he's going to, all he's achieved in giving his team a 1 ball less, but with the same run.
Yeah, it's a bit annoying, because if you're going to hit a wide, make sure you hit it for more than 1. Instead, just eats the ball. It's the end of 4 overs, and it's 51 for 2. Very, very warm welcome to you, wherever you're watching from around the world. Hope you are well on this Peacock Friday.
Yes,
looking very nice, very peacocky coloured today.
Yeah.
I want for something a little bit different as well.
Got a bit of colour there going on, isn't there?
Yeah, I think so. Nice bit of contrast. I think yesterday got a few criticisms for being a bit boring.
Ah.
But I think that's because you can't always see the whole thing,
You're
right?
getting ready. You see, you feel boring on Thursday. Friday, we really do stand
So we're
out.
peacocking, and we're enjoying it. And look, these teams, they're enjoying it as well, of course. They have made it through to the final 8, but don't forget, there's 2 spots up for grabs in the Super Series. You see 2 names will be written in from Milan, and then just one from Brescia, Bologna and Rome. Those 5 teams will meet in the Super Series starting on the 25th of July. The winner of that Super Series goes to the ECL, which is huge. And had some questions about the format of the other weeks. Well, there's 6 teams in Brescia, there's 8 teams in Bologna and 6 in Rome. So not as many as here. That's why you get double chance here. Now this is in the air, and this really should be caught. And it is dropped. Can you believe it? Wow. Thrinda Mantha, he's a good fielder. He gets in good position. He gets low. And it just bounces straight out of his hands.
Jaspreet gets given a life. Dropped on one. How expensive a drop could this be? Well, in fact, that's Sudhita. Is that Sudhita? Gets to know it was Jaspreet. Well, that is going to be a big, big, big play here.
Yeah, both these two are big fish.
Yeah.
You don't want to drop either one of them, and that one did hang a long time in the air. A disappointment for Dinesh Samarukrama.
Always doesn't pick the ball up cleanly, so the batters once again do cross well. They do run very well together, these two. We saw that with Baljit and Pramod, and now Jaspreet as well. He's got to keep doing the same thing. Well, he's given a chance, hasn't he? Nicely played, pushes this out onto the off. The single, plenty of noise out there at the moment. A lot of it coming from Milan Kingsgrove.
Yeah, for sure. A few hellos coming in. Hello to Lincoln Beggs. I know he's watching from Australia. Hello to Sundoria, like I said. To Myra Patel, she likes the shirts. And for this ball, which probably should just be the one if it's handled. They will be happy with just the single. But I want to say hello to Usama Afzal, who's saying Good Friday to us. Well, happy Good Friday to you, and happy Peacock Friday, I should say. Keep those comments and questions coming in. We love the interaction. That's the end of 5 overs now. Scores 55 for 2. And yeah, if you have any questions, any comments as well, but particularly questions about the format of the series, because this is our Italian summer. And it's going to be 5 weeks of action. This is just week 1. And you know, this is kind of like, it's like a little holiday in the middle of the season for us in a way. But you are getting a holiday within a holiday, because you have weeks 3 and 4 off. I know you're kind of dragging, you're kicking and screaming away, but you will be back for the Super Series. And we'll actually have a special guest commentating with us in the Super Series as well, Nikki, who will be joining our team for that week. Anyway, back to Danuk Samarukrama, who's swept away. And I think this will be 4. So again, targeting that square boundary, Sudhita, who hasn't really gotten on top of the bowling yet, but this is a nice start to the over.
It's a lovely shot. It's a beautiful sweep shot. He plays it so well, and there's nobody there, nobody behind square, so he knows if he gets his right, he's going to always get the runs. Well, that fielder now has gone behind square.
Sandori saying that Rico is seeming fully charged today. Oh, he is fully charged.
And this is a beauty. It goes all the way. Balle. En la zona. Shakalagia. Manos arriba, árbitro, porque eso es una 6. Es una grande. Bel colpo. Nicely played. And just too much leg side-ish, the bowler here. He's nearly got to get this right now. Dinku Samarukrama under attack. And he goes in the same area. There is a fielder there. Hits him hard, but the batters just keep it to 1. And, get Jaspreet on strike. That score moving along nicely now, courtesy of these boundaries that are flowing. Jaspreet given a chance, but he survived. And it's a bit of a swing and a miss this, but that's the better line, better area. That's outside the off stump. You're not sweeping this ball.
Jaspreet just gets a bit carried away with that leg side attack.
Good delivery and gets respected.
Yes, I mean, the short boundaries here, dead straight and dead side on. That's probably the short boundary, so I'd be looking for either one of those. I think to this spinner.
Up in the air, this is coming our way, and well, just to the right of the cue. What a lovely shot. That's a beautiful straight hit all the way, sails over. Here we go, look at this, boom, shakalagia, and as soon as he hits that, Well, that's only coming in one way, and that's well, dangerous to us, and danger also to Richards, who's up in the tower.
That's right. Well, dead straight is the way he went in the end. So 17 come off that over. And so there's a tale of two Samara Wikramas there. One over went for 4, one over went for 17. And so 72 for 2 after 6. It was absolutely smashed. And so the score continues to climb. 12 and over pace at the moment. That's good going. So over number 7 coming up. And so we'll go back to Dinesh Samara Wikrama. He had a lot more success with his over.
Oh, well, this one, they're asking a question, and they're going to go upstairs and have a look.
I have a feeling this is out. Just at my instincts, my spider senses is telling me he was really quick to get the ball back to the stumps, Joy Pereira. And we'll have a look at it here. Make sure he doesn't reach in front. She doesn't. And I think that's out. I mean, I've got to say,
difficult.
No, if we wind it back a little bit, you can kind of get a good look at the line first. You can see the line there. You can see the line there, right? So when we roll this through, I'm pretty sure that he doesn't get back. You can see the whole line there. Off come the bails.
I'm not 100% sure on that one. I think that's going to be a very close one. But, yeah, you're probably right. By the time that foot is going back, he's got to do it's the sort of one that he would have been better if he just slid the foot back. But going through the motion of trying to get the foot down and the heel down, he's left it a little bit slow. So that's a good wicket to get. Sudhita, he was just starting to play some nice shots, play some lovely sweep shots there to square. But he goes, and it is once again Dinesh Samara Wikrama that gets another wicket. So well bowled to him.
Pretty handy bit of keeping there. I've noticed, yeah, Joy Pereira, it's been pretty good as long as it hasn't been too low. I think he's struggled sometimes with some of the low ones coming through. But, yeah, very quick to get the bails off there. I think it's a good decision. I think that's probably what the umpire on the field would have said as well. You can see that's when he tries to, you see the last time he slides his foot, that's how you know he's actually out. Because if you actually roll this through, you can see he then kind of then tries to get down and says, look, I'm in. But, no. Good decision by the officials. They've been great this week. This should be a simple one. It'll be 2 in a row, surely. And he cakes it, caught and bowled. So, well, game turning in a heartbeat. Rico 2 in 2. Suddenly, it's Dinesh Samara Wikrama who's on a hat-trick. It's 72 for 4.
Yeah, Kamaljit Singh, he comes out. Now, Kamaljit Singh was sort of their hero in the group stages. He got them a win in a very tight, close match, but not this time. He goes out there and he wants to hit this one straight away. When he does hit it, and all he does is hit it in the air, and it's an easy caught and bowled opportunity. So, well, it's another wicket, and we're going to have a hat-trick opportunity. Are we going to see a hat-trick here in Italy, in Milan, where we certainly saw some in Austria, where we came from? 2, in fact. And Big Daddy was in the action there, and also Jawid Zadran both took hat-tricks. And both to similar figures, 3 for 18. Are we going to see another added to that? The Hall of Fame of hat-tricks.
How long has it been? It's been 8 days since we've had a hat-trick. Javi Zadran and Big Daddy. They took him in back-to-back matches in Austria. Before that, Gunasekharan took a hat-trick as part of his 6 for 5. Here we go, hat-trick ball.
He just plays this down and, cautiously. Now, needs a bit of rebuilding here. Now, what they don't want to do is collapse away. We've seen this from several teams in this position, especially here in Milan, where they start well and then it fades away. Comes down the track, takes him on, doesn't really get hold of it, and they will, or should have gone back for 2 here. They don't. It's quite unbelievable they're not taking 2.
They would have gotten away with it too, but yeah, this game changing quickly. It's going to be tense, no doubt about it. Both these teams high quality outfits. Only one of them can survive this quarter-final.
Well, it's very defensive here. I'm wondering if they're just deciding, well, maybe we just see out Dinesh.
Dinesh has been great here. 2 for 5 with the ball to go in his spell.
And he goes for him this time. It's in the air. It could be another. It should be another. And it is another. And 3 wickets in the over. He finishes with 3 for 5. And Jasprit Singh, he isn't able to punish them. He was dropped on 1. He's only added 8 more to the total. And just like that, Milan Kingsgrove, you would think, are now sort of back on top in this match.
Yeah, it would seem so. It shows you how quick the momentum can shift in these contests. And Jaspreet's a quality player, but he never really got going in this innings. And he holds out, so make that 3 for 5 for Dinesh Samawikrama. Hasn't he been brilliant here? And he was fantastic the other day as well for Milan Kingsgrove. It's the end of the over as well. It's 73 for 5.
Yeah, great bit of bowling, and just with that spell, it takes him to the leading wicket taker in the series.
Yeah, let's have a look at where we are. We have quarterfinals today. You can see each one of these teams will make it through to finals tomorrow, which starts in the semi-finals. The winners of the 2 semi-finals are through to the Super Series. So we'll still have the Milan final in the afternoon to play for as well. This is cut away and missed by Bandara, and it's going to go to the boundary. So yet another swing in momentum. Sonu Lal this time gets back, and he cuts that away nicely. And even with the ball spinning back towards Bandara, he wasn't able to stop it.
Yeah, he's been joined out there by Gurwinder Singh. So Sonu Lal and Gurwinder Singh will be hoping to just... I mean, the key thing for them is they don't want to get too bogged down. They just want to keep playing these shots, keep finding the boundary rope, and try and get to that sort of 110, 120 score. Plays this on the offside again. And the batter's just got to sort out between themselves which way they're running. Because on a tight one, they could end up on a bit of bother. So Adnan Malik. Got him, and that's what he does so well. And this is what he was doing in the group stages, just bowling the ball right up there. And he's got Gurwinder, and Gurwinder will go first ball. Golden Duck. Just going for the big shot. Adnan put it up there. He knew Gurwinder wanted to go for it. Gurwinder, swing and a miss. Stump shattered. Here's another wicket. And Adnan Malik, well, he's saying to Dinesh, well, you're not getting away from me. I'm right behind you. He also moves on to 8 wickets in the series.
Yeah, it's quite the collapse at the moment, isn't it? And when you consider that they were kind of cruising there for a while. Okay, lost a wicket in the first, lost a wicket in the fourth. But yeah, at one stage, they were 50 for 1. Now they find themselves 78 for 6. So that's 28 runs, and they've lost 5 wickets. Still a quarter of the innings remaining, though. Still 104 pace. Someone needs to kick in this last quarter of the innings. Let's see what happens. Once again, right on target, Adnan Malik with his left arm spin.
Oh, well, this one, is it going on here? Yes, it is. And Adnan Malik, well, look, he does the pose. He knew it was out. Gets down on one knee, and he does the pose of Adnan Malik, the conqueror, as he gets another. So we're going to see another bowler on a hat-trick here. Adnan Malik gets Huntington plumb in front. And umpire took a long time to make up his mind, Silvio. And that Malik, though, look, he just held the post. He said, Silvio, until you put that finger up, I am not going to move.
Yeah.
I am not moving, he says. You got to put the finger up, and up it went. Well, here we are in Italy, and there's one of the gladiators for you.
Yeah, and I'll tell you why it took a long time, because he does hit this, but he hits it after it hits the pad. Look, it's pad bat. It hits the pad, and the bat comes through and hits it. So that's, I think Silvio just takes a long time just to think about it. Certainly, for me, clearly, it was pad first, and that was absolutely going on to hit the stumps, hitting him in line too. So the rock continues. Suddenly, 78 for 7. This inning's just turning around very, very quickly. Now, Zain Mazhar is out there, and now, guess what? Adnan Malik's on a hat-trick.
Yeah, hat-trick ball, Zain Mazhar. Well, he's there to clonk it. Look at his stance. Here we go. Hat-trick ball. Adnan Malik is right up there. Oh, well, you don't get any closer than that. You do not get any closer than that to a hat-trick. So well bowled.
Yeah, I mean, how much does this miss by? Get one look at it. Not much. Half a stump. Last ball of the over.
And this one goes right through. Won't go to the boundary. Remember, we've had plenty of buys in this one. And that one is more buys. So what a spell of bowling. Once more, 2 bowlers that have just changed this game round. Malik, 3 for 16. And then before him, Dinesh Samawikrama, 3 for 5. Sensational. And just like that, well, they sort of seem to have Bergamo CC right where they want them.
Yeah, so very kind of tense moment. But, I mean, runs on the board are good runs anyway. I mean, we've seen it around about 9 and over or so this week's been average. But have a look at those 5 wickets falling in the last 2 overs. So, to give you an idea, they were 72 for 2 after 6. So they've lost 5 wickets for 7 runs in the last 2 overs. Incredible stuff. And now, we're going to go back to some pace. Shehan Fernando is going to bowl over number 9. Still, no, Manukama CC, 3 wickets in hand. What will they want to push to? And potentially, 100 still on, but they're going to have to fight pretty hard for it. In fact, they're not going to do anything here. That's another one. That's spot on from Shehan Fernando. Goes full, goes straight, and he bowls Mazhar for a duck, and the collapse continues. That's 7 runs, 6 wickets now in the last 2 and a bit overs. 79 for 8.
Wow, amazing stuff. And Fernando right on the money. And, well, I'll tell you something. They're going to have to build some sort of pond here because the ducks are just coming. This is a sensational one. Boom. Jack the hotte. And it's some more around this ground. This is a perfect delivery to the talent. And the issue here is for me, Sonu Lal, we know, can handle himself. He can handle the bat. He's a decent batter. He's just not getting on strike.
Yeah, that's a very good point you make. He's only faced 4 deliveries so far. 79 for 8.
Shehan Fernando. And he's going to be eyeing up a few wickets here himself. He's probably thinking, well, I think I can get 3 here as well. He's just going to get this ball full straight and try and knock the stumps over of Diljit, who comes in now. Diljit Singh coming in at number 10.
What a turnaround to this innings. No wonder there's high 5s, high 10s flying around all over the place. All happening in the 9th. I mean, you're starting to wonder, will Bergamo CC even see out the 9th? 11 balls left in this innings, potentially. Hello to Vivek Davda, who's saying very good morning. Happy Peacock Friday to all. And to you, Vivek. If anyone is wearing a Peacock shirt, send it through to my Instagram on a message at Mr. Maximo. But right now, things have changed dramatically in this innings. I mean, 72 for 2 becomes 79 for 8.
Yeah.
What a collapse.
Fernando, he wants another. It's actually nicely played. Good bit of footwork from Diljit. So he does get Sonu Lal on strike now. Sonu Lal, what's he going to do here? What's his play? He knows that, well, he'll know what batting he's got left to come. Just one more batter, really. But he also knows that there is time here. There's still balls that he can play with here.
Scrape to 90, maybe.
Well, okay, he's not taking the cautious approach. He wants to play his shots.
Nothing scrapey about that, really. I mean, these two can both handle it. You know, you saw Diljit Singh played a pretty nice shot. Pretty good for a number 10. Probably not a big hitter, but that's probably not what you need at this stage. You need someone that can just score anything.
Well bowled, and they will take the single. But Diljit will go back on strike and face the music.
Got a bit of romance news in the chat.
Oh, there is?
Sundori, or IWBW, as he's known, is in a relationship now. Well, there you go.
Ooh.
And we know that IWBW stands for I Want Beautiful Wife.
Yeah.
So you're on your way, Sundori. Love it. Oh, it could be a bit of a romantic Italian summer then. That's what they say. It's a Rome, City of Love? Or is that Paris? That's kind of all of them, isn't it?
Rome counts as well. I mean, they do say that about Paris, but yeah. Well, congratulations, what I say, and good luck.
Keep us informed.
I mean,
you get your cricket here, you get your hot gossip as well. Anyway, here's the last ball of the over.
Plays it nicely again. He's played that shot well. Real hesitation from Diljit. I'm not really sure.
I know why. He wanted to face.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Diljit, I think you take the runs you can get at the moment. It's not like someone who's really set the world on fire yet in his 6 deliveries he's faced. It's 9 overs down, 82 for 8. 6 balls remaining. And can they get that 90 or something? I mean, like Kingsgrove, you know, they've got Joy Pereira in the lineup today, and that will certainly bolster their batting. But if I go back to their performances the other day, they were a little bit lackluster with the bat, to say the least, and First game, they were able to chase down 47 target, but it took them 8 overs against Cantu.
Yeah.
They put 62 on the board against Milan Kingsgrove. Couldn't chase, against Albano, couldn't chase 75. And then the last game, it was Milan Kingsgrove that were able to chase down the target in 9 overs. That was in the 70s as well. All right, here we go. Nimantha with the 10th over.
Big swing and a miss. He just comes down the track and he's not even looking where the ball is. Clever bowling. Sees what the batter's doing and says, well, okay, I'm not going to give it to you. This is where I'm going to put it. Well bowled. Nimantha does the same again, and this is fine. And this is really, really good bowling. This is about bowling in areas, not bowling to take wickets. This is bowling at points. And this is what you practice. And just not letting Delgit get anywhere. Delgit this time just offers a simple catch, and he'll be absolutely gutted with himself, Delgit. He does the right thing. You can see all he wants to do is get bat onto ball so he can get Lard back on strike, but he just ends up hitting it too well. You just think if he really followed through with the shot here, it probably would have travelled. It probably would have gone to the boundary. But in the end, well, by trying to be cautious, by trying to do what he thought was the right thing, he ends up getting himself out, and it's another dot ball, and the new batter will go on strike.
Yeah, fumble, I think, from the hook as it went in, but he grabbed it the second time, didn't get too far away. Now you are down to the bottom, and this is Vishavjit Singh, who's coming out. And he needs to push and probably just try and get one. I think if I was being strategic here, I'd probably bring the field up a bit and try and prevent the single. You know, he probably just wants to push and run. Might go for glory. What a good last over this is at the moment from Tarindu Nimantha.
Yeah, 3 dots.
82, half an over left.
Hits it quite well. He attacks the stumps this time, Nimantha, rather than try and go for the line outside the off. But they do get the single. Sonu Lal, he does get on strike. I mean, look, if he can pump these, if he can get 2 boundaries here, it seems unlikely, but if he can, gets them to 90. That's something. Strikes it well. He'll want 2, but
can't really do it with time.
Can't afford. Well, with the throw that came in there, maybe, but yeah, you got to make your
getting back in time.
Yeah, you got to make your mind up before you go. So, yeah. Okay, last ball of the innings. Hits it pretty well, and a desperate lunge, and the ball is rolling, and it's going to get to 4. Well, this shot, so much could depend on this. 4 runs right at the end. Vishant Singh, he hits it pretty well. A desperate diving effort there. And that was Dinku, and he couldn't quite get to it. And then the fielder, he chased, he pushed. They couldn't get there either. 4 runs to finish the innings. Then they will finish on 88 for 9.
Well, that was a crazy finish in the end. I mean, you see, like we said, that they were 72 for 2 after 6 overs. So then in the last 4, they lose 7 wickets, and things really slowing down. Just 16 runs came off the last 4, but they do have 88 on the board. It is Milan Kingsgrove who certainly came out and creating a bit of a storm. That was a sandstorm at Baljet. When he was up and going, you thought the 100 plus was a certainty. And I mean, his dismissal, and then those are the subsequent batters just keeping things quiet. And Baljet, you got to say, while he was there, things were looking really good for Belgium OCC.
Yeah, I mean, he batted really well, Baljet, didn't he? And you just thought that maybe that he was going to probably go and score a big score here. You see that shot there, it was effortless, really. But he was in the mood to just attack, and then you know that sooner or later you're going to give him an opportunity, and he did, but it was really well taken. A good catch there by Dinuk. And he was sensational in the field. This one went down, but it wasn't to cost him, because Jasprit was only able to just add another 8 runs to his tally before he went. But there was still some good attacking cricket early on, and most of it, though, was from Baljet. This one, I think, is the turning point for me. I think Baljet coming out, he was the hero for him, I think, in their first match in the group stages, but that was a rash shot from him, getting himself out straight away. That put a lot of pressure on the other batters, and then he had bowlers getting on hat-tricks. And, well, Adnan, he put himself on a hat-trick, because after knocking him over, well, there was this appeal Well, this is a champion's appeal. Look at that. He goes down. He says, come on, we're in Italy. I'm a gladiator. And the Italian stallion was on a hat-trick himself, but wasn't able to take it. But there was all sorts of timber damage being done at the other end. Well, this one was an unfortunate one from Daljit. Daljit is listening to Sonulal saying, just give me the strike. Just hit it over there. Give me the strike. But he hits it straight to the fielder. But there was a boundary from number 11. And that was Vishant Singh. He came out there and he played a beautiful shot there towards the end. And got the boundary, which gets them to 88. But look, yeah, I mean, you heard it there from Vinny Sandhu. Only 14 coming off the last 5 overs. So they were 55 at the end of 5 and finishing on 88. That's quite a remarkable turnaround. If you just have a look at the scorecard there. So you can see the batters at the top. Right, Dara Sigok, he didn't last very long, 2 balls, but it meant he left plenty of balls for the others to work with. Pramod Sudhir, he batted pretty well before he was gone. Baljit Singh, I think he cracked some beautiful shots. Maybe a bit too aggressive, I don't know. Maybe he was knowing the batting that he's got to come. But Jasprit Singh, disappointing return for him. Wasn't really looking the part. Kamaljeet Singh getting out first ball, and that really then sparked the collapse. Sonu Lal, he didn't get much of the strike. You can see that 8, just 7 balls faced. Everybody around him was facing the ball, getting out, facing the ball, getting out, facing the ball, getting out. That happened 3 times, and he just couldn't get on strike. So 88, but that boundary there right at the end from Vishwajit Singh, how important could that be in this contest? Is going to be one that's going to be in the gradiators for sure. 2 bowlers bowled sensationally well. That started that collapse. Adnan Malik, 3 for 16, but then also Dinesh Samara-Wickrama, 3 for 5, absolutely outstanding. And then there were 2 wickets there from Nimathan, who bowled at both ends of the innings, picking up 2 for 14. It's going to be a cracking match. It's going to be a cracking response. But Gamo CC, they want to be in the Supersonic week coming up in, in 4 weeks' time, when we go to finals week here in Rome. They want to have their part. They want to try and get to the European Cricket League. Well, if they're to do that, they've got to win this match. Whoever doesn't win is out of it. That's it. It's done. It's dusted. You don't play part in semi-finals or finals day tomorrow. But Gamo CC need 89 for victory. Join me, Rico Fuller, Mr. Maximo, when we return in around 10 minutes' time to see if they can do it or not. Bentornato! Welcome back to the FanCode European Cricket Series here happening in Italia. Yes, Italy in Milan. And this is the MCG. Yeah, the MCG of Europe, the Milan Cricket Ground. And we're going to have quite an interesting run chase. Interesting at the point of there's not too many runs to try and get, 89, but we have seen some remarkable twists in the matches that we've seen here in Milan teams. And just as I was saying, actually, the way Bergamo got off, is that it's very important when they were 72 for 2 that they continue this and don't give their wickets away and end up collapsing. Well, that's exactly what happened. Baljit Singh, their captain, who's about to bowl here, he set the pace, didn't he? But once he fell, and also Siduda, who was the only other player that was able to score some runs, he got to 20. After that, there was nothing. So, Milan Kingsgrove, they're able to pace themselves here. It's under 9. I don't think they need to go full throttle in terms of going for the big shot straight away. If it's a bad ball, put it away. But they've got a bit of time. They can settle down and get this partnership going. It will be Nimna de Silva to face the first ball. And it's a nice one from Baljit. Just a gentle movement away from the batter. I need something special. Baljit here, the captain of his side. They want to stay in this competition. They want to have a chance to represent their country as one of the club champions when it comes to the European Cricket League. Goes after him and he gets this pretty well, and the fielder is looking up over his shoulder. He's not going to be able to do anything about this. It goes all the way over. Gidna Sona Shakalagia. There we go. Well, that's the start. Just goes down on one knee and puts this away without any trouble at all. And the umpire there, Amal Pereira, giving the signal to the scorers. So that one was just a little bit too close to him, wasn't it, in the hitting zone? And he puts it away. Baljit, what's the reply going to be? And it's a better one. It's back outside the off stump. A couple of inches makes all the difference. That one just a little bit wider. And De Silva knows that shot's not on. But look, he's already got 6 off the over. They're already needing 9, so he can afford now just a few singles if he wants. Well, he doesn't. He wants to go big, and he cracks this one as well. This one has gone like a rocket. It really has. He's gone down on one knee, and it's a, well, emphatic sweep shot. And this ball, look, it cracks into the boundary fence there in no time. You see Adnan just having a chat with it. Adnan is probably saying to him, look, bud, that's 10. Okay, just don't take any chance here now. You've got 10. Just play safe, but Baljit is forced into making a field change. So he's having a man that's put out there. So that would mean that, well, I thought it meant that third man comes up, but no, he wants third man to still go back. He's got the sweeper on the offside to come in. Up in the air, and this is an opportunity, though it's not easy. And it's taken, so they do get the wicket. It's well taken. That ball went a long way up in the air, and the fielder was backpedaling all the way, but Hardeep Singh makes no mistake. So they get the breakthrough. De Silva does exactly what Adnan Malik tells him not to do. I can guarantee it. I can guarantee you when that last ball was hit for 4, Adnan Malik went up to him and said, look, that's 10 of the over. We're where we need to be. Don't get yourself out now. Don't go for the big shot. It's not needed. Well, sometimes they just don't listen. Do they, Adnan? They just don't listen. And Nimna de Silva, he hits 2 boundaries to get to 10 and then gets out off his 5th delivery. And it is Baljit that strikes. A good catch there by Hardeep. One thing that we've seen from Bergamo CC is they do take the catches. They've got some very good fielders there. So Baljit Singh, the captain, not only does he have to do it with the bat, but he's got to respond with the ball as well. Ball to go. The new batter takes guard, and it is Joy Pereira, who's another one of the Italian national team, just returned back from Uganda. And somebody else who just returned is the man wearing the dashing shirt. It is Peacock Friday. Welcome back, Vinny.
It's good to be here. And well, is this nicked? We'll find out, won't we? Because it's gone for runs. Jogger single, wait for the signal. And there isn't one. Wow, that really should have been 2 and 2. Rico, end of the over, 11 for 1.
Well, yeah, I mean, it does catch something on the way through. You can see that slip is ready to start to celebrate, but he doesn't. And what a big difference that could have been. Joy Pereira could have gone the very first ball. It was a beautiful delivery to the new batter, but it ends with runs instead. That's the end of the over. And this is where we are. We'll just leave that out there as well. Remember, we're waiting a long time for the next golden ball. 315 matches it's been without a golden ball. That's an ECN record.
What do you think?
What do I think?
What do you think? Can we get it today in quarterfinals Friday? I mean, imagine winning on a golden ball. Imagine losing on a golden ball. Certainly would be pretty exciting to watch. Each of these teams 2 wins away from that Super Series in Rome. Well, let's see how much further will it climb. Already 52 above the previous record. And here's Jaspreet Singh, who's coming in to bowl for the series, bowling in the series for the first time in over number 2.
Bowling to Joy Pereira, who was very fortunate to get off the mark, to edge one which couldn't be taken by Pramod Surida, the keeper. Jaspreet, top campaigner. Seen him play a lot of cricket, a lot of good cricket as well. Saw him in Khartoum as well. An outstanding fielder. And this is just dropping short of the fielder. And well, this is an interesting throw. He does a bit of a fletch here because the hat stays on, but that's a fletch.
I like what he tries here, though. He knows he's going back, and so he tries to throw off balance. He goes for an early throw, so he's still moving backwards. But yeah, it's a bit of a misfire from Balajit. But I like the thinking, though. He knew any chance of affecting a run out, he had to throw early, even though he just wasn't in a position to really throw. So it wasn't a full fletch, but it was a little tribute, maybe.
A full fletch, the hat has to pop off the top of the head as well.
That's right.
So he's Jaspreet wants that field right, and he's getting, well, they've got 5 on the leg side, so they're deciding that they know exactly where Malik is going to be hitting these. Jaspreet's got to get the line right there to the left-hander. He doesn't, and the first one is too straight. It's a full toss that ends up being put on the leg side, and Balajit Singh will no doubt go and have a chat with him. I mean, you're going to have 5 out there. I mean, I said leg side, of course. He's bowling to the left-hander, but if you're going to have 5 outside the off stump to the left-hander, then you've got to be bowling this outside off.
He's got 6 even. He's got 6 across now. So it's a packed offside field. There's a deep fine leg. There's a kind of fairly square mid-wicket, and there's a mid-on in the circle. So I think Malik's saying, yeah, I'll take the bait. I'll try and go across the line. That's exactly what the bowler's trying to do there, is force Malik across the line, but not to put the ball where he wants it.
Yeah, and that was a much better line to him. In the field, just having a look where you can see, yeah, both men that are out are third man, very wide third man on the boundary, and also a very wide, fine leg. Just wondering if there's a short ball coming here at some point. Once again, outside the off. I'm looking at the field. I can understand it, Vinny, but I don't think it'll work, because I think if he does get back onto it, I reckon he's going to clear the infield. I just think he's a hard hitter. I think you're far better off. For me, I would still have my mid-wicket back, because I think that's the area he's going to target.
So far, last couple he's gotten pretty well where he wants them. See, I actually like it, because I think, in a sense, leaving that gap does kind of tempt him into going there, and those balls weren't there for it. So end of the second over, pretty good over from Jaspreet in the end. Only concedes 5, so it's 16 for 1 after 2 overs. And I did like to have the third man back there, because I think the most likely place it was going to go to the boundary would be third man, the way that he was swinging away. But in the end, I think it comes out with a pretty good over, 16 for 1. Now, Keanu's saying he thinks that maybe we're seeing less golden balls because teams are executing their plans to win better. But I think if both teams are doing that, it kind of evens out. I honestly think it's just a random thing. It is a random occurrence. It's not like we've had any less close matches. It's a bit like, you know, how often a ball gets drawn out of a barrel or something like that. Sometimes you just go for long sequences where you don't have it drawn, and that's kind of basically where we are right now. Baljit's going to come back for over number 3. Last over of the power play. Still got the floating slip in place.
Goes short, and he's going to get pumped to the boundary. 4 runs. A lovely shot from Joy Pereira. Well, he's had his life, hasn't he? He's had a chance, but this is just too short. And bang. Well, Baljit, who was put there twice in the first over, so you can see that he himself is also struggling getting the ball right up there. Now, he did change the field in his first over to put a man back, and I think he's probably wise to do so here as well. Just have some protection there,
wasn't it? And so, yeah, to think we really had a regulation nick first ball that got put down. That was a very authoritative stroke by the man who we saw captaining Milan Kingsgrove last year. National team player, very good cricketer. 2 very good cricketers going head-to-head here.
Take the, I think this will be a leg by. He tries to work it in that gap. And there's a signal from Amal Pereira, one of our umpires out there. Also, he's out there with Silvio Silvalieri. A man in black. I mean, outstanding here in Milan. And I know that the umpiring standard in Italy is very high. And we've certainly seen that here, being led by Stefan Gooch, the third umpire, and also the match referee. Baljit just again now wanting the field right here to Adnan, but he's got to get it right here. Can't afford to bowl short to Adnan. And he gets it in the right place. That's the line.
Yeah, he's trying to force away. He hasn't really shown that one over the offside yet. He's attempted it, but hasn't hit any of them really.
Just wondering if Adnan knows if this is the plan, whether we're going to see him just move early before even the ball is bowled, just take a step outside his off stump and wait for it and still try and pull it away. And, well, you can see that ring now. So the man who was back on the boundary in the offside comes in. Firmly struck, and well, he comes in, and the next thing you know, the ball gets through the gap. And even though they've got plenty of bodies there, it still goes to the boundary. 4 runs. This is a good shot. Again, just a little bit over pitch. And Adnan Malik, though, is very quick to use his feet to get to that. That's a really nice shot.
It really made a crack off the bat, didn't it? But yeah, doesn't try to overhit that one, Rico.
Yeah, footwork is good. Watch this. He comes a long way to meet it, gets himself in the right position, and then absolutely nails it. Lovely shot.
Good batting. You know what I think could be really important is the spin of Daljit Singh in the middle, whether that comes off or not. And how comfortable will he be potentially bowling to the left-hander and Malik?
Baljit wants a good reply here. And it's a little bit short. It's been dragged out to a man who's out on the onside boundary, sort of in between, sort of where mid-wicket and point would be. Makes a stop. The field has to stop again. So a flood of yellow goes across the field from one side to another. Very contrasting colours here. I'm liking the yellow and the green, and then Milan Kingsgrove, sort of an orangey gold about them.
Yeah, I think it's you got the canary yellow, as the New Zealand Prime Minister called it back in 1981, the underarm incident. Right now, last ball of the power play coming up. Baljit Singh.
Taking him on, in comes the throw, and he's a big man, is Adnan Malik, but he can get going, and he goes pretty quickly here, gets to safety. And yeah, gets in well, so good running. End of the over, so Baljit, he was able to take 1 wicket, thanks to a good catch with the boundary by Hardeep Singh, but the score has moved on to 27 for 1. But the key is the wicket. It's only the one wicket. And at the moment, I mean, like for like at the moment here, I mean, Bergamo CC were well ahead. They were 39 of their power play. But it's what happened at the end, how quickly they lost those wickets.
Saw there on the side-by-side Manhattans that the wheels really fell off in the last 10 overs for Bergamo CC. And they were 72 for 2 after 6. They would only get 16 runs on the last 4 overs, and they would lose 7 wickets along the way. Yes, actually lost 7 for 10 at one point. 7 wickets for 10 runs. It's a big collapse, but still they do have the runs on the board. In the final, that's useful. Into the power play. And eventually, we'll see who's bowling. It'll be Darashiko who's going to bowl. Again, he's a very clever spinner. So I've got a bit of spin coming in the middle here, I think, with Darashiko and potentially Daljit Singh as well.
Yeah, Darashiko, he was successful in the group. Just played out to the man at long on who do the fielding. Yeah, he picked up 6 wickets for Bergamo CC. It was really the leading wicket taker by far. And, intelligent bowler. Gets the flight in play as well. Gets the quicker ball in. And then they're going to need him to be at his best. They're going to need him to pick up a couple of wickets here and just break this partnership. Adnan, well, in the group stages, we know his first 2 innings represented the last 2 numbers on the back of his shirt. It was 0 and 0. He finally did get going, and now looking like wants to take his team into the semi-finals, but he's not going to, because this is a cracking catch, and it's from the captain, Daljit Singh. Well, is there nothing this man can't do? This has been absolutely cracked at him. It's actually a really good shot from Adnan Malik, but the only thing was it goes straight to Daljit. I say straight, he still had a lot to do. I mean, he's dipping on him. He takes it pretty low. This is a really good catch. He absolutely thumps this, Vinny.
It's never gone above head height. I mean, it was an absolute laser beam, and Daljit takes it clean as a whistle. Big moment in the game because he was hitting the ball powerfully, Adnan Malik, and so spin does the trick. I thought they brought Shiko, the off spinner, on before the leg spinner, specifically to address the left-handed threat of Adnan Malik. And although he smashes that one, he smashes it straight at Daljit Singh. And so that's the wicket that they wanted. Score now 28 for 2. Amazing fielding. That's just what you need in an elimination game. Your captain stepping up and doing it very, very well.
Yeah, really good catch, but also good captaincy from him. He's got a number of bowlers that he could have gone for here. He goes for Darashiko, who is the leading wicket taker for him, and he gets another. And this one is just sort of punched out. They're quite happy at the moment to allow the batters to take these singles. They're not too concerned about that. I think they're just trying to apply the pressure and get that rate a little bit higher that's required.
I noticed this, 9.3. Yesterday was the average run rate. For the week, it's 8.9. So just remember that, 89 per 10 overs. This should just be one out to point. It is handled. And have a look at the target here. 89 is the target. So pretty much spot on par for the week. We do think, and I think you've had the same feelings as me, Rico, that probably will rise a bit in the finals. Maybe a couple of teams dragging that average down a bit. But in finals also, we know we see some low-scoring games in finals. Had a real low-scoring thriller here last year where Royal Bergamo, who we'll see next, were essentially bundled out for 73. And then Fresh Tropical only just made it with an over to spare.
This one, I don't think will get stopped. Well, maybe it should have been, but I was right. I don't think it will get, and it wasn't. That's not good. It needs to do better here. And, well, this is Kamaljit. He gets there, does the hard work, gets there pretty quickly, and then he's just got to stop it, and, well, gets it wrong.
And, yeah, he did all the hard work, didn't he? Probably wasn't a great ball from Shiko, to be fair, either. Anyway, it's the end of the 4th over. Score is 34 for 2. Pretty much right on the pace required. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Rico Full. Happy Peacock Friday to you, Rico.
Yeah, and you looking
very,
good.
very nice. And, yeah, nicely contrasting as well today. I like it. Anyway, hopefully you're enjoying the action. It really is hotting up here in Milan. And we've enjoyed the cricket all week, but now it's do or die for each of these 8 teams, Rico. Only 4 of them through to tomorrow, and only 2 of them will be through to the Super Series in Rome in about 3 weeks' time.
Yeah, I mean, and like I said to you yesterday, all of these games, apart from one today, the Fesh Tropical and United one, I think all of these games are going to be like this. They're going to be tense, they're going to be close, and there's going to be moments in the match that will decide which way it goes.
Yeah,
Moments of management.
Who knows? I mean, we're already kind of marking Fesh Tropical in, but, you know, ECN T10, anything can happen, anything will happen. Here we go with Hardeep Singh. Gets a fair bit of bounce out of this first ball. And it gets over the bat of Joy Pereira.
Yeah, good bit of pace here. And he's sticking to a sort of a pace and pace-off attack with Dara and Hardeep.
Come back to some questions in the chat. I don't know if Vivek have to ask about what does it take to hit a 6? Is it a practice thing? Is it a technique thing? I'll come back and give a bit more of a full answer for that in a second. That should just be one. Yeah, I mean, what I found when I was batting is often the best way to hit 6s is don't focus on where the ball is going to land, you know, 50, 60, 70, 80 metres away. Focus on how well you hit it at the moment of impact. And often if you try too hard, then it kind of, you don't hit it as well. You don't try and over-hit the ball. One thing I did know kind of in my time playing, which is probably between mainly 2000 to 2010 or so, is that's just when 2020 was coming into the mainstream. And a lot of the batters, I mean, I wasn't really a top order batter, but the batters, they were having to practice it. They were having different sorts of net sessions.
Yeah.
And that's something that really came into the game in that period. This will just be another one out to deep square leg. So yeah, it's funny because all these coaches that have always been saying, be careful, be careful, be careful, suddenly they're having to retrain these guys to hit big. And it wasn't easy for a lot of the guys as well. They have good batters, good techniques, but essentially, normally good coaches will tell you it's just an extension of the basic cricketing shots, keeping your batting shape and just hitting through the ball, maybe elevating it, changing the contact point. But we saw, I remember the first 2020 we played at the grade level, which is kind of one below first class cricket in Australia, where the other team literally were out in the middle and they were lobbing up balls and they were just like hitting them into the stands. That was their warm-up.
That's the warm-up, yeah.
And we're saying, what's going on here? Who are these Cowboys? Of course, they all got out really quickly in the actual game. Last ball of the over coming up.
It's been a good over, hasn't it? He's kept it tidy. He's no boundary of it. Only 5 runs will come off that over from Hardeep Singh. And he just seems totally focused on the task at hand, doesn't he, Hardeep? Of course, he took that catch as well to get the first wicket. So this is very evenly poised now. That's at the halfway point. 39 on the board. I mean, they're a little bit behind where they want to be, but they do have those wickets in hand.
They need 10s. Okay, so 39, 49, 59, 69, 79, 89. That's how they get home from here. So that's what I'd be doing if I was batting right now. It's just keeping an eye on that. Just always constantly reassessing what you need to do, reassessing your risk levels. Joy Pereira had a lucky one first up, should have been caught behind, but he survived to 12. He's out there with Dinesh Samara Wikrama. Going back to Shiko. Still wonder if they'll bowl Daljit. I think they probably will.
And he goes after him, and he's going to go over the fence. Adiós, pelota. Eso es muy grande. Qué guay. Qué genial. Manos arriba, arbitro. Eso es 6 puntos.
Yeah, but the interesting thing here, I mean, it's all about matchups. I think for me, I probably would have gone for the leg spinner with 2 right-handers at the crease now. And you see, with Shiko turning the ball in to Pereira, he was able to just kind of get it right in the power zone.
Yeah, big hit.
Back to live action. This next one's down the ground, just the one this time.
Yeah, loving the fist bumps there after that big shot was hit. There was quite a few of them. It was like they were doing a bit of spiralling out there in the middle. He didn't have enough time to show it to you. Maybe we'll certainly catch it a bit later. This will be a wide. That's well left.
And Shiko won't always bowl off spinners. He'll bowl this quick one as well. That's almost like a little out swinger. It's meant to nip away from you. Shiko, man, we saw playing for Chivadate last year in the Brescia leg of the series. We'll see Chivadate next week. Right now, he's playing his trade for Bergamo CC.
Got him. Oh, this is an absolute beauty. What a cream cracker of a delivery Well, that was an absolute beauty. Well, that was crackerjack. Well, it is Friday, and it's Peacock Friday. This one is class. It is pure class. The quicker ball, he gets it right, knocks the stumps over, junk the front to start. Dara, well, he's on fire.
Yeah, and this isn't the spinner at all. This is the quicker one I was talking about. If anything, it just nips back at the batter, but he's done for pace. You're expecting a spinner, and you see here, he just kind of really kind of rolls his hand down the other side of the ball and ends up turning into a bit of an inducker. Have a look here. You see, straight through, no attempt to spin it at all. And it stumps out of the ground. A good steadying wicket, that one, for Bergamo CC, as the batter has to go for just 7. It's Dinesh Samarawickrama who's back in the pavilion now. It's 47 for 3.
Yeah, it's a good time to get a wicket because, like I say, it's all about, when you're batting, it's all about partnerships. And the team in the field, it's all about breaking those partnerships. And every time you get one, another batter has to start. They have to build that partnership once more. And as that rate starts to increase, just under the 10, they won't want it going any more than that. Dara into the new batter. And this is a cracking shot. Good pick up and a good throw. He could be in trouble here. Well, the umpire is not asking for a review. I mean, that's really good backing up because this action has happened so quick. I mean, it goes straight to the hands of the... Well, that's such good running. I mean, he gets there so comfortable. This is all to do with the backing up. Look how quickly he goes here. Look, he's already there. He's off. And even though that was hit cleanly to the hands of the fielder and the throw came in straight away, and a good throw as well, he gets home easy. And that just goes to show what good running is all about, Vinny.
That's exactly how to do it. Here's Chico.
There we go again, and once again, to get the single, I think, to Joy Pereira here. Now he's just starting to think that perhaps he's got to take a little bit more charge of this innings and where he's going. I mean, he's been joined by Nimanatha, who can bat a fair bit as well. We know that. He's a good all-rounder, but he's probably feeling here that he wants to get this job done before they lose a few more wickets.
Yeah, well, good finish from Chico with a dot. 2 for 17, pretty good effort from him. As he concedes 8.5 and over, which is pretty much on the money. But the score at the end of 6 is 49 for 3. Hello to Mickey in the chat, saying, seeing quite a few Hardeep Singhs wearing the 25 jersey. Is it mandatory? It's just a bit of a coincidence, I think. I think you're right, though. We have seen that quite a few times now. And they're doing a little bit of an unofficial Peacock shirt vote. And then you're coming out on top. I've got to say, I like your shirt. It's very peacock coloured. I think that might be giving you a bit of an unfair advantage. But
no, well, yours is... I like the sort of the old fan effect on yours.
It's got the
fan
peacock
and
feathers
gel
effect if you look at it closely next time you see it. But you know what?
Don't worry, you got the vote last week.
You know, I'm not worried.
Even Stevens.
I'm not worried at all. I'm just happy Peacock Friday because it's meaning we're nice and cool. Because I've been able to throw the jacket away today. Anyway,
it is slightly cooler at the
10
moment.
10 and over. That's what I said. Now they're up to 49. They got the 10 they wanted off that over. Here's Hardeep, 25. Coming back for over number 7. This one's going nowhere. But this is good running. This is exactly how to do it. Because you have a look at what the batter does here. He doesn't know where the ball is, so he just looks at his partner. And when his partner comes through, he runs.
Yeah.
So often you see the batter there searching for the ball, trying to find the ball. And in the end, there's a big mix-up. So that was smart cricket. And the 50 comes up with that single as well.
Hardeep Singh, he's gesturing to Baljit that he would rather have his mid-wicket in closer. Baljit at the moment saying, no, keep it as it is. And I think he's probably thinking he wants to try and keep Nimanath on strike. Plays this well. Fielder gets down and makes the stop.
How important are all these stops as well?
Yeah.
It's either 1 or 4 in a game that could and probably should go right down to the wire. It's a very, very tense time to be out in the field.
Up in the air. Is he going to clear the fielder? Yeah, where he gets fingertips to it, but not able to take the catch. And no, he's not even able to pick the ball up. Well, what has happened here? Well, I think he's jumped in the air and he's got He's got dizzy as he comes down, and when he gets dizzy, he can't get the ball. He says, Aja, 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 mere pyari, but the pyari doesn't want to come to him. He goes over the boundary for 4 runs. Well, this is a big moment. First of all, with the opportunity of the catch, and then look, he's all over the place. Can't get his balance, can Zayn Mazir, and he can't find the ball. He can't pick it up. 4 runs.
Oh, my word. I was almost launching into saying at least he stopped the boundary. That was the next thing that was going to come out of my mouth. And I think he thought that Darashiko there was going to come around and pick it up instead of him. So he goes, okay, I'll get it. And he goes and picks it up and misses. That ball had almost stopped, but it hadn't quite. Had one more revolution, which took it to the rope. Unbelievable. What a break to get.
Nice looking shot. This will be fielded by Kamaljit out there. So, Pereira is getting a bit of luck, isn't he? Remember, he could have been gone without even scoring. Could have gone first ball, but it was a regulation catch put down by Praman to do that. And then, remember that, he gets put down on 22 as well. Bowled. And that will be the end of the over. So 57 for 3. So they didn't quite get the 10 there, even with that boundary. And now with 18 balls to go, you can see the equation, 32 required. And this is what we've got coming up next video. And like I said, it's this one is going to be all action as well. And it's Albano who were the winners in their group coming into the action.
Yeah, Albano, they were undefeated in their group. Saw them on Tuesday. They take on Royal Bergamo, who were last year's finalists, and they are previous champions. So that'll be another high-quality matchup. Stay tuned. Royal Bergamo winning the toss and setting in Albano. That one starting in around about 35 minutes from now. You can see quality on both sides there. Get a smattering of ECC, Italy talent as well. So, yeah, 1st of July today, first day of the second half of the year.
Yep.
And really, those two teams, like all the teams today, they are 2 games away from participating in the Rome Super Series, which is one step closer to ECL qualification in 2023. Anyway, let's go back to the here and now, and Gurvinder Singh is going to come bowl a really important over number 8.
Into the pads, and that's good from Gurvinder.
If he picks that up, he's going to be run out, I'm sure. The batter panics because he's hit on the pads, or either that or he's just so far and he thinks that's run, but it's straight back to the bowler. I mean, Gurvinder could have probably won the race back to the stumps.
Yeah, I think he was in the momentum. But still, though, I think he does well. He still goes for the ball. A lot of bowlers sort of would have bowled and stopped, and maybe the batters may have got through. But Gurvinder. You can see, though, Nimanathi just trying to get off strike, and I think this is where I think maybe Bergamo can be just a little bit more attacking towards him. When he tries to get funky here, gets this all wrong. And, well, I think he'd be disappointed here. And I'm pretty sure that Joy Pereira may just have a word with him at some point and say, look, mate, it's not time to get flashy. I mean, just get bat on to get me on strike.
Yeah, true. I'll say hello to Mesnil Man, who's watching from France, I believe. Hope you're well. He likes to do a bit of umpiring, and got some pretty cool news in the pipeline as well regarding France.
Full toss. Well, he gets bat on this. It's probably just as well he does, because I think this is pretty straight, and this hits him on the pads. I think he would have been right in front of his stumps. So he does. It took him 3 balls to do it. He does get a single. What's the exciting news then?
Well, you know, looks like we may have France on the calendar for next year in 2023.
Really?
Potentially for an ECS there. Maybe a couple of weeks in France, which is a country we haven't been to for an ECS so far. Certainly one we'd love to get to. So, Mesnil Man, stay tuned. Nothing official yet, but that's just, you want to get your hot gossip, you'll get it right here. Okay, here we go.
Pereira just drops the bat down onto this with a good full delivery from Singh. So just starting to see them just falling behind there. The boundaries have stopped. It's gone tiki-taka now, and tiki-taka is going to suit Bergamo CC. And you can see that they all say, Badhiya pura kar. That's it, finish it off well. Still got 2 balls to bowl in the over. Just 2 runs off it so far. Big shot coming here, Vinny. Big shot coming.
Gotta be.
Goes for it. And oh no, dear. Not another one. Surely not. And it does get stopped, though. What is going on there? Well, Zayn Mazir. Well, I know I always say these boys eat their alu paranthas in the morning. Well, I reckon Zayn, he's had a few glassies as well.
Zane wants to dig a hole, just bury himself, and now he's going to get moved to the other side of the field.
This could be dangerous.
Well,
because you know what happens.
Is it?
There's no hiding place out there,
You can't
Zayn.
hide.
There's no hiding place.
All right, so let's see what happens next. What a tense game this is. Last ball of the over.
And the big swing, and it's a very, very good over. Only 4 runs from it from Govinda Singh. Doesn't take a wicket, but wickets are not what matter. It's all about keeping it quiet. Comes a long way down. I think this ball was probably going to climb over the
Could
stump.
have climbed
Had
over.
too
could
much
have
to
missed.
do, really,
Yeah.
if you're umpiring there. But it's a dot ball. That's a massive over from Govinda.
Sure is. And you see the worm falling behind. But here's the thing. The Balgamo CC worm pretty much went to sleep in the last 4 overs. So you can catch it up.
Yeah.
And they lost 7 wickets in the last 4 overs. Only put on 16 runs in that time. And it's been very, 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 very tense out there. What's that, 28 required off the last 2. Interesting, they've never bowled Daljit Singh, the leg spinner, in this innings. Put 2 overs of Shiko. And you've got to say, Govinda did a very, very good job there to keep the scoring down. So this is the biggest over of the match so far. Biggest over of the week for these 2 teams.
Yeah.
Because whatever you get this over, you don't need in the last. Whatever you don't get, you will need. It starts at 28 required of 12 balls.
Yeah, Jasprit to bowl. He bowled really intelligently to Adnan Malik. Remember earlier, didn't allow Malik to get the shots he wanted in. Now, he's got to bowl well to Pereira. Pereira, anything short, he will latch onto it, that's for sure. It is short. He latches onto it. This one is going up, up, up and away. And it is 6 runs. 6 carreras. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna Sona. Ginna Bada Shaka. Just as I said, Vinny, you cannot bowl short to him. Every time the ball has been short, it's been pumped to the boundary. Pitch it up, it's been a single.
Yeah, dream start, that one. The 28 becomes 22. Joy Pereira, who got a faint nick on the first ball he faced and should have been caught behind. He's still there on 33. Can he lift his team to victory? JP in the hot seat.
This will be a wide. Jasprit tries to get his line right, but he goes too wide. So maybe here the introduction of pace in this 9th over. Well, maybe somebody like Daljit Singh could have been a better bet. And who knows? We'll never know. Well, Govinda probably will finish things off, you'd think, in the 10th. But how many will he have to defend?
That's the question. Jasprit Singh, high quality performer as well.
Lower delivery, it's up in the air, big moment, catch taken, and well, that field movement was key there. Remember the man who was in that position, that was Zayn Mazir. Well, he was moved from it, and they put another man in his place, and it's worked out because Vijit Singh takes the catch, and that is a huge wicket in the context of this match. They've got Joy Pereira. They should have probably had Joy Pereira out a long time ago. He was dropped on 0 off his very first ball. He also gave a chance when he was on a 22, but they do get him. And now, well, that leaves this match very, very evenly balanced. The next batter who's coming in, I mean, they've got to go with somebody that's got a fair bit of hitting power. Be interesting to see who it is. And looking at the number of the shirt, Dinku Samara Wikrama is the man who's going in there. So the captain is going to try and finish off the job here.
Yeah, and Danook's the captain, and he's decided to come in a pressure situation. That's a clever slower ball from Jasprit that basically fools the batter into that mistake. So it was an important one. But still, Jassa comes up with the wicket. This one still could go right down to the wire, but 4 balls, new batter at the crease, albeit a recognised one. Let's see what happens here. Remember, only one of these 2 teams will survive this game and go into finals day tomorrow. The other team, their ECS journey will be over for 2022.
Jasprit. It's that slow ball again, out up in the air. It gets it over one fielder, and it goes for 4 runs. It's a horrendous misfield in this context of the match. Well, this is painful to see. I mean, he's there to sweep. He gets wrong-footed. He goes the wrong way. He ends up on the floor like a sack of potatoes. So Hardeep Singh, that's been so good out there. He makes the error. 4 more.
Just overran it and got an awkward bounce. Couldn't deal with it. So Now it's Milan Kingsgrove that catch a break.
Got him. And, well, it's that slow. Keeps the pace of it again. This is clever bowling. He sees that Samara Wickrama just gives himself some room really early. And as soon as he sees that, he just takes all the pace of it and makes sure the ball is full and straight. Well, he's doing his part. Jaspreet Singh, that's the second wicket in the over, but he is being let down by the fielders somewhat. Oh, wow. This is a really good delivery. But the ball before going to the boundary for 4, that will hurt.
Yeah, that's a really well-disguised slower ball. So he decides to go backing away. I think for me, I would rather go the other way, maybe open up the leg side. Also gives you Panthers a bit of a second line of defence there, even if you open yourself up to LBW. But I just think it's just easier to adjust to a slower delivery if you do go cross your stumps instead of away. New batter comes out there. Is Dinesh Tisanayage.
Right.
And, let's see if he can do anything. 8 balls left, 17 required.
Yeah, Dinesh takes guard. He knows what he's got to do. The field. 2 men have gone right back now at mid-wicket and long on.
Tasana Yakage faces his first ball.
That slow one again. He gets something on it, but only enough to get them a single. So ball to go in this, the 9th. Well, plenty happened in it. 2 wickets. Boundaries as well. The big 6. The 4, courtesy of a misfield. But also 2 wickets. So it's even Stevens sort of an over. And that's gone out. Well, it takes it to 16 of 7 balls. Jaspreet, can he finish big here for his team? Gets that slower one. Will take the single and should hold on to it and keep it to that. So it will be 15 required off the final over. That's what's at stake here. 15. If Bergamo CC can defend it, they will go into the semi-finals tomorrow in finals day. And if they do, we say adios to Milan Kingsgrove. Milan Kingsgrove, if they can get 15 runs here, then they will knock out Bergamo CC. What a final over is going to be. And Vinny, think of one thing. Think of the 4 runs from number 11 in the first inning. How valuable a shot could that one have been?
I've got a lot to think about. I mean, I'm also thinking about some of the missed fields. I think they'd want back. Remember, go right back.
Yeah.
Don't want to name and shame anyone, but early on, we had one at deep point. That probably should have been stopped. And then we had that one, of course. We've had 3 that I can remember.
Yeah.
I reckon that might have cost them, I'm going to say 8 runs.
All of them went to the boundary.
Yeah.
And more than that, actually.
Yeah.
If you think about it. There was Baljit Singh who did it at point. We saw the last one there from Hardeep Singh. I mean, those are...
Kamaljit Singh, not Baljit. But
Kamaljit, sorry, yeah.
It's all right. But here we go. 10th overtime. Stake in the semi-finals. That is what's on the line.
Pressure. First ball goes to the boundary. Game on. If it doesn't, Bergamo will think themselves favourites. It goes big, and it will go to the boundary. It's going to be all the way. Balle. Just like that, this game is wide open.
He gives him length and he feasts on it. You've got to get in the block hole. Namantha really hadn't had much going his way before that ball, but he blasted out of the ground. Got to get up. Got to get Yorker.
Gets back onto this. Pressure on the fielder.
Oh, that's well fielded. That took a Tortuga. And it's important because it's also one and brings the new batter, Tisana Yakage, onto strike, who hasn't scored yet. 8 off 4. Oh, this is a real tense finish, Rico.
Wow, 8 off 4. And I know what you're all thinking. Is there a tingle in the air? Well, maybe I got a little bit of tingle going on here. Win the thing. Oh, he's gone wide and he's been called a wide. Whew. Well, 7 now of 4.
Yeah, well, you see it there. Could we have our golden ball drought broken? 315 games. We're going right down to the wire here. We knew they'd be close on quarterfinals Friday. This is about as close as it gets. 7 off 4 balls.
Dinesh waits. And he hits this. Is he going to go all the way? Oh, Balle. What a shot! It's a magical shot indeed. Look, they're hugging each other already. It's not done yet, but just like that, the scores are tied. This is an amazing hit. Bang! Shaka लग गया कितना सारा कितना स्वाद आ गया कि नहीं oh fantasy dozy what a lovely shot this was.
Wow, and come the moment, come the man. Tasani Akage blast that. Now you need 3 dot balls. You're hoping he swings and misses at 3. You might as well bring everyone in. Sometimes they might leave back a floating deep mid-wicket, but also you need someone that can cover the bowler's stumps. So maybe someone like Jasprit Singh or something can hustle in. You'd rather be too close than too far here, because any score wins it now for Milan Kingsgrove. They've got 3 chances to win this cricket match. Otherwise, we're going to a golden ball.
And this will be it. And there's going to be joy of celebration coming from Milan Kingsgrove. They have done it. They will take part tomorrow in finals day. Bergamo CC, they are going to be utterly disappointed. And, well, what a finish we've had here. And from nowhere, well, those runs being knocked off. 15 were required of the last. And they do it with 2 more balls to go, and it was all down to 2 big hits, and both the batters out there, Nimartha and also Dinesh, played their part in it, both hitting maximos when it mattered, and then, well, a wide in there as well, and the single there to finish it. What a cracking game, what a start to quarterfinals Friday. Congratulations to Milan Kingsgrove. We'll see you tomorrow, but adios to Bergamo CC. Some good players in there. The captain, Baljit Singh, Hardeep Singh played well as well. Jasprit, well, he's only just coming to the side. He's only going to just play this one match in this series. We will not see them again. They're a big team, Bergamo CC. They're going to feel the hurt. They're going to feel the pain, because they will lose the opportunity to represent their country in the European Cricket League. And what a lovely, lovely sight that is. Be careful. Don't be doing your back in. And, well, they all want to pick him up. But, look, you have to say on this one that Bergamo CC, they've lost that match in the field.
Yeah, you'd say that. But then also don't forget the last 4 overs where the innings fell in a heap. So, I mean, could have done a lot of things better. Milan Kingsgrove will see them in the second semi-final. Look, both these teams, they were disappointed with their performance last year in the ECS for slightly different reasons. And, well, it's Milan Kingsgrove that hold their nerve at the end. And what about that shot from Dinesh Dasana at the end when they needed 7? He got 6 in one big hit as we go back to the very start. And it was Nimna De Silva looked on a mission, but he went to the well once too often. That was caught by Hardeep, but not everything was. Not everything was fielded cleanly. This man came out and hit the ball pretty crisply as well. Adnan Malik, the left-hander, he was on the charge. That was a nice just push to the extra cover boundary. Darashiko, and we did see him for 2 overs. That was a really good catch, slow down by Baljit, but unfortunately some of his teammates weren't quite able to field at that standard, as there are a few of these little errors just crept in, and I think that's one of the reasons that they don't defend this target.
Yeah, look, I mean, errors, you're absolutely right. Look, nobody does it on purpose, of course. The drop catch, and it's Pramod Sudhida. If he had taken Joy Pereira early, well, a lot of these runs that have been hit all over the place by Pereira would not have happened. He played his part in the role. I mean, there was a catch taken there at one point, but there was another fielder in that area. Look, here we go again, and those balls going to the boundary. And when you're losing with just 2 balls to go in a close one, those do come back and haunt you. That is why fielding is so important. That is why when we see moments of magic in the field, we say, well, that is going to really save them. That is going to help them big time. But these were those 6s towards the end. Well, that was quite amazing. It really was. What an amazing last over. What an amazing match. What an amazing start to quarterfinals Friday. Yeah. And it is Milan Kingsgrove that keep their hopes alive.
Yeah, we knew it'd be close, and it was close. Still no golden ball. But, geez, plenty of action here as we look forward to the second quarterfinal. Albano, they went undefeated through Group B on Tuesday. They're taking on Royal Bergamo, who did have a stumble to Bergamo CC, who are now out of the tournament. But Royal Bergamo have survived. And the news from the toss, Royal Bergamo, they won the toss. They're going to bowl first, so we'll get to see Albano out there. Looks like Jarwa Singh listed to open, and Anmol Singh, but we'll have to wait. They've got the Enigma as well, Manu Lal. He's always one to watch out for. Dev Chima had a pretty good day. Irfan Sheikh, I can't see him batting that low. He's another potential to open the batting, in my opinion. For Royal Bergamo, though, watch out. They've got some good players of their own. Artisham Javed was excellent the other day, along with Farhan Javed listed to open the batting. And Usman Javed, so Javed's in the top 3 to watch out for them. And also Mubashir Amin, their captain, is a pretty handy player. He's listed to come in at number 4. Let's go back to this one, and it was Joy Pereira who had a life first ball. He should have been caught behind, but he ended up soldiering on to 33 off 22. He set it up, and then Nemantha and Desani Yakage, he finished it off with a big 6, which tied the scores. It gave him 3 chances to win the game, and it only took 1. Pretty disciplined bowling, only the 3 wides in there, but ultimately, 2 places they lost that game, Bergamo CC. I think the last 4 overs of their batting, and also some of those missed opportunities in the field. We got twins there, Jaspreet and Darashiko, 2 for 17. Well, they tried their hardest. Hardeep was also very good, only conceding 13 off his 2 overs. The other wicket went to Baljit Singh. But Govinda, after a very, very good first over he bowled, he was trusted to bowl the 10th. He just couldn't keep it quiet. And ultimately, it is Milan Kingsgrove that get through as our first team through to finals day.
Yeah, what a match. And you just think, I mean, you called it. I mean, when you're talking about Daljit, I just think you are, as a captain, taking a bit of a gamble when the last 3 overs or 4 overs to go, you're going back to pace. I think these guys, especially when you got wickets in hand, pace is in your favour, and I think we saw that there. You get hold of one from the middle, it's going to go, whereas if you've got spin on the ball, you've got to do an awful lot more as the batter. But really, if you look at it, there's so many things that could have changed the balance of this match. But in the end, the way that it works out is that Bergamo CC, well, they did get to 88, but they know themselves that they should have got a lot more than that. They were 72 for 2 at one point in this match, and the last 5 overs only giving them 33 runs. So with the bat, they weren't so good. With the ball, they fought hard. They really did. They got themselves in the game. They put themselves in top. And you're right, I think Gurinder Singh, his first over was absolutely spectacular, but he wasn't able to defend 15 of the last. It was always going to be difficult when the first ball was whacked for a big 6, and then there was a wide that came in there as well. But full credit to Milan Kingsgrove. Joy Pereira, he came in to play his first game. He's not the regular wicket keeper. He had a few issues behind the stumps, but he made up for it when he was doing his batting. 33. He made the most of the chance he was given, but Nemathan there, he timed his assault to perfection. What a great start to the day, Vinny.
Great game. You've got a feel for Bergamo CC, but Milan Kingsgrove, they will be through to finals day tomorrow. We'll see them in the second match of the day. And they'll have a tough task because they'll play the winner of Fresh Tropical and Pioltello United for qualification into the Italy Super Series in week 5. We'll be back in just about 10 minutes, take you into the second quarter final. Hope you're enjoying QFF so far. We certainly are. So we are going to be back in around 10 minutes, like I said. Vinny Sando here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. And we'll see you very, very shortly for more exciting action from Milan. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back. It's QFF Quarterfinals Friday, also Peacock Friday here in Milan, our Italian summer adventure into day 5. And well, by around this time tomorrow, we'll have a pretty good idea of how we're looking as far as those Super Series qualifiers are concerned. So now we're rolling into quarterfinal number 2. It's match 18. We're going to see Albano versus Royal Bergamo. Let's go to the toss. Stefan Gooch, the tournament referee, is with the 2 captains.
Royal Bergamo to call.
Head.
Heads a call. It's heads.
Move along fast.
Okay.
So it is Royal Bergamo that have won the toss and they have elected to bowl. Watch out for their captain, Amin Mubashir. I think he's a very, very clever player. Can get things moving quickly. He'll probably come in around number 4. Usman Javed, Farhan Javed, also key players for them. They did come second in their group, so they had to do it the hard way to get here, getting through the eliminator. But I suppose that does give them an extra matches experience this week. And they're coming up against an Albano side that probably would consider themselves favourites for this one. Some very good players for them. Dev Chima, you saw him at the toss. He had a very good day the other day. Also, I think that their captain, Irfan Sheikh, we've seen him at the ECC level. He's a good batter when he gets going. I think the leg spin of Jorowa Singh could be really, really telling in this game as well. But Albano, they will get the chance to bat first. Maybe a good toss to lose, because I do like the idea of getting runs on the board in an elimination game. Should be a very good one. We'll get to see who another one of our semi-finalists will be tomorrow morning in this one. Rico Fu is in the commentary box. The news from the toss in quarterfinal number 2 is that Royal Bergamo, they've won the toss and they also want to have a bowl. Over to you. Let's get ready for another cricket match.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandhu, and welcome to you, our global cricket family, wherever you're tuning in from around the world. We are here, just there, that's right, just over there. That's the Milan cricket ground. There you can see the setup there. We're just right next to the tower. I'll wave to you if you want. Can you see me? Can you see me moving? Jumping up and down. I've got me colourful Peacock Friday shirt on. And yeah, hello to everyone. You can just see some of the lakes there at the back. Well, there's a few ducks in those lakes, and I think there may be a few more here today. Hey, look, I know that International Doctors' Day is sometimes celebrated at different times all over the world. It is being celebrated in India today, so I just want to take the opportunity to say to all the doctors and all the medical staff in India to thank you for all of the work that you do out there. And of course, thank you to all the doctors and nurses around the world, because after the coronavirus pandemic we were all in, I mean, their work was absolutely outstanding and they were heroes. It was a day in India that is celebrated because of Dr. Bidan Chandra Roy, a man that is being honoured today, and he was the man who dedicated bringing affordable healthcare to people in India. So, National Doctors' Day in India. Have a good day. This one, the bat versus ball wall, says 102 to 94 in favour of Royal Bergamo. Now, I can sort of understand where that is coming from, because one thing that I'm looking forward to seeing is Albano bat, because they didn't bat particularly well in the 2 games that they won in the group. So now they qualified top of the group. Look, they beat Milan Kingsgrove, a team that we've just seen, and they've qualified for the semi-finals. Albano in that match number 5 it was, they were 74 for 9, and Milan Kingsgrove really should have probably got there, but fell short, 62 for 9. And then they had, well, 28 to chase that Cantu made, and they did it with 15 balls to go. So we haven't really seen them at their best with the bat. So I think this is a good toss to win for Royal Bergamo. And let's see if Albano can get going. I know that their captain, Irfan Sheikh, he would love to get going. He is the opener. He's a very good talented batter. He's not a out-and-out hitter of the ball, so he's not a slogger. He is what I would say is the perfect opener for this format if he can get going, because he plays the ball around well, plays shots to all parts of the ground, but he can give it a big thump if he has to as well. The bowling will be done to start off with by Muqta Mohammed. And he comes for the first. And it's a nice start, just keeps the pace of it, gets it right up there. And Ifram will get off the mark. Royal Bergamo, of course, were the team that finished behind Bergamo CC in their group, Group A. Bergamo CC, unfortunately, after losing to Milan Kingsgrove, will play no further part in this series or in the Super Series when it comes down to the finals week, or week 5 of our journey here in Italy, in Rome. They were unable to beat Bergamo CC, but they did beat Torino twice, the team making the debut. And they did put runs on the board. Give you those scores after this ball. Defensively played, nicely bowled. So Royal Bergamo against Torino, 120 to 106. And it was Atisham Javid that got the runs for them in that one. And then when Torino put 91 on the board, 92 with chase with 6 wickets to go. Another single, wild throw from the fielder, but is backed up. Yeah, in the eliminator. And Royal Bergamo, once again, pretty good runs on the board, 119 for 5 they were. It was Usman Javid who scored 66 off 28, and Torino 41 all out in that one. So that's how both these teams got here. So you can see that Royal Bergamo, they have been scoring runs and they've been chasing well and setting scores as well. Albano, maybe because they haven't really had a chance, as this one is delightfully played and he's not going to catch up with that. So he's giving it the chase, is Raza Fraz, but he might as well give up. It's not going to happen. Once this ball starts going, it just gets away from you. That's 4 more runs, and a nicely played shot there. And, this is what you're going to see from, I think, these two batters. They are prepared to play the big shots, but at the same time, both of them have got the nice little classy shots as well. And that from Milan was a beautiful looking shot. Short, gets it through the gap, and this will be 4 more. Doesn't quite get this out of the middle, but again, you're just seeing just how quick this outfield is. And once that hits the deck, it just keeps on going. It's not going to be stopped. So 4 to end the over. And well, it started off with a few cagey singles and a few dots, but they move on to 15. So Mukhtar going for 2 boundaries in that one, Mukhtar Mohammed. And this is how the day looks like. So of course we know that Milan Kingsgrove finishing second in their Group B, but they are through to tomorrow's semi-finals. This match is in place here now, and then later on, Fresh Tropical, will they take on Piotello United, and the final quarter-final is Poliasco against Milan United. So plenty of exciting matches coming your way. This one has just got off, and Albano have been made to bat first by Royal Bergamo, and they've made a decent start. Up in the air, and he gets this over the fielder inside the circle. 4 runs. Nice shot. Good shot to play in the power play. Gets right under this. Look, not trying to hit it too hard. He knows if he gets it aerial, he's going to get it over that fielder. So a boundary of Majid Mahmood straight away. Just having a little discussion with his captain. Goes again, and is he going to get over the fielder? Yeah, he does. Just over the outstretched hand. And it's going to be 4 more. And again, just getting it absolutely right. Well, it's no margin for error there, but he does get it right. It's 4 more. Good effort from the fielder. It's diving with one hand, stretching as far as he could. Amin Babasha, he was in discussion with the bowler before that ball was bowled, but well, maybe that was the plan, but it didn't quite go as they would have liked. 4 runs, 4 more to the captain of the batting side. This one hits him, but I think this is too high. You'll see that from the side view as the ball gets taken. Look, it really hits the seam. It's a tall man, the bowler, and as soon as this hits the seam, too high. And also, I think you see when it hits the deck, it starts to go down the leg side as well. Miscue, but I think he'll get safe. He will. And this sort of goes in between the two men. Well, two men running towards it. So one's coming from mid-wicket, the other from behind square. A bit of fortune, perhaps, for the batting side early on here. Albano. This one is a little bit too straight for the fielder. He may be able to stop this, because one thing we do know about this surface is that once the ball does bounce, especially when the ball's coming from quite high up in the air, it hits the deck and slows down. A nice little shot captured there of some friendship between the batters and the bowlers. The bowler saying, "Good ball, really." The batter says, "Allah," and that's nice. Monulal there, and the bowler, Wajid Mahmood, cheering a moment. And this one goes all the way through. I don't think it touches anything. It wasn't that far from touching the stumps. Have a look at this. It doesn't really come up at all. And you will get this occasionally, and this is why both myself and Vinny sometimes say that this pitch sometimes almost does play like a real turf. I mean, you think, you know, it's behaving itself. Then every so often you get one like that just stays a tad low. 23 without loss, 2 overs gone. And remember, there's a number of ways that you can get in touch with us. And Mr. Maximo, well, he's got his own Instagram and Facebook there. And yeah, you can get in touch with me as well. And I like to put a few things up there now and again. And some action to music. And I hope you're enjoying those. And look, I will say on behalf of us both, look, we thank you all very much for all of the messages that you send us. But of course, there's so many. There's no way that we can reply to you all individually. So this is our opportunity. This is our platform to say thank you all very much. We really appreciate all your comments, your suggestions and your kind words. And thank you so much. And you are simply the best. And also thank you for staying in touch with us via the YouTube channel as well. And, big appeal, but this is not out. Good delivery. Nice start though from the new bowler, Waka Tukir. Well, Waka's the name, and Waka will, he says. But you can see there, that's always going down the leg side. But quite a fiery delivery there from Tukir. Hit up in the air, and he gets enough of this. It's going to also go to the boundary, 4 runs. Well, both batters have been able to get it just right. And this one as well, look, hasn't got the middle of the bat, but there's enough on it to get it over the infield. You just get the feeling here that Lord Bagama will be happy once this over is complete. And that field then can be spread a little. At the moment, only 2 men can go back. And they, right now, are a very wide 3rd man and mid-wicket. And how about this one, says the bowler. The umpire still not interested. And let's have a look at this. Goes very wide. Yeah, it's also going way down leg side. It's always difficult, this, for the bowler, because the umpire, I mean, when you're umpiring, you're always, of course, having a little glance. You're trying to do it without moving your head, because your head has to be perfectly still when you're looking at the stump. So you're looking still, but you're using your eyes to look at the footing and the positioning of the bowler. And just there, what the umpire will be doing, he'll see that the bowler's breaking away. So one thing there is you're keeping an eye on the side crease, the return crease, because you're looking to see if there's any issues with the back foot. But you get an indication that the ball is then coming from an angle. And if the batter is a fair bit forward, then you know when the ball is hitting the batter, it's going to keep going down that angle. So you sort of know, really, that the LBW is probably not in the equation unless that bowler is able to do something with the ball and get it to shape away from the batter. And he's not doing that. He's just going wide, angling it in. But in fairness to him, at the moment, the line he's playing is pretty good. He hasn't, neither one of the batters have been able to get under him, if you know what I mean. They haven't been able to take that step across and whip the ball away towards the onside. The length hasn't been there. Good shot there. Just how far outside the crease that Irfan Sheikh, the captain of Albano, is. And the other thing that would happen here, as we see this delivery, this one, he does get plenty of bat onto it. It's only going to be 4 runs. And that's the reason why he's standing there. This is such a good shot. First of all, talking about how far he's out of his crease. The whole point of this is so he can get the ball there where he wants it before the ball climbs on him too much. He can get the ball on the full length. But the point that the umpires, when the umpires have got to be so good there, is they will communicate with each other. They would turn around. The square leg umpire would turn around and have a look at the bowlers and umpire and just give a signal using the palm of his hands and saying, right, he's that far outside his crease. And that helps the umpire who's at the bowler's end, especially when it comes to those LBW decisions. Power play has been completed, 32 on the board. And I think now an opportunity for Robert Gamo just to shift the pack around a little bit and get those players in areas where a lot of these balls have just been eluding them. There's been quite a few that have just gone over them. Now they can plug those gaps and try and pick up those wickets. The rate is not bad, again at around 10. I think in a very, very important match like this. I mean, it is an eliminator. Quarter-final number 2 is an eliminator. One team goes through, one team, adios. Vicky. Good start from Vicky. Not sure why he liked to be called Vicky. I mean, Mubasher, the captain. Maybe there's a story about that. We'll have to send some feelers out. Well, he's used his feet. This has gone up more than long. It will plug, I'm sure. And the fielders, one bounce and pick it up and get the ball in. Waka Takir, sorry, is the man doing the fielding. Yeah, these are where the opportunities now could come. And I like this change as well from the captain. He brings himself on. Mubashir. It's all about taking the pace off the ball now. Yeah. Lal, no run there. Gets turned away by his captain, Irfan Sheikh. Well, this is really floated up there, and this is all about trying to drag the batter out of his crease. And really quite a wide delivery. Oh, and good bowling. He wants it back, and it's a good work from the keeper. Irfan Javid is not able to take it first time, but he reacts to the call from the bowler and gets the throw to him in his hands. But batters are in. Battle of the two captains here now. And it goes up in the air. Has he got enough of this? Well, only just. That's a really good effort from Waka to clear there. And you can see what he's trying to do. He knows that the ball's going over him. He's trying desperately to knock it back into play. He does get fingertips to this. Look, goes up in the air. There is fingertips there. But, yeah, he couldn't stop it. Look, you can't be too critical there. All right, he's probably half a metre or so away from the rope. But you know, okay, yeah, if he was one step back, maybe he's in a position to take the catch. But good effort, not able to do it. And remember, this is what we're aiming for. Now, two teams, there's 2 blank golden spots there. 2 teams from Milan will make it through into the Super Series, starting on the 25th of July. And then, of course, just 1 team from Brescia, Bologna and Rome. So that also tells you where we'll be travelling to. So after things are packed up here tomorrow and we'll know who the teams are in Milan, we'll do it all again in Brescia and then Bologna and Rome. And then it will continue in Rome for the Super Series that 1 week where the 5 teams will battle it out to see which one will go through to ECL 23. It's a lovely shot, delicately played, and it's 4 runs. And appreciated by the Albano team that are watching on here as this partnership continues to grow. And Monu Lal playing a very nice shot here. Both batters just matching themselves in terms of the shots they're playing and the runs as well. 20 to Irfan and Monu now on 23. And demonstrating what I'm talking about. They are correct, classy batters. They will play some nice shots as well as some big hits. This one will go down to the man at long off. Just the fielding there. Well, we know who's there because Waka Tukia, he's played a fair part in this match already. This one will be wide. Rizwan to here comes into attack. They want to keep the pace off. Goes up in the air. Well, can Tukir be in the hunt for this one? No, he can't. This one goes over him as well. A lovely shot from the captain. He just gets himself in the perfect position and he hits this clean out of the middle. It's another one, big one. It's another one that's out of here. Massimo, as they say here in Italia. That's 6 more. And the captain looking good. The 50 partnership up between these two. This one, it's a good ball, but it's really nicely played as well by Irfan. He knows there's no danger of this being caught. There's nobody that is dead straight. Just gets right in line with it and just pushes it up. But it's important that he follows through with that shot. If he stops it too early, there was a caught and bowl chance. He gets enough on it. Brings Lal back on strike. 24 of 17. And just a slight delay here. The umpire takes the ball back. Maybe that's some technical issue that's just being sorted out here. And well, you mentioned me saying that it is International Doctors' Day in India. And once again, a great big thank you to all the doctors and medical staff around the world, really, not just in India, for all the contributions that they make to communities and for the way that they were our heroes during that pandemic. But on a lighter note, it is also International Joke Day. And you know me, I always like to start off with a joke. So look, why don't we do that, the theme of the day? We won't tell Vinny, don't tell him. So when he comes back and he starts having a look at the chat, he'll wonder what's going on. So any jokes to do with cricket, now keep them clean, but you can keep them clean and mean maybe, but yeah, don't get too dirty because you know they're not going to be on there. So keep them clean, family jokes. I'll start off with one, okay? So top of my head, okay, the first one that comes to my mind, I've got a cricket ball in my left hand, and I also have a cricket ball in my right hand. What have I got? Anybody? I'll tell you, a very big cricket. Yeah, think about it, think about it. Anyway, so yeah, so get those cricket jokes in. It is International Joke Day, so let's have your clean cricket jokes. And listen, where would the world be without jokes and laughter to brighten up our spirits? And of course, the world, we all needed a lot of that, didn't we? Especially over the last sort of 2 years that we've had. But things are much brighter, and they're much brighter out there in the middle as well, because the action starts, and I don't have to tell any more jokes. This one will be called a wide. Well, I think the bowler there looks at the umpire and says, "You're joking me, aren't you, umps? This is not a wide." And well, it is. The umpires have been very consistent on that. And umpire Roman Salamur is out there with Amal Pereira, our man in black. Slices it, chance taken, that's the first wicket. And it's the one they need, it's a Monu Lal. He goes for the big shot, and this time, with the field being changed, they do take the catch. But it's a good partnership, it's a good start. 55 on the board is when the first wicket goes, and Monu Lal, he goes for, well, a well-worked 24 of 18 deliveries before he gets caught, and it is a very simple catch from the fielder out there, and that is Usman Javed, somebody who is probably going to play quite a big part in this match. Javed, a very competent batter. Wicket goes down, and talking of competent batters, we have a man come out who's a very good cricketer. It's Jorawar Singh. Comes in to join his captain. And he comes in at, I think, a good point, really. Runs on the board. A nice platform has been laid for him. But we know what can happen in these matches if you don't concentrate all the time. We saw that collapse that happened with the Bergamo CC. They were going pretty well as well at this point. Lovely shot. This is a beautiful shot. I like the way he gets into position here, gets his wrist into play, and he creams this away for 4 runs. Well, that's not a bad start, is it? 4 of your very first ball. And that is also the end of the over. So we're 5 overs down, 59 on the board, 1 wicket down. And Albano from here will probably, with wickets in hand, will be looking to get that acceleration in, and certainly would be eyeing up 120. That's where they want to be. They'll think that that is going to give them enough runs on the board. And while we'll leave you to have a look at the scorecard, it's a good opportunity for me to welcome back into the commentary box, Vinny Sandu. Welcome back.
Yeah, thanks. It's good to be back. And let's continue with this. 59 for 1, just the 1 wicket. The Enigma was sent out to open the batting. I thought it was a good call. He certainly hit him well while he was there. Now Jorawar Singh made a strong start as well to his innings. Irfan Sheikh is out there, man who's captaining Albano this year. These two did both play for Italy at the ECC last year, so a lot of high-quality T10 experience. Royal Bergamo feel like they're just hanging on. Remember, the winner of this game will go through to the finals tomorrow. The loser, they're out of the tournament. Royal Bergamo, team that lost the final here last year in Milan. Here we go, the over number 6. The short is pulled away, and this one's to the short boundary. That'll be 4. That one rattles into the tree trunk. And Rico, you can't afford to drop short with these square boundaries the size that they are.
No, and especially to a man like the captain here of Albano, Irfan Sheikh. He is so quick on those. He's got such good and quick hands, isn't he? Gets into position so early.
Yeah, he was in control of that shot. Javed. Good little outswinger. This will take some stopping as well. That's well handled out there. We can't underestimate the fielding skill required on this field, because the ball does whistle really quickly. Of course, there are super hard balls that we use in the ECS, and also some of the ridges and bumps you have to deal with. Not easy. That was well handled.
Yeah, well done. We saw a few fielders have a few issues out there, well, on both sides of the boundary, the offside and the leg side, when you're fielding in that position, especially when the ball's coming to you quick and it's going to bounce to you a couple of times. You really got to watch to see where the bounce goes. Javed, oh, this is a beautiful shot. This is absolutely sensational. This is top draw. What a shot this is from Jorawar Singh. This is just class, absolute class and timing. I know some people were asking the questions about hitting sixes, what you got to do, and one of the things is timing. Just have a look at that. It's not about the power. It's not about how hard you hit the ball. It's about the little dance, if you like, that you do before you hit the ball. It's all about getting yourself in a good position, and that was just epic. That was positioning. That was the timing, hitting the ball sweetly. See, it looked like he hardly hit it, but it went for 6. What a shot.
That was pure. He's gone 4 and 6 off his 2 balls. Do not bowl short to him. Here's the next delivery from Javed. Down leg side. I think grabs a little bit of something on the way through. It's pretty well blocked there by Farhan Javed. Actually, there's nothing on it apparently.
Yeah, no. This just misses everything.
I think that's...
I thought you were giving instruction to go to the opticians yesterday.
Look.
You reckon he hit his pad?
Yeah, that's what the bowler's saying. What's going on here? I certainly heard something as it went past, and he's pointing to Jorawar, and Jorawar kind of shrugged his shoulders. And
I didn't see him hitting any pad, Vinny.
Yeah, we umpired.
You do need to get that optician's appointment.
Weird stuff happening in the chat. And Yuvraj, firstly, is donated 1,000 rupees for a brah. Did you give him one of those yet?
I think I've done one today, but I can do another one.
Uh-oh.
Oh, well, here we go. Well, this is hit. It's going to go all the way. Balle, Chaka de Huante style. That is big, and that is out of here. It's a no ball. That is how you get 7 in cricket.
Yeah, 7th heaven for the batting team, that is. Slow ball gone wrong, baseballed out of the park. Sharks up and away and will take the free hit. Yes, please. So the other thing that's a bit weird is all these strange jokes.
Really?
Everyone, was it International Joke Day or something? Anyway, here we go with the free hit. Drives it, can't really get under it. So I'll just take the one here. Shunk moves to 39. Here's Ra Hussain. And they're tagging me in them as well. Why didn't the cricket team believe their captain? He had a very silly point. That's a pretty good one.
I like it. Yeah, it is International Joke Day today.
Oh, is it really?
It is International Joke Day. And so I put a shout out to everybody on the chat. Say, come on, let's have clean cricket jokes. So yeah, let's make that the thing for the day.
Oh, there you go. International Joke Day came around quickly again. This is whipped away, and this will be 4 as well. He just gets it wrong here. Javade, this has been a magical over for the wrong reasons for him. That's 25 off it now. Albano breaking the shackles in the 6th.
Yeah, just getting it all wrong there, and that's beautifully played. Lovely shot. And this is now looking dangerous. And, well, Albano, I did say, Vinny, that we haven't really seen Albano bat, if you like. In one of the games they did bat first. They only scored a low amount of runs. And then when they were chasing Cantu score, well, Cantu only put 28 on the board, so they never really had an opportunity to bat. Now they are having an opportunity, and they're seizing it, and they're doing very well. This has been an expensive over. 25 off it so far. And, well, make that 26. And if they get a boundary, not only, well, it's already magical, it could go supersonic. It's a very long over this from Adisham Javed. Yeah. And the other thing that's going to create is problems with their time.
Yeah, that's true as well. It is in supersonic range potentially with another boundary here. Jorawa has every ball to the boundary so far that he's faced. This time he's happy to push and just get one, so it doesn't go supersonic, but it does go for 27. 6 overs down. Albano 86 for 1. And it's already a very good score. But we just had a feeling today, didn't we, that we'd see the score rise a little bit. Yeah,
I think one thing we were saying all the way through is that though those scores, you know, the rates per day were sort of around about the 8.59. We said that we reckon coming through to today, quarterfinals day, and also going into tomorrow, finals day, that they were really going to go up some. And, well, this could be the start of that. And a few people have been talking about this ground as well. And I know people are saying, well, what is it? Is it like sand? Is it just... Well, I can tell you what it is. It's called the consequences of having that big yellow thing up there shining down at 30-odd degrees for week on week, burning everything. Yep, that's what you get. I mean, it is normally green, it is normally grass, but you can see there that basically all the grass has just been smoked away. Yeah. And this one, well, this one almost, that's why you wear a helmet, otherwise he would have been smoked away. Short, and he gets onto this beautifully. Well, he has to make sure he doesn't fall onto his stumps. But now you're going to make sure there's nothing falling out of those trees. Any squirrels, koalas, or whatever may be living up there. Be careful. But it's a big shot. Look, he gets really close to his stumps there as well. But that is a really good hit. Isn't he timed the ball so well? It's like he's just come out of nets.
Yeah, you're right. He got right back, used the crease. That was a genuine koala killer, that one. And rattled the trees. 21 off 6, magical start for Jorawa, and he wants more, and this is into the gap. A little awkward one for Waka, and it's going to go for 4. Well, that's been the area that the long offs have struggled a little bit today. You never quite know what it's going to do in that part of the ground. It's hit hard. He does make good ground, but then straight through the legs, and can you believe it? Yet another boundary for Jorawa Singh.
Oh no, I think I'm at the boo-boo. Oh dear, it's one of those. It's 4 more, and that is not going to please the captain. Amin Bubasha. Oh, this one's a good reply. Goes all the way through. It's a good delivery. And Singh just deciding to stay back on this one. And almost takes the top of off stump.
And he flicks the pad on the way through. Regardless, was going to miss the stumps. This time it's pitched up and it is sent out of the ground. Takes on the challenge and deposits it. Well, that's a drop catch in the crowd. Yeah, well, the batting side, Alex Monolal, the enigma, I think that puts it down. Doesn't matter. Maximo Jorawa is away, and he is smoking the ball here in the second quarterfinal. In fact, that one brings up the 100 for Albano.
Yeah, what an innings this has been. 31 of just 9. The 100 comes up.
Now short, and this one's going to go as well. Well, forward, back, it's always attack from Jorawar Singh. He moves to 37 off just 10 balls. And Albano, they are racing 108 for 1 after 7.
Well, I had me yogurt and me cereal for breakfast. Jorawar Singh, well, inna jor hega na paronthi kha ke aaya. Yeah, he's had his aloo paronthas, that's for sure. 37 of 10 deliveries. Well, he is smashing them to all parts of the ground, hitting them straight, hitting them over mid-wicket, hitting them in cow corner, hitting them into the field next door.
Having a look at this, you can see right up the top of the quarterfinals, you see Albano versus Royal Bergamo. That's the game you're watching right now. The winner will go through to the first semi-final tomorrow. They'll take on the winner of the fourth quarterfinal today between Bogliasco and Milan United. Already we see Milan Kingsgrove, a little bit of an upset, but not that much of an upset against Bergamo CC. Two pretty high-quality teams. Milan Kingsgrove, the first team through to the semis. And the next game after this will be Fresh Tropical versus Piotr United. Of course, those 2 spots on offer in the Super Series. That's what it's all about this week. In addition, I'm sure all these teams have their ambitions to be champions in Milan. Let's go back to Raza Fraz, who's going to bowl the next over.
Just checking with the captain about the third man. He says he wants the third man back, and that means, he said, okay, if that's what you want, that means that the man that's at behind square on the boundary has to come inside. So only 2 now on the boundary, the leg side, mid-wicket and long on.
8th over. Swing and a miss. Hasn't Jorawar Singh come out red hot? 37 off 10. He's almost caught Irfan Sheikh. I don't think he'll mind too much. That's what it's all about, hitting boundaries, hitting a lot of them. And what I've liked about him, Jorawar Singh so far, is his shot selection's been spot on. This is a little bit short on the hook again, but this time he's miscued it. Could be out, and it's caught. So, for once, Sheikh just not getting that pull shot right. Fraz dropped short. The catch was taken out there by Wajid Mahmood. So, a good innings is over for Irfan, the captain. He falls for 39. Fraz gets the wicket, rolls the dice with the short ball. A lot of his teammates, they found these balls into the trees or worse, but he gets the ball miscued. Wajid takes the catch, and that's the second wicket down. 108 for 2.
Yeah, well done to Mahmood taking that catch. He just gets his at the top end of the bat, doesn't find the middle. I mean, he's pretty quick onto it, but as I say, because he doesn't get the middle of the bat, it means that the fielder has the opportunity, and he doesn't make the mistake. He takes the catch. So the captain, well, what a good innings it was from him, though. 2 very good partnerships. The first one with Monu Lal, and the 2 of them bringing 55 up on the board, and then we saw that one there with Jorawar Singh. So that's certainly, you know, I harp on about partnerships. Well, this is exactly what you're talking about. The first partnership worth 55, and then the second one worth 53, 108 on the board. 2 wickets down, but they want to keep going here. They don't really want to open the door at all here for Royal Bergamo. They just got to keep going and try and get to that big score.
Seen one epic collapse towards the end of the innings already today from Bergamo CC. Arguably, it's that cost him the game. Albano have a few more on the board at this stage. But yeah, very exciting prospects here for a big total on 147 pace at the moment. Here's Fraz. Short, throws the bat at it anyway. And I think that'll just be one. This is something to Ram. He gets off the mark.
Yeah, he needed to be leaving this, Vinny. This is a wide ball. He knows that the third man is back there, so there's no way he's going to get a boundary there. So, but I think he just made up his mind that he was going to attack it.
Yeah, I think so. So Fraz. See how he deals with Jorawar. Good contest this. Pitches up. This time he kind of hoiks across the line. Finds a long on. So just the single. I think it's a pretty good result for Royal Bergamo at the moment to get Jorawar to the other end.
Yeah, he's doing okay. It's been a good start. It has picked up a wicket. And that's only just 3 runs that have come off the over so far. 2 more balls left in it.
Hits this, but he gets it all wrong. Straight up in the air. Fraz should take the catch. He's lost it. He just completely lost his bearings under that. And I could tell even before it came down that he wasn't in the right spot, so Ram gets a life. He's dropped on one.
Yeah, I mean, it goes a long way up. And I think he's looking for it. He finds it, and then he realises that he's not really where he needs to be. And I'm not sure whether that ball is just doing a bit in the air, but he ends up being a fair way away from it. Does manage to get a few fingers to it, but that's it. This is short. This is Gandhi. This will be put away. That is big. Shaba, Kinna Sona, Shaka, Lagya, manos arriba, arbitro. Manos arriba, porque eso es 6 carreras.
Yeah, what a good shot that is. And once again, short ball not working out. So you see, we'd had a new batter on strike if he'd caught it. Instead, Jorawar got back on the rack and he enjoyed it. He goes bang, maximum time. So the score keeps climbing. 118 for 2 now after 8 overs.
Yeah, I mean, it was a difficult chance to take. He could have picked up 2 wickets. He would have probably avoided that ball going for 6 as well, because a new batter would have been on strike. As it is, it ends up 118 now on the board, 2 wickets down. So they certainly are eyeing up a big score here. I mean, they'll be very disappointed if from here they don't get to 140 plus. I mean, really, should be eyeing up 150 here, I think. When you think the number of wickets you've got in hand, you've got Jawar Singh, who is hitting the ball unbelievably well. 44 of just 12 deliveries. I mean, that Ram has just come out there, but he's got to know what his role is. His role's got to be this first ball, take the single, and then just go to Jawar Singh. There you go. Get going again. Gets the appeal. I think he's going down the leg side. So
double noise I picked there as well. Also, maybe not. Maybe just the bat flicking the pad and then the ball whacking into the pad. And, I think he's a long way back, but probably you can see 2 stumps. Normally we think that one's going to sneak down the leg side.
Here we go. It's the action man back on strike, Jawar Singh. 44 to his name so far.
Oh no, this is a slow ball actually. It's going to be a wide. I thought that was a slow ball that fooled me, because I thought it was straight at his head straight away, but look at the way it does actually dip. So by the time it gets to the batter, it's probably shin height. And that was a pretty well disguised slow ball, just ill-directed.
Yeah, if it was straight, that would have probably had the batter in a bit of trouble, you know.
This is just played away. Yeah, you're right. I think it fooled me anyway. I was getting ready to call it. You know, whacking into the batter's helmet. But no, I mean, still important couple of overs here. The Royal Bergamo have some batting of their own. If they can just maybe restrict it to 130s, that's statistically a lot better than 140s to chase. Here's Turkia. Looked away the leg side, just one this time.
Yeah, he tries to get a bit of power into the shot, but it goes to... Well, there you go. There's the old... the foundations. Well, we're saying that we're giving anything to do with rock names there. We've had some interesting ones. And I certainly like Rocky Balboa, so that went past Rocky Balboa there. But, just a single, but it puts the hard-hitting Jawar Singh on strike. And it's another attempted slower delivery. And this time, well, I think they need to be looking to get back for 2. In fact, they don't bother, because the ball, even though there's hardly anything on this is a leg bias, because it would have been a wide, but it catches the pad. He misses out on the shot, but still, look, there's not hardly any power in this at all, or any pace off the pad. It just keeps rolling, 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 and all the way, 4 more runs. So that's 4 leg buys. That's more on the total. It just keeps going up. They can't put a stop to this. It really has been such a positive start. And maybe after this over, I'll just give you the run count and runs per over as we've gone through. And you've seen there's been some expensive ones, particularly after the first 5 were completed. Well bowled. He thinks about taking the single. He decides against it. And, well, the wicketkeeper, well, you need to have the ball in your hand as well. Let's have a look at this. Well, he's thinking, OK, if you're not going to rush to get in, well, I'm going to try and get you out. But the batter, he was alert to it. The wicketkeeper, well, he almost ends up sitting on the ball. That would have hurt.
He's the one who ends up with egg on his face. I think. Anyway, see that Yuvraj Singh put in another 1,000 rupees. Must have been for that second. Brrrr. Tell you, you might be sponsored by Yuvraj Singh pretty soon. Anyway, last ball of the ninth. Takia, last ball of his spell. Pretty good one. Full, straight, going nowhere. And so Jorowa can't pitch the strike back. He's moved to 45 in pretty quick time. 9 overs down, Albano. 126 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, that was not a bad over, actually, from Takia. He does really well. He hasn't done himself any harm. He's bowled well, 2 overs for 12. But look, I said I'll go through these scores for you. So very quickly, starting with the first over. So these are the scores that came off the over. 11, 12, 9, 9. Then off the fifth over was 18. And then, well, Javid, he went magical, didn't he? 27, 22, 10 and 8. So Javid and Mubasha, their 2 overs combined went for 49. That was the 6th and the 7th over, and that's where that acceleration really started to go. And that was when that man, Jawar Singh, came into the attack. He wants to get on strike here as soon as possible. Really try and get that 140 on the board. And oh, this is not what he needs.
Want it all, really, at this stage. Some people asking about time, but what I will say is that 40 minutes, there's no wicket allowance until you take more than 4 wickets, I believe. But then the other thing to consider is there's other allowances, such as, I think there's an extra couple of minutes for fixing the stumps up, for example, on this field. This is in the air, and this one is going to be just out of the grasp. Well, I think they're going to take 2 here. I think that's crazy. I think just 1 would have been the order of the day to get Jorowa on strike. He's obviously packing something into Ram to be able to do some damage himself.
Yeah, don't get that. I mean, you got somebody who smashed 45 for 16. All right, the last couple of balls that he's had, when he hasn't really been able to find the boundary, but he's got to be the man you want on strike. You just take the 1 there.
We'll get a 1 this time, though, I suppose. One I certainly wouldn't be pushing.
So, Jawar Singh. Bronte Swere Khake Aya Shakke Mare. Is he going to get to his half century? Well, he's batted so well, he deserves it. I mean, I know if you're a Royal Bergamo supporter, you want him to be out this very next ball, so they're trying to keep that score to below that the 140 mark. That's what he's thinking. 3 balls to try and really get boundaries here.
Goes for it, picks out the man, and he takes an excellent catch low down. That's Anasham Javed, who's had a very, very good week. But Jorowa, the damage was done, 45 off 16. But who knows, Rico, that could be an important piece of cricket. It stops Jorowa going any further. But what a high-class catch that is from the man at long on.
Very, very good catch. And you really got to be brave if you're going to throw yourself on this surface. And he does it, and he does it really well. So Ajisham Javed, he's been hit for a few, but he certainly stops his partner there being hit. And Fraz, good bit of bowling, but a really good catch. And, well, you take nothing away from the batting of Jawar Singh. He certainly has entertained us, and he's shown just why he is such a destructive player and why he does play a part in the national team so much. He's a good, talented cricketer. And, he had to have a go at this, just didn't get enough underneath it. But the man who did get underneath it was Javid, who took a world-class catch. Great catch. So it's, well, an entertaining dot ball. A new batter will go on strike.
Yeah, important. 2 to come. This is caught behind, I think. Yeah, he's going to walk. So we'll be caught behind. So just like that, we're on a hat trick. And Chima comes, he goes. He's the 4th wicket to fall. 129 for 4. Well held on to by Farhan Javed behind the stumps.
Well, are we going to have a sensational end to the innings? There is now a ball to go as Chima gets an edge onto this. So it's certainly been a bit of a comeback. I mean, the predicted score will probably change there now, maybe. Who knows? At one point, you did certainly think they'd be looking to get that 140 on the board, even when after the end of the 8th over, 118 for 2. Well, this is where we are on the hat-trick front. We saw 2 in Austria. And Danny Rakistan, the big daddy, 3 for 18. And Javid Zadran as well, a great all-round player. He took 3 for 18. Are we going to see one here? Well, look, if you're going to get a hat-trick, this is the time to do it. The odds are in your favour because there's 1 ball to go. And Rocky Bilbao comes out. And he's going to want to hit this. Well, is he going to be the Italian stallion to smash this ball out of the ground? Or are we going to see a hat-trick? So
No
battle
idea.
of the gladiators about to commence for this 1 ball.
Be exciting to watch anyway.
Here we go, hat-trick ball. And it's going to be probably just the one, or will they keep running? They do keep running, and he may get there. Oh, they might as well keep running. Well, why stop? Just keep going. And, well, he probably will be out, or are they going to get a sneaky 3 from nowhere? They're going upstairs. Should have been 1, but it's the last ball you've got to run, so they do decide and run.
Yeah.
Well, look at those stumps there. They've just been absolutely shattered
They're a
with
mess.
this. Here they think, well, we might as well go again. They come
Let's have a
again.
look. Yeah, he's just gone here.
Just gone to the.
But well done for
They'll
trying
get 2,
it.
but they will get 2.
Yeah, you have to try though, don't you? I mean, it makes perfect sense to try.
So they will get past the 130. So 131, I make it for 5 wickets down. And let's just see if the scorers agree. They're still waiting, I think, for the decision on this.
Yeah, he's out.
And there we go. It has been given, so the batter will be out. That is, well, the 2 batters don't want to leave. I don't know what the 2 batters are after. I know what they're after. They say, I'm not going if you don't give me my bat. Give me my bat. Right, now we can go. Chalo chaliye bat mil gaya hona apna. He didn't want the umpire to walk off with his bat. He said, this bat means a lot to me. It's my baby. I take it with me wherever I go. So I'm not going until you give me my bat back. So, well, Rahman, the umpire, does give him his bat, and they come off. It's been a good good innings. I think that's 131 for 5. But, well, we'll find out when we go back to the scorecard
That's
at the end of these
scorecard
highlights.
says. Yeah, well, look, you know, Albano, they're a team that did top their group, and they certainly were on a mission. They sent out the Enigma to open the batting with the captain, Irfan Sheikh. And really, from the start, they showed that they were willing to be very, very aggressive here in quarterfinal number 2.
Yeah, they did. There was a very good positive start. And I think when you get to 2 partnerships of 50 up there early on, you know you're going to go onto a big score. Give credit to Rod Bagama. They did fight back well towards the end as well. They managed to slow things down just slightly. But the acceleration was still on. I mean, 59 off the first 5. Well, if you double that, you're looking at just under 120. Well, they got to just over 130, I believe, 131. But, well, we'll confirm that for you a bit later. But it was the captain who led the way. He played some lovely shots. But Monunal played a good supporting role as well. There was a few hiccups in the field. But then Jawara Singh came in, and he was not in a mood to be sitting around. He wanted to go big. He wanted to smash the ball to all over the place. And he certainly did. He was timing it so well, playing good shots on the offside as well as the leg side. And it was only when he was, well, in that last over, trying to get himself to his 50, that he was gone. Chima would come and go, just face 1 ball, unlucky 13 for him. Well, that's the number on his back. And then we saw a little bit of running and a little bit of chaotic running, as we always see at the end of the innings. And the 2 batters trying to get as much as they could. And trying to go for 3, got 2, and get themselves to a good score. So Albano, we were saying that we haven't really seen them bat. They haven't really had the opportunity to go out there and show us what they can do. Well, they had the opportunity here when they were put into bat, and they did really well. Irfan Sheikh, the captain, 39 of 17. It was an excellent knock from him. Monu Lal supported him really well. That first partnership was worth 55 runs. But then when Lal went, Jawar Singh came out, and didn't he bat well? I mean, he was creaming the ball to all parts of the ground. It was like he's just been in a coaching session, hitting the ball for fun, coming out there and just continuing where he left off, 45 for 17. Sujendra Ram, he played some nice shots. He was right out there right at the end. Dev Chima went first ball, and Ravinder Singh, 2 not out for just off that 1 ball there. So it was good performance. The bowlers, well, there was 7 of them used, and they weren't that expensive to begin with. I mean, even though they didn't take any wickets in the first part of the innings, they were pretty tidy. But it was Atisham Javed who took that brilliant catch, but he was expensive. He went for 27. Also, the captain, Amin Mubasha, went for 30 off his 2. But other than that, all the others were very good. Raza Fraz, congratulations for him. He took 3 wickets for 15. So it was a bit of a mixed bag. I think you'd say that the first half probably belonged to the fielding side, even though they didn't get too many wickets. But the second part, you saw the acceleration that did come in from Albano, helps them to get to a very good score. It's a decent score in a crunch match like this, and an elimination match really, this quarterfinal number 2. 131 on the board, 132 required, and well, we have seen some good batting from Royal Bergamo, especially in the group stages. They got to 120 quite comfortably, but they're just going to go a little bit more than that, and it is the pressure off the chase. Can they do it? We'll come back and find out in about 10 minutes time. I'm Rico Full, and alongside me as always is Mr. Maximo. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. We are in Milan, Italia, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes time. Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Italy. We are in Milan and we're halfway through the second quarter final, and it's a battle between Albano and Royal Bergamo. Albano batted first, and thanks to good contributions from three batters, Irfan Sheikh 39 of 17, Monunal 24 of 18, and then a powerful 45 from 16 from Jawar Singh. Got a good score on the board, 131, and that's going to take some getting. So 132 the target for Royal Bergamo. They did well. They came back well into it in the field. I mean, it was a score that at one point probably could have been 140, 150. So they did some good work towards the end in containing the Harding batters and got them out, and got a few dot balls and a few wickets in. That helped to slow things down. But it's not all about being slow now. It's about being quick, fast, and active. Ajisham Javed, who had his problems with the ball, he went magical, didn't he? He's opening up, and he hits this beautifully. This is a great start. Balle, 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 kinna sona, shaka, lagya. Well, it was right there in the slot, and Ajisham Javed is not going to waste any time putting that away. That is a big hit, and that is 6. What a start that is. And his partner at the other end is Usman Javed. So, bowler once more. Banga, he just got banged. And comes back with a slower delivery. Just keep the pace on it. Now they're going upstairs on this one. They're up and about. They think this is out. They're excited. Well, this was sensational. Well, have a look at this. They are absolutely sure that this is out. But let's have a look. Is Usman Javed going to be run out without facing a ball? Well, there's the touch. He goes straight away, and oh, this is going to be so close. I don't think he has the bat down. He's not sliding the bat in. Let's have a look. And oh, he gets there. He just gets there. I mean, you gotta say it was close. The question, I think, was the bat down or was it in the air? And I think you can see there that he does slide it in. But they all went up straight away. That's how close it was. Whew. Usman survives, and that's the advantage. And that is why, folks, especially to youngsters out there watching, that is why you slide your bat in. If he didn't slide his bat in, if his bat was in the air, he would have been out. Whew. Oh, that could have been an amazing start. A 6 and a run out, but he's not to be. Usman Javed survives. Slip in place, and you can see the keeper, Hardeep Singh, very keen to make sure that he's got the guys in the right place. Well, what's going on here now? So, made a change actually in the field. Slip. Looks like he's disappeared. Yep, he's gone. On the leg side, it's not a good delivery. Just not able to get it right to the left-hander. Shaba, Galta Bolli, not the wrong ball. Bhatti Banga is the bowler. Bowled, and this one you can see Usman Javed sort of gets there and then just lets the ball sort of hit the bat. He doesn't really play any sort of stroke to this. You'd think if he just gives it a gentle nudge, he'd get the single. Bhatti looks like he's got his line now to the left-hander. Just a bit of conversation out in the field, and the umpire say, well, hang on a minute. Just checking down, a quick check of something here. And, well, I'm wondering, let's show what the situation is here. It looks like they've, not sure. No, I'm not sure what's happening here, but the one umpire has called, looks like he's called Dev Chima to come up, and he's having a bit of a chat with Dev Chima, so I don't know if Chima's guilty of giving a bit of lip out there, and the umpire's saying, hey, we're not having any of that. But he's had a talking to. And you can see Usman Javed also batting a long way out of his crease. How has this missed? I cannot believe this has missed. This is unbelievable. Well, he can't believe it. I can't believe it. How does this miss the stumps? Oh, it's a really good stop, you have to say, from Hardeep Singh. Have a look at this. You think this is going to crash into the stumps, and somehow it misses. What a good stop, though, from the keeper, because quite often the keeper's going up, saying, well bowled, and then sees it go past you, and the stump's still intact. Bango once more. That's the line. That's where he wants to be. And the batter, Usman Javed, just gesturing that that one probably didn't come up as much as he expected. But what an over. Started off, first ball being banged for a first ball 6. Then after that, we could have had a run out. Now we've got a few dot balls in place. Ball to go. Will it finish with a bang from Banga? Now he draws him into the shot. A very good line to the left hand. That Usman Javed doesn't quite look comfortable. He's not really playing at these. He seems to be a little bit lethargic, maybe is the word. Magical start, wasn't it? 6. And then they just get 2 more from it. 8 of the first. 316. It keeps ticking, but look. Don't tell him I said this, but I reckon we're going to get it in Italy. In Italy, we will have a golden ball. And I can tell you this as well. When it happens, then we won't be able to stop. I reckon we're going to get a flurry of them. But that's my feeling anyway. When it happens, it will. Oh, look who's coming in to join us. It's Mr. Maximo Vinisandu in a very bright, colourful red and yellow dashing shirt. It is Peacock Friday.
Peacock Friday, I'm loving it. 316. Well, some people that are particularly religious would think that might be a significant number. John 316, of course. But right now, it does seem like Royal Bergamo, the rod of prayer, despite a strong start, just 8 off that first over, and they need more than that. Now they get Jorawa second over. He's a really good leg spinner. Can bowl early in the innings, can bowl in the power play. Geez, he batted well. Let's see if it translates to his bowling.
Yeah, Jorawa. Didn't he bat well? Sensational.
Right on the money first ball as well. Next one's driven well. This will be 4. Yeah, so he goes with the spin. That's a pretty good shot. Resist the urge to try and hack across the line. And that's really good batting. Fantastic shot by Artisham Javed. He's had a very good week so far for Royal Bergamo, and he gets a boundary there.
Yeah, that was a delightful shot. I mean, there was nothing too bad with the ball either. It was a decent length delivery to Jorawa. Keep an eye on his hands. He's wearing the European Cricket Network armband as well. This one's flied it up a little bit more. Yeah, he's got the red one.
That's the thing, when you're defending such a big score, 13 and over, you can kind of get away with 1 boundary and over. If it's only 1, they're probably not going to get the 13 they need off the over. He's got a little wristband there, showing his support. And this one's in the air, and it won't be caught. In fact, it's a real awkward one. I think this is going to run away for 4. It does. And that's Ajay Kumar and Gurjit Singh, who just getting a bit of a muddle. It was kind of catchable height for one of the fielders, but it wasn't directed to him. It was directed to the other one, you see. So in the end, it's just a real awkward bounce that Gurjit has to try and deal with, and he can't. So 4 runs.
Yeah. Jorawa won't be too happy that that's gone to the boundary. He would have hoped that at least Gurjit would have got something on that. But those 2 fielders pretty close to each other, but still find the ball go through.
That's well bowled. Not much you can do with that unless you really take a risk. I want to say quick hello to a few people in the chat as well. To Keanu, nice to see you with us. Hello to Luke Belgium as well. It says that Corey Ruckers will be jumping for joy. I'm assuming that's a good Spain result over in the T20 Internationals. Hello to Neville as well. It's wide of the crease this time. This is driven, but they won't beat the field this time. Into the over. So it is 17 without loss after 2. And once again, a couple of boundaries there, but also some good deliveries, keeping it down to 9. So we've got 8 and 9 off the first 2 overs. When you need 13 and over, it means you're already behind the 8 ball.
Yeah, and I think you see Javed there, Sham Javed that is. I mean, 16 of 8, but Usman Javed, he's yet to get off the mark, and he's already chewed up 4 deliveries.
want to say a quick hello, Rico, to Mohammed Rashid Khan Rabi, who's saying that he's back. Well, it's great to have you back. It's great to have everyone back. And how's everyone excited about the Italian adventure? I know we're kind of selfish because we're the ones that are here in Italy in July. And it's beautiful weather. A bit on the hot side, but that's what summer's all about. Barty Banger, one of the best names in European cricket. He's had a good week as well, Barty. He comes out for over number 3. And he's just a reliable customer to bowl as well. But Arsham Javed, he's the man so far. He has all but one of the runs on the board for Royal Bergamo.
Just doesn't sound right when you say July. You say July, and I'm about to say, really, what are you talking about? Yeah, we are in July, the 1st of July. Where has the time gone? It's just flown by.
I think tomorrow, might be wrong, but tomorrow might be the middle day of the year.
Yeah?
The middle day of the year. If that makes sense. Here's Barty Banger. Oh, this is just missing. Jeez, there's been some close calls so far in this innings. They get away with it.
He doesn't, when you look at him, coming into bowl, you just think, okay, it's going to be just up and down, average, nothing special. And maybe he isn't nothing special, but he just gets the line so right. You can see, look, the batters now. Look how far he's outside his crease. This is all about trying to get to him. And he's still not giving it. And Usman Javed, he gets off the mark with that, but he's taken 6 deliveries to get off the mark. And that's going to hurt you. He's going to have to start playing some shots. I mean, it's no good thinking, I can't go after him. Here you go, Adisham Javed, you go after him.
Yeah.
Adisham is probably thinking, well, look, if you can't do it, go get somebody else in here.
Yeah, I think it was a slight pace change as well from Banger. Just found the batsman wanting. This goes square of the wicket. It's a bit of a hoik. Probably not the prettiest shot, but it'll get him 4, and they need them at the moment. So this one to the short boundary square of the wicket. He steps across. He doesn't want to go leg side, to be fair. No, he meant to go that square, but still, it's effective batting and 4 more runs.
Yeah, so all the runs really flying off the bat, literally, of Atisham Javed at the moment. And 1 big 6 to his name, and 3 4s.
So Yasser Ali apparently has taken 4 wickets in 7 balls
Yeah.
for Spain. And some people sharing their thoughts on him. A polarising character. Banger comes in, he's worked away this time.
Yasser Ali is a phenomenal cricketer. He really is, and he's been part of the national team in Spain for a while. But as a batter, I know the other day, I've not been following them as much as I liked, but the other day he scored a fantastic half-century. Also picked up wickets, and we've seen him in Barcelona. He is such a tricky customer with the ball as well. He's a class act, and I'm sure he's going to have a very, very good T20I series out there in those qualifiers.
Sounds like he's having a good time right now. 4 wickets in 7 balls, sounds all right. Right here, here's Banger with the last ball of his quarterfinal. Worked away on the leg side, just the one. So end of the power play, not a bad one for Albano, despite not taking a wicket there. And he can see 25. It's 25 for no loss after 3. People think Jora Westing looks a bit like Sandeep Lamichhane. Another very good leg spinner. But yeah, thanks to everyone for your comments and your thoughts. That's what it's all about, getting your opinions. And we always love it. And you can see there, Albano really got going. And that was after that dot. That was when Jorawar came to the crease. And he was in the mood to party, wasn't he? That was a very, very high over in over number 6. I think from memory it went for 27. And yeah, all of them around there were pretty large at that stage. Albano on the way to there, 131. Yeah, it was place 5, 6, 7, 18, 27, 22. That's when a lot of the damage was done. So over half of their runs in the whole innings, they come in those 3 overs.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, here is Jorawar. Missed out in his half-century. Don't think he was too worried about it, though. He was happy enough to put his team in such a strong position. They are such a lovable bunch. Albano, know that Danny Hudacek, he's a big Albano man. Rob Bergamo, they've got their supporters as well, and I'm sure they want them to get a bit of a wriggle on here. Over number 4. And you can't really afford to play out Jorawar here.
Yeah.
You know, you just don't have that to play with. Okay, if you're chasing something like 90 or something, you can afford to be a bit careful. But against 13 and over from the get-go, And these kind of first 3 overs, you got to go, and that's exactly what he does. And this is out of here. Steps across, and I think this one has gone for 4. Yeah, so not quite the middle of the bat, but good enough. Makes good position here. Makes a definite movement across the stumps, Rico, and that's what helps him get it where he got it. And yeah, that one just inside the rope for 4. Good spot.
I like the explosion when the ball hits the deck. So you always know where the ball hits. It's I mentioned yesterday it was like watching tennis when it's played on clay, and you see the players say, "You can see where it landed." Yeah, you certainly can.
Oh, is this one out? Well, umpire says no. This looked like it might have been wrong from Jorwa.
Well, it goes the other way.
Yeah,
that's why. Wow,
from a long
this
way
is
away.
Such a good ball if he's not touched this.
Well, it certainly does.
What a beauty.
That is too good. He hasn't nicked that.
You're right, that's the word. It's too good. It's too good for him to nick.
I think he tries it again. Yeah, certainly went the other way. It's such a weapon to have when you've got that variation as a wrist spinner. Because otherwise, you're always kind of spinning into the left-hander's power arc. That one went the other way. Very, very good ball.
That was sensational.
And he locates it as well. That's what made it so good. Lures the batter forward.
There's not too many bowlers that are able to do that. They're going to come over the wicket to the right-hander.
This is driven and driven well. And I think this will be 4 to the longest boundary. As Ardesham Javed gets the strike back and he's keen to do something with it. So he certainly has the power to get him home. It's just a matter of how long the show will last. That was well hit with the spin for 4.
Yeah, I mean, every time he gets on strike, he's hitting a boundary. And that's why he's so key to the plight, if you like, of Roy Bergamo.
This one's on the stumps, worked away. I think Ardesham Javed knows he wants to strike, and that's what he'll get. That's 4 overs down. Score is 35 without loss. And well, at this stage, Albano were 41 without loss, so really not too much between them at this stage, but then there was this middle over assault from Albano, the team in blue. I want to say a very warm welcome to you guys, wherever you're watching from around the world. I see Maiden Waters has just come in, and I don't think we've had any maidens since we last put up that graph, which showed the amount of maidens that we've had in the tournament so far. And maybe I'll find that one for you again. But we've had 7 maidens this week, and the best for any tournament is 8.
Yeah.
And this is only 1 week tournament. We've only had 4 days. So something to think about. But hello to you, Maiden. Hello to everyone else. And yeah, really exciting, Rico. 8 teams will become 2. By tomorrow lunchtime, we'll know who our Super Series qualifiers will be.
Yeah, it's very exciting stuff. And this match is evenly poised. I know they feel they're slightly behind the run rate. But while Ardesham Javed, that is out there, and he's hitting the ball pretty well, that this is always on. But you just get the feeling, and I think this is what Albano are thinking, that if they can just keep plugging away, once they get that wicket of Ardesham, then they'll start to get into a comfort zone. I mean, already that rate is creeping up to the 15 per over required. I mean, that's a lot to do all the way through the innings. But Ardesham for me is key. Javed did finally wake up and play 1 big shot, but even that, when he went to 4 in the end, but he's on 7 of 11 deliveries.
Dev Chima. Oh, this one shaves the off stump, doesn't knock it out of the ground. Man, that's yeah, certainly looking forward to seeing how the next 24 hours plays out. Like I say, tomorrow we'll have the semi-finals in the morning. Now, the winning semi-finalists, they know they're going to Rome, but of course they'll still have a lot to play for, because it's an honour in itself to win the ECS in Milan. Fresh Tropical with the team that won it last year. This is hacked away, and will just be a single this time. Usman Javed hasn't got going at all in this innings, I have to say. Does have the 1 boundary, but 8 off 13 isn't what they want, especially with someone like the captain, Amin Mubashir, to come in next. It's just hard. How long do you stick with it? That sunk costs fallacy when you feel like, okay, he's had some balls, have a look, should be getting better. At the moment, it's just not happening for him. Puts him on the pad. And it's going to be a bite. Just the 1. So despite not losing any wickets, Royal Bergamo just struggling to stay at the rate required. They'd want to be 6 66 after this over. You can see there, a long way behind that, probably 25 behind where they should be at this stage.
Yeah, just not being able to find regularity in the runs and the flow runs, particularly the boundaries.
There we go. This is the chance, or is it? It's up, it's in the air. Jorawa comes around, he holds the catch. So Usman Javed, when he finally gets hold of one, it goes too high, not long enough. Jorawa takes the catch. It's Chima with the wicket. And Javed, he's burns 14 balls for 8, and he's got to go. He's the first wicket to fall, 38 for 1.
Jorawa saying he is an all-out star, isn't he? He certainly is. A stellar performance from him so far today. And what a catch. He just makes it look easy. And this is all about the positioning, him getting in the right area. And there you go. It was slightly delayed from Dev Chima, but there was a Chak the Bhatte celebration as well. Here we go. Chak the Bhatte! And a really good catch there from Jawara. And, well, he takes the catch, and it's our turn for the captain, Amin Mubashir, to come into the middle.
Yeah, might be the wicket they had to lose, I think. Usman Javed would have been great if he could have broken out of the funk and just started whacking them all over the place. But, I mean, Mubashir is a very good player. He's coming out at number 3. And so, just got a bit of information here about what the warning was for before. It was about using saliva on the ball, which under our playing regulations hasn't been allowed. We know under the laws of cricket it won't be allowed from 1st of October. So it was just a warning. Normally the players aren't doing that intentionally to break any rules. It's just something that was noticed by the umpire. Now this is in the air, and this is probably going to go all the way. I think it's pretty close. We'll have a look at this one. Steps back in his crease. Mubashir, he's not wasting any time. Let's see where this comes down. Pretty close to the line. Yeah, that's a 6. That's gone all the way. Maximo! That's the way to finish the over. 44 for 1 after 5. And pretty disciplined bowling so far. Just the 1 wide in the first half of the innings. 44 for 1. That leaves 80. I was going to say 88. Yeah, 88 off the last 2. So they essentially need to double the pace if they're going to get there. It's a big task, but they do have 2 good strikers at the crease, Rico.
Yeah, it's a good positive start. And I think Ajisham, like I say, he's probably thinking, all right, I've got somebody now in my captain that can also play some of those big shots and give me some support. Might just take a little bit of pressure off him as well. But look, that rate is only just under the 18. So these two, I mean, we know they can hit big, but they're going to have to start. They're going to have to start now.
That's right. So, over number 6. As you feel here, a couple of good overs, that run rate will climb up into the 20s required, and just can't see it happening. So it's now or never really for Royal Bergamo if they're going to stay alive in the series. He goes for this, and he goes long and strong. Gurjit comes in, and then he goes out. Maximo Arjun Javed. Well, if he keeps hitting like that, maybe they can get these runs. That was a big shot, banged over mid-off.
Well, it was right in the slot, wasn't it? We saw him hit the first ball of the day for a big 6 in exactly the same area. The first ball of their innings, I should say, more precisely. That's what he can do.
He loses it down the leg side for a while. Yeah, Gurjit, he's not express pace, so I think he's got to get it just right for me. That first ball, it's a slot length, which, okay, if batters aren't being uber aggressive, it's maybe a length you can get away with, but right now to a guy like Arsham Javed, who's up and going, that's exactly where he wants it. He wants to bang you down the ground. This time he'll bang him more square. It's a miss hit, and it's gone. So Irfan Shank takes the catch. It was off the inside half of the bat. So Gurjit gets pumped for a 6, but he comes back strongly, and he gets the wicket of Arsham Javed for 34. Big man falls, and now Royal Bergamo are 51 for 2.
Yeah, well, what a good catch. I mean, we know we talk about the quality of Jawar Singh when he's in the field. Well, this man, the captain, well, he's no exception. He's absolutely terrific as well. That's an area where we saw him take a catch in the group stages. It was an absolute beauty. It was a difficult one. But that was not easy because, first of all, you've got to try and pick it. Remember, there's a lot of greenery, Vinny, around this ground. So, well, when that ball is hit, it's going to take some time to pick it. He does. He picks it and takes it cleanly. It's a very, very good catch.
Yeah, brilliant catch. There's a few obstacles to contend with, doesn't he? So, yeah, that's a good moment for Gurjit. New batter comes to the crease. It's Farhan Javed. Let's see if he can get going. 51 on the board. This one's a bit leg stump. It's pretty well struck, but picks out Ravinder. Rocky down long on. Haven't we seen the intensity go up a notch today as well, Rico? I mean, we've kind of seen it a little bit in the eliminators, of course, the last game of every day, but really from the first ball today, it's been quite intense. Of course, a big prize on the line for these 8 teams, potentially, if they can win their next 2 matches. Well, this one's blasted out of the field as well, and you get that one. Adios, pelota, Maximo. Ramasha, he's faced 2 balls. They both disappeared for 6.
Well, this one is going the other side of the fence, and Irfan's saying, shall I go and get it? And I think the umpires are saying, hey, don't bother, just get another one. And that's one that we'll have to get at the end of the day. That's a big hit, and the captain, Amin Mubasha, well, he's in the mood to do some bashing. This one has been hit big from Bashir.
Told you, it's a good play up. Didn't want to leave him on the bench too long. This rate's climbed to 17 and over. This is another one in the slot, but he just loses his shape a little bit. Irfan Sheikh will go and field that. Just in front of Crocodile Rock.
The ball to go in the over. And 14, 15 off it so far.
Goes after this, and this should be gone. It is. So Javed goes now, and Gurjit gets 2 in the over. Well, that shows a lot of guts from the young man. He did get pumped for 2 big 6s, but each time he's been hit, he's come back with a wicket. And so it's a catch taken by Anmol Gill at short third man. 3 down now, Royal Bergamo. Feel like they're just falling off the pace here. It's 59 for 3.
Yeah, look, he wants to get the big shot in, but it's just not there, and he gives it a lot of effort. Gives it the oomph, but it just slices off. It goes up in the air. Gill takes a catch, and a lot of congrats to the bowler, Gurjit. This ends up being, well, there's still, look at this. I think that it was the end of the over, and it picked up
yeah, will be
2
actually.
wickets. 2 wickets for 15. What an important over that was. And okay, it's all about just getting the ball up there, getting in the right areas, and getting the fielders to do their work. And the fielders haven't let him down.
Okay, speaking of some work,
yes,
time for us to do some work. We want you to do some work, and we want you, if you're lurking, I'm doing the lurker call out now. This is my Peacock Friday lurker call out. Come at us.
Yeah,
come at us. Come out of the woodwork. Let us know you're watching. Come into the YouTube live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Let us know where you're watching from. We want to say hello to you, to all the lurkers. We only do this once a day.
Yeah.
Once a day, just so we can say hello and acknowledge you. And thank you for your support of European cricket. It's exciting times. Lurkers, want to see you between now and the end of the innings. Here's the Enigma, Monu Lal. This is a fairly thick edge that the third man will deal with. And a pretty good throw as well. Back to the keeper, Hardeep Singh. So, been a pretty comprehensive performance from Albano so far, although Royal Bergamo have had their moments in the chase. But you see there, 2 big 6 in the over, but also 2 wickets. Mubasha, it's a lot on him now. This is Tahir. He watches wide. It's well held behind the stumps by Hardeep, because by preventing an extra run there, he keeps the new batter on strike.
Yeah, Hardeep does really well. Makes a good stop.
Well, this is straight up in the air. I think the keeper's after this. He doesn't know where he's going. And it was a good effort, to be honest, in the end. That was miles in the air. Look, credit to the keeper. He goes after it, but he was probably dizzy by the time this ball came down. He turned around so many times.
Yeah, look at him. He's saying, but and just got to get to it. And does really well. Well, let's hope he's all right. He will maybe a little bit dizzy. Hardeep Singh after that.
It would be. He's kept pretty well, though. Yeah, that would have been a real swirler. But I think he knew he was the man with the gloves, and hardest thing was getting the gloves anywhere near the ball.
Yeah, I mean, he's entertained us as Hardeep Singh. We've liked his keeping. And, he's pretty good out there in the field as well, in the deep.
You probably remember the other day, Rico, when Hardeep Singh kind of went a bit viral, actually, for one of his bits of wicketkeeping. Thought he might have had a catch, they were appealing. And then the Milan Kingsgrove batters tried to run, and then he ended up racing one of the batsmen running him out. That's gone to some social media sites all over the world.
Yeah, his has been absolutely sensational. It was so funny. And oh, this one is going to be called a wide, I think. Just wait. I'll be interested to see. I want to see this again. How early does a batter move? No, this is not wide for me. This is not a wide.
Yeah, under the current regulations, it probably isn't. But that again,
I don't know if it's a current regulations. I just don't think it's a wide. You can't call that a wide.
Well, I mean, it's outside the line is what I'm saying, but it's not a wide because of the pre-movement. This one's going to be 4, I think, just whipped away, and they do get 4 here. So Rizwan to here trying to get going. Yeah, this is one of my things with the wides. I mean, I kind of agree with you there because he makes such a big movement. It pretty much goes over his back foot. But the umpires, it's a difficult one for them to know how far to move the line. I just think it's a grey area we could tighten up. Say the line's the line. Look, if you want to get across there, fine. The bowler's always got the opportunity to bowl at the stumps. But it doesn't make too much difference at this stage. Past the point of no return, which I normally say 3 a ball. Now, we have seen the point of no return occasionally defeated. This is into the slot, and this is going to be 6. So Maximo. This one to here showing that he can go big as well. Just angles in to the body. And Rizwan says, thanks very much. That's out of here. So 1 more ball to go in the over. Yeah, it's hanging in there at the moment.
16 off the over from Milan so far.
This one will be a wide. 17, that's it. They need 18 and over, basically. They've got 17 off this one. Gives you an idea. You've got to have 3 big overs coming up if you're going to somehow pull this off.
Yeah, just being put under attack, so he's a bit flustered. Just feeding the pressure.
False shot, and this one is going to beat the dive. Don't know if he got a little finger on that, maybe slowed it down. And that's pretty good fielding, I think, in the end, because he hurls himself at it. And now we might have an overthrow. If they're paying attention, we will. So they'll get 3. So to here, he's got the hot hand. 2 batters going all guns blazing, and they need to. 3 overs remaining. 79 for 3. And that will make it 53 required. So still pretty much at 18 and over required, but they get what they needed off that over. Coming up, we have more cricket coming your way, and this is the one quarterfinal that you identified, and we both did, that kind of does seem there's a very clear favourite. Fresh Tropical really impressed us in the group stages. Piatello, they were, well, let's just say they got there, but they weren't completely convincing. So Fresh Tropical winning the toss, electing to bat first. Zain Naqvi, Amir Sharif, very strong openers, and really they bat all the way down to 7, 8, even 9. We will see Hassan Taseer for the first time for them. Kamar Zaman and Saad Afzal coming into the lineup for Piatello United for the first time in the series. Join us, 3rd quarterfinal starting in about half an hour.
Well, the last over did go magical from Milan. 20 came off it. And that's what they need to do here, Rod Bagama. Every over has to be more or less a magical one.
Here we go with over number 8. You just can't afford any bad overs here. It'll be too much to do. Here's Dev Chima. Short, and this isn't a good ball. I think this is going to be 6. So what a good start this is for Tahir. Maximo. Chima just gets 2 short here. You can't protect that boundary. Sails out of here for 6.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the fielder would have come into play anyway, but where is he? I mean, surely when you think everything's been hit on that leg side, they've got to have that square leg back on the boundary, you would have thought.
Yeah, you'd think so, but I don't think he's meant to be bowling that length. That's the thing. He got more protection in front of the wicket. Long on, long off, deep mid-wicket. Yeah, I think that's just a bad ball, really. He's still got to put it away.
Dev Chima. Plenty to think about at the moment. The umpires are just thinking about the ball. Yeah, that really did crash into something. I don't know what that hit.
Crashed into the bottom of the fence there pretty hard on the full. But Chima, he really impressed me with his bowling earlier in the week. Still a crunch situation here. Do or die for these 2 teams. Oh, gets it fuller, but batter gets lucky this time. Fielder will come a long way to field it. There's one to here. He'll come back for 2. And even though Mamasha has been brilliant so far, I think Tahir is the man. He's got the hot hand, as I like to say. He's been the one hitting. He's been the one that's getting on a bit of a run. So I think it's good that he keeps the strike at the moment.
Yeah, Dev G-Man, that was actually a good ball. He got unlucky. Gets a bit of the edge of the bat, goes down to get 2. So go back on strike.
Pitched up, driven. This is an important stop. He does well, keeps it to 1. And so Mabasha will be the man who's facing up. Remember, he came out bang, bang, 6 and 6 of his first 2 balls. So they do have the hitters to do it. I think wicket or 2 derails this chase, but right now they're keeping their hopes alive, Royal Bergamo. He's gone, he's chopped on. So Mubasha tries to hoik away to the leg side again. This time Chima gets some revenge. A second wicket in the quarterfinal for him. Bright knock of Mubasha. He takes 14 off 6 balls, but he's got to go in the 8th. It's 88 for 4.
Yeah, this is all about, this is what I was saying before. It's just about Royal Bergamo keeping their cool, not getting into a point where they start to panic, start flying the ball away and giving extras. It's just about keeping your cool, sticking to the plan, and the plan is just to keep the ball up there. The batters will go after it, they will get some runs, but we've got plenty to play with, and they will also make mistakes. There'll also be those errors, and there's an error there from the batter. And Mubasha, the captain, he came out with intent, didn't he? Hit his first ball for 6, but he goes. And now a lot is resting on the shoulders of Rizwan there, who's having a little bit of a chat with the man that's come out to join him. And it's Hassan Akram.
Yeah, it is Hassan Akram coming out here at number 6. See here, just lost his shape there completely, didn't he? Spins around, and he has to go. Yeah, when we get to this stage, sometimes they start thinking in half overs. They need 9 every half over. They got 9 off the first half, but then a wicket to start the second half of this over. And this is a huge swing and a miss. I think sometimes when you're facing that 3 ball, seems quite daunting. But he said, okay, we need 9 off this next 3. Let's see if we can do it. It just kind of stops you deferring the problem, kicking the can down the road when it's just going to be too much to do. Chima only gone for 9 in total off this over. Last ball of his spell. Big swing and a miss, but it's called wide this time.
Yeah, the umpires are right on this. They've been very consistent. And this one you see, I don't think there can be any complaints about this at all. More or less.
No footwork there. It's a big stand and swing job, isn't it? For Hassan Akram.
Yeah, it's a good field set there. The third man is right on the way back. They've got that man on the boundary at the point, so leaving square leg open. I think that's a deliberate plan to try and get the batter to go across the line. This one is okay. So that will be the end of the 8th over.
Yeah, 89 for 4. So 9 came off the first half of the over. Only the wide came off the second half. Well, I just want to say hello to some of the lurkers that have joined us. And I know Vinny Fangirl has been lurking from Vinny land. Apparently it's very hot there today. And Shrugs noticed that every time I say last ball of the over, it turns out to be a wide. That is a bit of a habit I've got. It happened to somebody in Bulgaria when he bowled 7 wides in a row after that. But hello to you. Hello to everyone who's watching from Bangladesh as well. I've got quite a few lurkers from there. Dave Edmondson lurking as usual in Cornwall. Hello to you. And Danny Hudacek is lurking in the Czech Republic, saying go Albano. He's a big Albano man. Danny Hudacek, hello to you. Danny, hope you're well. So thanks to everyone that chipped in. Let's get going with the 9th over. And this is a pretty good shot. The placement's there. Does it have the pace to get to the boundary? It will not. And, well, they're going to hustle back. And I think this is a pretty good bit of fielding. Also smart batting, I think, to target that area. Just didn't quite have what it took to get to the fence. Tahir gets 2 in the end. So now, we really need something magical in the 9th. This is Gurjit. Has been banged a couple of times. This time that loses his shape. Tahir, he's been so good. Slightly slower bowler, I think maybe upsetting his timing so far.
Yeah, Gurjit, I was just about to say, you think it's going to come through a little bit quicker than what it does. And there's not too much pace on it.
This time he does whip it away, and the fielder is hunting it, and he almost catches it. It's going to go for 4. Well, that was a very good effort. He got off his feet there, and you just hope he's all right in that part of the field. But regardless, it will be a badly needed boundary for Royal Bergamo.
That would have been the catches of all catches if he'd taken that. That would have been sensational He's coming from a long way away, gets the dive in, just gets the ball in his fingertips,
Yeah.
but not able to hold on to it.
Good effort by Anmol Gill out there. This time he gets it wrong, and the keeper's under it. Hardeep shouldn't drop this, and he won't. So takes the catch to here, where he was a bright spot in the innings, wasn't he, for Royal Bergamo? He hit well, but that one he hit straight up in the air. Hardeep takes the catch. To here goes for 29. And how about Gurjit? Gets a third wicket now. And Royal Bergamo are 95 for 5.
Yeah, well bowled to the young bowler Gurjit. Not once again, not trying to do too much. It's all about just keeping you calm and knowing that you're going to be hit for 1 or 2. But look, if you keep it there, the mistake will come, the miss-hit will come. And if the fielders are up to the task, they will take the catch. And the man behind the stumps, Hardeep Singh, he certainly is up to the task. Takes a good catch. It's the end of what has been a brave little cameo innings there from Rizwan Tahir, even knowing that he needed, when he went in there, it was already over 18 required per over. He played some good shots, 29 quick runs of 11. But, well, it looks like this game is just slipping away from them further and further. No matter how much they try, that rate is just getting higher and higher.
Seems like it. I mean, that was one that was a bit easier to navigate for the keeper, Hardeep Singh. He says, well done to Gurjit. And credit to Gurjit. You know, he has disappeared for some boundaries, but he's always come back and had the last laugh. He's got 2 balls to go in this quarter-final. And this is another one which seems pretty high. It's going to be touch and go. Jorawat will take the catch. Well, Jorawat has been so good in that position. You can't really blame the new batter, Wajid Mahmood, who comes out and smacks this one within a metre of the boundary, but Jorawat was guarding it. So 2 and 2. Suddenly Gurjit's on a hat-trick. He's got 4 wickets in the quarter-final, and Royal Bergamo are 95 for 6.
Yeah, Jorawat, he is going to make no mistakes out there. He takes a catch. He makes it look easy. Gurjit, he's the one who's getting all the celebrations. And बहुत बनाया आपने गुरजीत सिंह ने 4 विकेट लेनिया hat-trick ball ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆ. And this is where we are with the hat-tricks. And we saw 2 in Austria. Daniel Ekenstein and Jawid Zadran getting them. Both players for Vienna CC. Well, we're going to see another here. And he's got a ball, 1 ball left. Not only can it be a hat-trick, it could also be a 5-er. So here we go. If it's full, if it's straight, it's on.
Would only be the 3rd 5-er of the season if it was. And you're a really good chance because you've got to go for it. Mukhtar Mohammed. Last ball, hat-trick ball.
It's in the air.
It's not going to make it, Rico.
Oh, wow.
Miss hits. But, well, what it does do, feel like that's killed the game. It's the end of 9. The score, 96 for 6. So they need 36 off the last over. 6 sixes will do it. Anything less won't be good enough.
Yeah, really well bowled there to Gurjit Singh. 4 for 21. That's a great bit of bowling. And he came on to bowl when he had batters out there that were attacking. They were taking on the bowlers. They were hitting hard. But he just stuck to his guns, didn't he? And he just kept taking those wickets. And they were key wickets that he took as well. And, well, you got to... He's the one responsible for getting the wicket of Atisham Javed. And once he went, he didn't stop. He then took Fahan Javed as well. Rizwan Tahir, and then Wajid Mahmood, well bowled.
6 sixes, nothing less will do, and it is less. It's the Enigma comes back on, and he bowls Mukhtar Mohammed. So, yeah, you can't really fault the batter there. He was trying to do what he had to do, but this innings has come apart at the seams. Albano look like they're going to make it through to the semi-finals tomorrow. That will leave them 1 win away from Rome. And Mukhtar gets a little bit of an inside edge on that, I think. Manulal does the trick. And the score now is 96 for 7.
Yeah, good comeback from Manulal. I think this is important over for him after being hit for 20. He went magical, didn't he? The last one. And he's come back and he's taken the wicket straight away. So, you know, he's gone from a low point in confidence levels to a high point, and he can bring it, make it even higher now because he knows he's got the opportunity here. If he gets the ball right up there to all the batters that he's bowling to now, there's every opportunity that he can do that again. Good delivery, nice one to be bowling at this stage of the match. Yeah. And nice there as well from the 2 players, Manulal and also the batter. He just got out, Mukhtar, I mean, just, you know, appreciating each other out there in this contest.
Exactly right. Here's Manu again. It's off the end of the bat. This will just be 1. I want to say quick hello to some other lurkers. To Brahman, who's watching from Almaty in Kazakhstan. Hello to you, Brahman. Great to have you with us. To Neville, who thinks I think your shirt looks a bit plain compared to mine, Rico. I don't think yours is plain, but I think it's very peacocky. I think we're both peacocking today. Hello to Corey, who I think's watching when he can from the T20 Internationals. This is absolutely belted out of the ground by Hassan Akram. That's one of the biggest sixes we've seen. It looks a bit too little too late, but there wasn't too much that was little about this shot. Maximo time.
This is a cracking shot. He muscles that one over the boundary. Well, that is a Bizaway supersonic 6 coming from Akram. What a big hit that was.
He wants it again. He will get through the field. I think this will probably be 4 as it will run away to the line. So they're getting closer. They have reached the 100 and above. And Hassan Akram brings some respectability to the scorecard. But, you know, Royal Bergamo, they'll be disappointed to miss out. No doubt about that. That the team that we saw come so close to winning it last year. They made the final the previous year. Were champions. And right now, it's almost all over for them at the quarter-final stage. But you've got to give credit where it's due to Albano. We may get an overthrow here. I think they will now. Hassan Akram.
It's still going.
Wow,
hello. More.
Who was that to? That was right to the middle of the pitch. So put that down as 2. Hassan Akram. It's a good late hitting, but it won't be enough. They move up to 109 with the ball to go.
Manulal for 33. The first over went for 20. 13 of this, but he gets a wicket. Can he finish on a high? Well, this has been pretty well hit, and well, this has knocked the fielder over. Well, I think he's trying to take evasive action there. Bang. And what? The umpire. Oh, dear.
That's a hard bounce. I mean, you can actually see why that is a difficult stop. I mean, that angle shows it really well.
Watch the umpire. Umpire frightens him here.
Yeah.
Let the umpire goes,
Look.
boo.
And actually bounces the other way. So he does his best to stop it, but he doesn't. They're going to finish 113 on the board. So it'll be Albano that'll win by 18 runs. Albano and the second team through to the semi-finals tomorrow. Unfortunately for Royal Bergamo, it's the end of their ECS journey in 2021. But they certainly had some bright spots. I did really like the batting of Archam Javed. I think Rizwan Tahir showed as well some good hitting, as did the captain, Amin Mubashir. And it's just one of those things that only one team could make it through. It's Albano. Well, they're still undefeated in the series. And so they thoroughly deserve their spot. We'll see them in the first semi-final tomorrow morning. They'll play the winner of Bogliasco and Milan United that you'll see a bit later on today. Coming up, of course, we've got the big one. We've got Fresh Tropical. Get ready for the Fresh Tropical Storm because they'll be in their house. They're batting first against Pioltello United. When that game starts, that's about 13 minutes away from now, but right now, let's have a look at the chase. 132, a lot of runs to chase. They got a couple away early, but were a little bit behind where they needed to be. They were 17 off 2 overs. And look, despite the fact that they tried bravely, they just couldn't quite put together a 130 chase, finishing on 113.
Yeah, I mean, just Achitam Javid, he went off to a fly, didn't he? But his left-handed partner, Usman Javid, did not. I mean, he did finish up 8 of 14 deliveries. And you just think, I mean, when you have a look at how the innings ended there with some of those big hits, and like Hassan Akram, 16 not out of 6, you just think if they just mixed up the batting order slightly a little bit and got a couple more of those big hitters up in the order, that things may have been just a little bit different. But again, you take nothing away from the catching. The catching was brilliant. We saw Jawar Singh. He took some good catches. Then the captain there, the front shake, was in the action as well. And it's how the chances that they had to. The bowlers bowl well. It was a disciplined line. You're always going to get hit for a few. And we saw that. But you're going to get the wicket as well. And a couple of these flying over in that direction. But this was the one, wasn't it? Plays it back onto his stump. It's another wicket. And yeah, you saw the bowlers there. I mean, Monulali is another example. He goes for, I think he went for 37 in the end. But he just starts to getting the ball right up there, gets his wicket. I think Hardeep Singh behind the stumps are good as well. They look like an all-round, well-balanced side. They've got the batting, haven't they, and the quality and the depth in the batting. They've got it with the ball as well, and they're going to be good contenders.
Yeah, they've got some star power about them, don't they, Albano? I think they went undefeated through the first phase last year, and they just couldn't quite perform in the second phase, so didn't make it down to the top 3 that played off in the finals, essentially. But you can see that they are through, and one of these 2 teams will be through as well. Fresh Tropical against Pioltello United. The winner of this match will play Milan Kingsgrove, and that will be in the second semi-final tomorrow. Late change for Hadsad coming in due to an injury in the warm-up, so he'll get his opportunity. Kamal Zaman coming in as well for PLTL United compared to the team that we saw yesterday. Hassan Tassir coming in for Fresh Tropical. Zain Nakvi, Amir Sharif, Sikandar Abbas maybe at 3, Mohammed Imran at 4, and David Mahash as well at 5. I mean, they've got a lot of star power in that team. Bilal Hamid, I mean, we haven't really seen him with the bat yet. I don't think he batted in the top 9 the other day, but he can hit as well. It's going to be exciting. They're going to go for their shots, and they'll be back in 10 minutes to see what they can do, opening up against PLTL United. Looking at this chase, well, there's a couple of good performers in there. Atsham Javed was good early, 34 off 17. And Rizwan Tahir, 29 off 11. Asan Akram tried hard at the end, 16 off 6. And there were 14 from the captain, Ahmed Mubashir, but it was just a bridge too far. You don't see too many chases, Rico, above 130, and this was no exception. Royal Bergamo, unfortunately, despite that respectable batting effort, they are shown the exit door in this ECS. Gurjit Singh, well, credit to him because he did get whacked for a couple of boundaries, but seemed to come back with a wicket every time. He finished with 4 of them, 4 for 22, including wickets in consecutive balls. 2 for 18. Dev Chima was excellent. Manu Lal went for a few, but did pick up a wicket. But you look at those first bowlers as well. Banger and Jorawar Singh, they both went at just 8 and 9.5 and over early on, and that just meant that the rate went from 13 higher. It went to kind of 16, 17, 18 and over, and that's really hard to sustain when you're batting second. So we're going to take a quick break. When we return, we will be back with Fresh Tropical. They will be opening up. A lot of people saying they're the favourites for this series. Well, you can find out. Have a look for yourself. We'll be back in about 10 minutes watching them taking on PLTL United in the 3rd quarterfinal. Until then, hope you're enjoying your QFM wherever you're watching around the world. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Be back shortly with more FanCode, European Cricket Series, Italy.
Hello and welcome back to QFF. It is quarterfinals Friday, also Peacock Friday here in Milan. We're enjoying the action so far. We're halfway through and we're going to roll into the afternoon session, and we're starting with quarterfinal number 3. Well, this is the one matchup that we think is a bit of a David versus Goliath. It is Piatello United, who qualified second in Group T. They're here and they're taking on Fresh Tropical, who really impressed us topping Group C. Don't forget they are the defending champions as well. The two captains, they're out in the middle with Stefan Gooch, the tournament referee. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Heads on the call.
Head.
Heads the call. It's tails. All the best, guys. Go.
So it is Bilal Hamid, the Fresh Tropical skipper. He wins the toss and he elects to bat first. No surprises there. I think they have their sights set on a big total here to really make a statement. Of course, you don't take it one game at a time, and we know that anything can happen in ECN T10 cricket. Watch out for their openers, Amir Sharif and Zain Naqvi. They've been brilliant, and they took them all the way to the Super Series final last year as well. Let's not forget that back in November 2021. Fresh Tropical as the defending champions here in Milan. I think they do certainly have their sights set on one of those two qualification spots for the Super Series. Once again this year, they're only 2 wins away from doing that. So I think it'll be a really entertaining game. Watch out for Zahid Chima with the ball as well. He was pretty impressive earlier in the week. As for Piatello United, though, their captain, Hasib, I think that he won't mind the fact that they have the chance to chase. I mean, it's all about keeping them quiet early on. I know that they were a bit hit and miss yesterday, but they'll hope that they bring their best cricket today. And who knows, they might even be able to spring an upset here and skewer their place in the semi-finals. Let's go over to Rico Full, who's in the commentary ice cube, as we're ready for the start of the third quarter-final. It is Fresh Tropical who are winning the toss. They're going to have a bat. Over to you. Let's get ready for the game.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandhu. Well, there's an alert. They're saying there is a storm brewing. Well, maybe it's a Fresh Tropical storm, because they're a team, as you heard Vinny Sandhu say, that many are saying will go all the way here. Are they going to be the team that are going to be representing Italy in the European Cricket League in 2023? Well, we'll have to wait and see. There's still a long way to go. They've got to get past the Piatello United first. And Piatello United, look, they are the underdogs. They won't mind that, and they can understand why, of course, they're the underdogs. It's the first time they're playing in the European Cricket Series, but they've got some hard work to do here. They've got to try and keep some of the big hitters quiet. I mean, Zain Naqvi, he was in awesome form the last time we saw him, along with Amir Sharif, both of them scoring half centuries. You've still got their captain, the likes of Bilal Hamid, to try to keep tame as well. It's just all of those batters would just come out and play one way. They hit the ball big, and this is what the bat versus ball wall says, 108 to 87. I got a sneaky feeling that it's going to probably be a few more than 108. I don't know. I just think Fresh Tropical here, they're going to be looking to go big. But, you know, Piatello United are not going to make it easy for them. One thing Piatello probably could be doing here is just keeping the pace of the ball. I think one thing that's worth trying. We saw that being tried with a couple of teams in the group stages against Fresh Tropical. It sort of somewhat worked, but the thing is, you may be able to get one or two of the batters out by keeping the pace of the ball, but then one or two of them will also come out and smash it all over the place as well. I mean, they are such a talented side, a hard-hitting batting unit as well. It's going to be Zain Naqvi opening up with Amir Sharif. So no surprises there. Sharif at the non-striker's end. And with the ball, bowling the first ball, it's going to be Hamid Khan. So sit back, get comfortable, and get ready for the action to begin. It is quarter-final number 3. Fresh Tropical taking on Piatello United. The umpires for this match, Silvio Lady and Rahman Solimunuyid. Good afternoon, gentlemen. And it looks like Silvio says, let's get ready to play. First ball, it's a sort of a straight pull, and well, just like to see this again. I think this is okay. Oh, that's not okay. That is a run out. Oh, this is just sensational. Well, Fresh Tropical. Well, I'm going to have to just have a look at the fielding one more time. I think it is fine, because I don't think he's in contact with the ball when the foot may have just touched a rope here. First of all, have a look at this. Is he in contact with the ball at this point? Where's the ball? It's away from him. It's away from him. And I don't think it's touching his left arm. I think he is okay there. Yep, I think he's all right. Oh, it's so difficult to tell. Does he touch the ball when the foot is touching the rope? That's the call here. But what happens afterwards? Well, this is sensational. Not only does he save the boundary, he then gets the throw in, and there's a run out. It's an incredible start. Well, who was expecting that? It was they wanted to. There probably was two there. I mean, I don't know if there was some hesitation there from the batters or what, but Nakvi. Just have a look at this one more time, the work here. I mean, it's a sliding. You see the foot touching there? I just think my first impression was that the ball was away, and then there comes the throw, and that is incredible. Really incredible stuff. What a start for that. So 2 on the board. It was just the 1 on the board. It was the 2, of course, they were trying to get. So run out. New batter starts at the non-striker's end. Asim, well, we know how he bats. Played a very good innings when we saw him in the group stages. And that'll just rattle, I think, Nakvi. Well, talking about rattle, what's this throw all about? And I thought it was the batters that would be rattled a little. The fielder's a bit rattled. I'm not sure which keeper he's throwing this to, but there's no giant out there. Not a giant that can take this. So, Piontella United, what a start. So they've got one of the danger men out straight away, and it's the unfortunate way to get out. Amir Sharif went without facing a ball. Up in the air, but this is in the gap, and it races his way to the boundary. 4 runs, nicely played. Doesn't try to hit it too hard, just rocks back and just sort of carves his way in that gap between third and backward point. When I saw him the first time, one thing I liked about the batting of Asim is the way he hit the ball straight. If it's pitched up to him, he's a very, very good driver of the ball. Is Asim Ali. He gets off the mark there with that little cut shot. Khan to get another breakthrough. Umpires, just a slight delay here. I just think you're just having a look at the ball. But yeah, I mean, that's a sensational start. First of all, I mean, full credit to the fielder that made the stop. I mean, incredible work. And that was Sohail. And well, while we're waiting, well, maybe after this delivery now. Back into the body. Good time to work him back. Vinny Sandu. Vinny, what a start.
Yeah, I mean, a few of us in shock there. Amir Sharif is the man who's run out without facing a ball.
Yep.
You know how good a player he is. Italian national team, ECC star. He's probably, and it's hard because there's so many, he's probably their most destructive batter, pound for pound. He doesn't even get to face the ball. And guess what? There's going to be another one gone. So 2 wickets now. Piontella United. Well, don't tell them this will be a bloodbath because they're up and about. And that's 2 wickets now. Azim Ali has to go to 6 for 2.
Well, Azim Ali goes for his 3rd delivery. And I was saying when you pitch it up to him, he likes to hit the ball straight. It was pitched up, but he misses it. He goes across the line rather than trying to hit straight. And it's bye-bye to Asim Ali. He departs. He did play a nice 4, but that is all. That is the only contribution that he will make. He goes for 4 of 3 deliveries. Well, well, well. When I said there was a tropical storm brewing in the face of fresh tropical, well, it's not a tropical storm at the moment. It's just a gentle breeze that's blowing. And they're the ones that are being blown away. And Piontella United, what a start from them. Well, at the moment, they believe that they can cause a massive upset here.
Here's the thing, though. They've been in this position before. I mean, I'm just trying to remember the final last year when they were chasing 74. They were 9 for 4 early on. And a lot of people saying, you know, play careful, play careful. I think they'll do the opposite. I think they'll still back themselves. I mean, imagine these two came out and open. They're more than capable. I know it's easier said than done. Maybe a bit counterintuitive, but I do think they're still going to play their shot. 6 for 2 after the first. Had the run out, and then the wicket of Azim Ali as he was bowled. Have a look at where we are on quarterfinal Friday. Milan Kingsgrove, they beat Bergamo CC in the first game of the day. Then Albano were able to get rid of Royal Bergamo in the second quarterfinal. The winner of this game, tomorrow they will play against Milan Kingsgrove. And the winner of the last game, Baliasco versus Milan United, they will play Albano. So that's where we are at this point. We're pretty much halfway through the day. Stay tuned for a really exciting afternoon of cricket.
Yeah, it's time for Karim Shahzad to come onto bowl. Now he, for me, was their best player, Shahzad. That was very impressed with the way that he went about things with the bat and with the ball. Let's see if he can continue this good start. Shahzad bowling to Naqvi. Naqvi, well, screaming at the fielder. And so I don't think there was so much noise out there. The fielder has no idea which end he's throwing this. And in the end, he says, you know what? If you can't make your mind up, I'm not doing anything.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened. Just going back to last year's final, it was Javed Maharsh who was the man that really stood up in the face of the early wickets falling. So he's no stranger to pressure. This is hit across the line. This will just be one. Yeah, he came up with 28 not out of 19 balls with 4 boundaries in that final. Said it was a tense chase. They were 9 for 4. And you can just imagine the pressure at that stage. So he's been here before and he's done well. Again, bit of a banana peel game this for Fresh Tropical. Piotello, can they sustain this good start?
This is hit hard. It's over the top of the infielders and crushes into the Let's Play Cricket banner there. And this is the sort of thing that you're talking about, Benny. They're just going to play their shots. This one's just a little bit too short. And he thumps it away. And Naqvi is up and running. He gets his first boundary.
It's a good shot. Yeah, Naqvi coming off a half century. He's a very good player. Of course, we saw Fresh Tropical in the Super Series last year on account of them winning the Milan Series in 2021. Naqvi misses out on this one. Keeper today for Ali Amjad. The keeper today is Ali Amjad for PLT United. That certainly has been a position that's caused a lot of tongues to wag over the last day or so.
Slightly shorter, and it's been hit pretty hard. He goes straight to the fielder, who does well. Stops it, traps it, gets the ball in.
Yeah, it's been a good steadying over as well. Let's see how much they want to attack this power play.
Javed Maharsh. Well, he goes to play the cut shot here, and he's almost put the ball straight in the hands of the keeper there. Ali Amjad, that's the end. The second over, it's 13 for 2.
Now, let me show you something, Rico, because this is something we work on. This is what we call the Maximo Power Chart, and this is basically, in a completed 10-over innings, how many sixes on average teams have been hitting. And, well, have a look at how far Fresh Tropical are ahead of the rest. They've been hitting on average 10.5 sixes per 10 overs. That's more than 1 and over.
Yeah.
Now, the next best is roughly half of that. Albano and Royal Bergamo are in the 5s, and everybody else in the 4s. You can see that the teams that have made it this far, Baliasco have the lowest Maximo index. So that's a sign that they don't mind going for the boundaries. This one isn't going to the boundary. It's going to come down, and it's going to be caught. So a 3rd wicket now, and they've got Naqvi. Nazem Anis takes the catch. He soaks up the pressure, and 3 wickets in the power play. What a dream start for PLT United. They're 13 for 3, Fresh Tropical.
Absolutely sensational. It's another wicket, and well, the new bowler comes on, Ahmed Muhammad, and Naqvi. Well, he wants to go after him straight away, but it's a nothing shot, really. Doesn't move his feet. He just puts it straight up in the air. And aren't they pumped? Aslam Anis takes the catch. and he's overjoyed with himself. I mean, he had his problems in the field. With this one is probably one of the most important catches perhaps he's taken in his life, because it's that one off Nakvi. And let me tell you that what they've managed to do, the top batters in this series. I mean, look, I'll go through them. Zain Nakvi, he had scored 66 before today. Then he had Amir Sharif, 58. And then also Asim Ali, 49. All of those three have been dismissed. So these runs, wherever they're going to come from, they're not going to come from the players that have been the main contributors. This is just amazing stuff. Ahmed Khan takes his second wicket. Good catch taken there. Under pressure, you have to say. Aslam Anis makes no mistake. This one's just played out now. It'll be interesting to see what that approach is, whether it's still that same approach, the same mentality, just to say, well, it doesn't matter what's happening, we're just still going to play our shots. And, well, I mean, look, one of the things that Fresh Tropical will know is that Piotella United have not scored too many runs themselves. So they still know that if they can still, even from here, make a scratchy 80, they probably would still fancy themselves to defend it. But at the moment, they're a long way from that as well. 3 wickets inside the power play, and the power play is not complete yet. Ahmed Khan would love to get 1 or 2 more. It's nicely played. It looks like these two batters are just looking to try and stop the rot, if you like. Javed Mahesh and Mohammad Imran is the batter that's come out and joined him. Short, and gets through. It's worth a try. He's got the slip in place as well. Banks it in short. Mahesh is drawn to the shot, plays and misses. Gap is there for it. There's a sweeper back. 2 men back at the moment. It's that sweeper on the offside and long off. He's played towards the mid-on. Anis, the man who took the catch to get Nakvi, makes the stop, and the power play does come to an end. And it's not the kind of power play you normally associate with Fresh Tropical. Moved to 17 off 3. They're a team that quite often are already on 50 at this point. But look, 2 wickets in the first over, and then that one in the third. The bowling figures, well, 2 wickets for Ahmed Khan. He had that run out, of course. Amir Sharif run out without even facing a ball. So Piotella United, can they sustain what they've started here? And of course, it all depends on how the other bowlers bowl. Shazad will finish off, so both the bowlers are going to finish their spell. I think you've got to do that. You've got them on the ropes. Keep the pressure on. This is hit very hard, and just getting this over the outstretched hand of the big, tall fielder out there, and that's Zain Amjad. When he jumps up, stretches, but he's not able to stop this. This is hit very hard. 4 runs. Shazad under attack. And this one is sliced towards third. He picked it up well, gets the throw in. And take the single. With these two looking to get the recovery in here now. Sensational start to this quarterfinal, the 3rd quarterfinal of the day. Short, nicely played. Sweeper comes in, makes the stop. Yeah, everything's got to go right for Piotella United here. You feel everything. They've got to take all the catches, keep it tidy in the field. Goes across the line. It's a half-hearted appeal. I think the ball probably just going to stray. It probably hits him pretty high up as well, but I think this is just all about the line. Tension in the air. One of the favourites in trouble. And they're in more trouble here. This is an awful shot from Mohammed Imran, and he loses his middle stump. So Shazad picks up his first wicket, and there's more trouble for Fresh Tropical. Mohammed Imran, well, what kind of shot was this? I've no idea. And Shazad says, don't worry, I don't mind it. It's not a good shot at all. I mean, he's played right across this. Look at that. It's just no foot movement, nothing. Ball goes through, knocks the middle stump out of the ground. 4 wickets down. Ball to go in the fourth. It is 24 for 4, Vinny.
What are we watching? Mohammed Imran, he was the leading run scorer in the entire tournament last year. He just has not had too many opportunities, hasn't gotten going when he has been there. Look, still plenty of batting. No doubt about that. Skan Rabas, he's a man we have seen batting in the opening position. We've seen him at number 4. And again, they know theoretically that they need to keep going for their shots, but it does test your mettle if you're going to keep doing it. And you can see Karim Shazad getting plenty of pats on the back, no wonder. So yeah, this is where, I mean, is there like you said, PTL United, they haven't made a lot of runs at all in the series. If I was to have a look at their average runs for, which I can do pretty easily here, their average is 92, okay? They've scored 89, 85, and 103. Okay, so you can still even get something like that, especially with the bowling Fresh Tropical have. Well, fancy defending it. Let's not forget they defended 85 the other day in their first match. It's the end of the over, so the score is 24 for 4. Hope you're enjoying quarterfinals Friday so far. It's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Rico Full, and yeah, I mean, there's a lot going on in the world of European cricket, like we always say, but we're loving our time here, our Italian summer. What a first week it's been, Rico.
Amazing week. We've seen some great cricket. It's all now brewing, isn't it, nicely here in Friday's quarterfinals day. And I would say maybe the first 2 matches sort of went to form. I mean, Budgama CC, they probably would be a little bit disappointed, but Milan Kingsgrove, they did turn it on. This one here, well, this is not going the way many would have expected. This is exactly
what we're talking about. If you think you can predict what's going to happen, well, guess what? You might be right sometimes. You won't be right all the time. I don't think anyone picked this situation at the moment, but still, like I say, I don't normally call games too early. We still are only 4 overs into the match, Rico, and a lot can happen. And don't forget, whatever they make, Fresh Tropical, they have such a good bowling attack and good fielding attack.
This is an important phase for me. Sohail is coming on the bowl. Remember, he had issues when he bowled that one very expensive over. Then he didn't bowl again until the last match they played, where he bowled a lot better. He's coming on the bowl. The 2 openers that bowl so well that have put them in this position, they're bowled out now. So it all depends on how the other bowlers bowl.
This is pitched up, and he's banged it over mid-off. And this will be 1 bounce, 4 runs. And so, that's a good start to the over. And Tab Sohail, I know he had his control problems yesterday, but this was pretty much where he wanted it. But then the batter was able to lift it up and out of the ground. Just need a partnership here. Fresh Tropical. When you go right back to the beginning when they lost Amir Sharif for a diamond duck, didn't face the ball. PTL United, they just need to try and hold on to this ascendancy. Mid-off will go back now. That was a smart shot because I think he knew that mid-off had come up. So that was the area he wanted to drive it. This time Maharsh will just push. And I mentioned that he was the man that stood up in the face of the storm last year when he came in. And all around him, the wickets were falling. They were 9 for 4, chasing 74 for victory. Ultimately, he would still be there at the end. He made 28 off 19 balls. It's a mixture of attack, but also quite intelligent batting, where he would just keep advancing the score. Shazad Sawa came in towards the end and helped finishing it off with a couple of big hits. This is pitched up, hit pretty hard. Fielding is done down there by Aslam Anis. You see Fresh Tropical, they've had probably more T10 cricket now than anybody else here in Milan because they did play in that Super Series last year. And so their experience is going to be really invaluable. And right now, they're having to fight for their tournament lives. It's on the pad, and he's gone. Yeah, and so that did look pretty adjacent to me. And he just tries to be careful here, but I just think it tails in a bit. And if there's no bat in this, I think it's a pretty good decision, just based on what I saw live. Of course, we'll have a really close look at the replay. Maharsh. Yeah, I mean, that looks out to me. You know, I just don't see that missing. Does tail in a little bit. But, yeah, I think for me, he's a long way back. Hits him on the crease. I think it's a good call. He doesn't like it. And I don't know whether he feels he got a little inside edge on that. But he didn't play the ball well at all. He wasn't really assertive about that. So that's the man we were talking about. He was able to get them out of a bit of a jam last year. It'll be someone else that has to do it this time. 30 for 5. And Piatello United, well, their dream start to this third quarter final continues. And how about Tayyab Sohail? We couldn't hit a barn door yesterday, but this time he's right on target and he gets a key wicket. Silvio Lady had to think about it and said, yeah, I think that's out. And I'll be honest, I think he's right based on what we can see. So hello to Helix, hello to Tarek as well in the chat. And also, hello to the new batsman. And this is Hassan Jamil. Again, pretty good player to come out. But the thing is, they've lost wickets, but losing these wickets has kept the run rate down as well. Right now, they're on about 64 pace. There's a lot going on at the moment. Still plenty of cricket to play. After this, we're just halfway through the innings. Full toss, hit down the ground. And I talked about Fresh Tropical being the Maximo power chart leaders with 10.5 sixes per 10 overs. Right now, the score is 32 for 5. And what if I told you we haven't had a single six in the first 5 overs of this innings? Quite incredible. And, well, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to know why ECN is so entertaining and so many people are choosing to spend some or most of their day watching ECN cricket, then you know why. Because this is a highly improbable start. Right now, Piatello United are living the dream out there. Have a look at this scorecard. Maharsh the only man to get to double figures, but he departed in that over. Still some batting to come. I mean, Bilal Hamid, he's made some very, very handy runs for them. He's batting very low if he comes in that low. I think he's got to come in soon if they lose another wicket. So it'll be Ahmed Mohammed that will bowl over number 6. Goes after this, and this is in the air. It's going, gone. Maximo! The right on cue. Skander Abbas. Well, he's a man, like I said, we've seen him at the top of the order. He's a recognised batter. He goes after that. And lucky he gets to that well, otherwise the fielder would have been in play. But 6 runs, maybe that's the start of a new kind of Fresh Tropical. First half of this innings on is definitely going to the fielding side. But starts the 6th with a Maximo. This time, he gets it wrong. It's hanging in the air a long time. They're coming from everywhere, and he drops it. Wow, Aslam Anis, he ran half a marathon to get there. It was either the bowler or the outfielder that was going to get there. So just remember that. That moment, Skander Abbas dropped on 8. Look, he's well inside the circle by the time he gets to this Aslam Anis, but because he's running full pelt, he doesn't get off his feet. He's not well balanced, and down goes the catch. Ahmed Mohammed should have had that one. Now this one is in the air as well. And it's going to bounce near Crocodile Rock and just be 1. So what a let-off that is. Skander Abbas dropped on 8. Not an easy one, just because of the distance that he had to travel in to get there, Aslam Anis. This one's dispatched, and you can forget that one. That's over the fence, into the field. Maximo! Skander Abbas, well, he stared dismissal in the face and survived. And then this next one, just a little bit towards the leg stump. He just flicks it away. 6 runs. Fresh Tropical, talked about them hitting pretty much twice as many sixes as anybody else in the group stage. Didn't hit a single 6 in the first 5 overs, but now already 2 of them in this 6th over. Back to the drawing board for Ahmed Mohammed. Must be scratching his head. And now he's knocked over, so he tries one time too often, and Abbas goes for 15. A 6th wicket now. And even when you're batting aggressively, you need to walk the tightrope between aggression and insanity, and I think that Skander Abbas crosses the line there. He goes after a ball that knocks out his middle stump, and now 46 for 6. Ahmed Mohammed has the last laugh. Says, well, if you can't catch him out, I'll bowl him out. And so, what are we watching here in quarterfinal number 3? 46 for 6 brings out the captain, Bilal Hamid. So, I mean, normally I'd say if it was the 6th over, if you were to kind of hit a few sixes and lose a wicket, it wouldn't be such a big deal, but it is a big deal because that's 6 wickets they've lost now. There's been 14 off this over, then a wicket off the 5th ball. And now, 1 ball to come for Bilal Hamid. Just swung all around that one. Got greedy. Gotta know when to cash out your chips. Bilal Hamid to face up. Last ball, the 6th over, and last ball of Ahmed Mohammed's over. Back and punches, doesn't take a run. So this game has been crazy so far. There's more craziness ahead. It's 46 for 6 after 6, and Rico, well, what can you say about this performance? PL United, I mean, think about how much they've improved in just over a day. This is a team that had never won an ECS match until yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, look, one thing that we know they do pretty well, I think they're probably at the best in the field, especially when they can back it up with taking the catches. Well, they have more or less done here, and we saw that one that did go down. We thought that could have been really, very important with Abbas being put down, but he then, after hits another 6, he then gets himself out. Now this for me is the important partnership. Bilal Hamid, the captain, we know he can bat. He's scored plenty of runs, but he just needs to now somebody to stay there with him. This is going down the leg side.
Well, I would, let's keep it simple. 10-10, 10-10 gets you to 86, and you'd probably take that at this stage. You don't want to bundle yourself out for 60 or something like that.
Yeah.
Because I think, Fresh Tropical, remember earlier in the week, they did defend a very similar target. Oh, this is gone as well. Tell you what, this is, oh, well, this will be 2. I'd like to see this one again, Rico, because I've got to say, there's no bad in this. You tell me what you think, because I know what I saw the first time.
Well, let's have a look. So I'm having a look in. So I'm standing at the umpire's end. Here comes the bowler. Bowls. It's very full. And, yeah, I mean, it's one of those. I've seen them given, and I've seen them not. The only thing I think Silvio's looking at there is seeing if the ball is maybe just going to carry on down a leg stick. But, look, I've got to say the umpire's in the best position for those. Very close call.
Not to be critical. And I know there's benefit of the doubt as we see the next ball pump for 4. So Hamid gets off the mark. Not to be critical. And sees now 50 brought up with that shot. You got to say, if I'm the bowler there, I am, what's another word for ropeable?
Disappointed.
Get my thesaurus out. But I'm trying to think of something I can say. I'm something off.
You're seething. You're seething.
I'm seething. Well, this one's hit, and it won't quite carry to the fielder, who does well to handle this. Has fielded well here, Aslam Anise. No, he dropped a catch, but he had to run a mile to get there. I just didn't see that one missing, Rico. But like you say, umpire looking stump to stump. But, I mean, that's a big moment in the game as well. So Amjad bowled very well yesterday in the eliminator. Now this could be a wicket. This is in the air. They're coming from all angles, and they're going to be crashing and catching. Well, Amjad takes the catch, takes one in the ribs as well. So Jamil gets caught and bowled for 2. Jamil's out. Amjad's knocked out. And that is the 7th wicket, 54 for 7.
Well, he's been hit hard on the side. And, well, it was, come out, Zaman that came in. I mean, look, the bowler wants it. He wants to take the catch. The fielder doesn't get the breaks on. He does ever so well to hold on to this because he's been absolutely clobbered in the ribs. And he goes down there, and Zaman, well, he goes away from him, and he says, well, I'm going to stay clear from you, but I'm going to go down as well. Both are down.
I mean, I hope he's okay, and I'm sure he is. The fact he takes the wicket probably makes him feel a bit better. But one of my interesting things about this is look at number 40, Kamar Zaman. When he knocks into him, he's just quick to escape any sort of criticism. And then he just quickly just hops away like nothing happened. He leaves Zain Amjad to go down for the standing 8 count. Anyway,
wow.
7th wicket now, 54 for 7. That little break doesn't end up costing him too much. New batter is the keeper, Shazad Humayun. Look, they've still got some batting to come, and Zahid Chima can hold it. Tasir Hassan's the other player who's into the side for the first time today. What can they get to? They've got to now concentrate on batting out their overs. This will be the end of the 7th. The score 54-7. What a game we're seeing here in quarterfinal number 3, Rico.
Yeah, what a game. I mean, this is now, I mean, look, the captain is going to have a good chat with Hamilton here, and he said, look, come on, this is what we need to try and do, but we can't go crazy because they're at the point, the way they're losing these wickets and the consistency they're losing out, they may not even bat the 10 overs.
That's right. They've lost a wicket and over, basically. Now you're down to your bottom order. Having said that, I still think if you can get, let's even say 8 and over off these last 3, and you still make 78. And I think they've got the bowling and the fielding to defend that. And if I just look to some of their earlier games, Fresh Tropical, I mean, they scored 85 against Milan United and kept Milan United to 73. So, I mean, they have defended low scores before. But, yeah, wow. That shows you never want to look away from the FanCode European Cricket Series. You never know what's coming.
Never know what's coming. So, hell, well, he's coming. He's back into the attack. 1 for 8 he's got so far. And this one's been hit pretty hard. Fielders converge and stop it. And the batters just take the single.
Now, talk me through this as well.
Yeah.
This is a team we saw concede, I think, was it 41 or 42, maybe 43 extras yesterday. They have not given away a single wide or a no ball in 7 overs or a bye. The only extra is a leg bias.
They're probably wishing that you hadn't used that stat just yet and wait until the end of the innings, because you know what can happen. This is hit pretty hard and well stopped. They just, look, they have come out like gladiators. They really have. And they've fielded well. They've chased everything down. They know they are the underdogs. They are big-time underdogs going into this match. But so far, their performance has been so good. And I think this bowler, Sahel, just sums it up. I mean, you're talking about those wides and low balls. When a lot of them came off his spell. In the air, but nobody there. They'll take the single.
Yeah, but it just, fear is an interesting thing. I mean, Piotello United are fearless. Yeah, they're fearless. They weren't expected to do anything. Everyone was just talking about how high the score's going to be. Will it be 200? Will it be 180? What are we looking at? Piotello United said, all right, we'll show you guys. Still, even if they keep them to a reasonable score, only half the job will be done for Piotello United.
This is up in the air, goes a long way up. I think he's going to drop short. Is it? Oh no! This is absolutely sensational. What a catch this is from Sahel. This is mind-blowing stuff. This is incredible. Oh my word, the youngster. He comes from nowhere. Tayyib Sahel, the bowler. This is probably one of the best corner bowls you will ever see. This is absolutely sensational.
Now this man is in shock. And I'll tell you why. He has no idea how this ball comes down in his hands at all. I don't even think he's watching anymore by the time it comes down.
Oh, that is just sensational. That is sensational.
I couldn't believe it. That's almost chucking my headset because I couldn't believe that came down in time. Sohel's hands. And, wow, what can you say about that? He ran half a marathon to get there. And he had a nice little surprise in his palms when he came down. What a catch that was. 58 for 8. Zahid Chima comes to the crease. Still over 2 overs remaining.
That is incredible. That really is, Sahel. Well, I tell you sometimes that bowlers, they'll do incredible things to take catching off their own bowling. That is incredible. Look, you can't even keep him in the picture. What a catch that is. That is out of this world. And here he comes, man. And this has just been punched away. They'll take the single. And Fresh Tropical here. I think they know they're in danger of probably not batting out the 10 overs. They know they've got to do that. Even if they take a single ball here, I mean, that's something that will take them to what, 70 if they just get 12. But
yeah, I mean, again, Fresh Tropical would fancy themselves to defend 70 if they had to, and they're going to have to. Yeah, potentially. I mean, they might not even make that at this stage. But remember, they're a team that were able to restrict Royal Bergamo in the final last year to 73. Piotello United, they're a team that had never passed 70 until yesterday. They did pass 100 last night against the Bergamo Super 11. And this is different gravy, as Corey would like to say.
Well, that is definitely join the dots, isn't it? Dot to dot. Well, join them up, and what do you get? Well, maybe you're going to get a surprise package. Goes for this big. It's up in the air and it's taken. It's another one. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, you beauty. This is what I'm talking about. And Anis takes another catch. Well, he started it all off. He took the catch of Nakvi. And now here's another sensational stuff. Chima hits it big, but he can't get it past that man there. Well, Aslam Anis has been on fire here today. All right, I know he put a spicy one down, but this one, well, it was destined for the boundary, but it's not getting past me, says Anis. Well, he's got 100 on his back. Well, yeah, 100 because it's 100%. It's 100% effort from the underdogs here. And Piatella United, well, they are looking to do what would be probably the biggest shock I think that they've seen here in Italian cricket.
I mean, this is actually a pretty good shot from Chima. He hits it pretty well down the ground. It would have gone for 6, but he didn't get the elevation to get it over Aslam Anis. So 59 for 9. Tasir Hassan comes in for his first game in the series at number 11, and he's got 2 overs to bat. And now I think you just got to take your medicine. You got to take your medicine here and try and edge towards 70. I think they can defend 70. I think they could probably defend 59, honestly. You know, we've never seen that done before. And this one always comes back from the stumps.
What does this hit? It comes back and does it hit the batter back? Well, I mean, first of all, all right, we're talking about lower order batsmen now. This should have been put away.
Glove onto the helmet and then spins back and then hits the back of the bat. But that might have come back onto the stumps.
Tasir Hassan. He's
I'd
he's
have the field right up here.
He's probably wondering what that thing in his hand is. I bet it's not too often that he has to bat. This is wide. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! 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 You don't want to be doing this. Oh no! You don't want to be doing that. Oh, that is that. Well, what is a 5% of the score they got? Well, this is not just 5. This is big. This is big bonus runs. 5 wides.
Yeah.
And the ball has to be bowled again.
5 wides. Well, it works out about 7 or 8% of the score now, just by that. Oh, wow. I'm telling you, it's game on. Even if they get bowled out right now, it is game on. We have seen scores defended in the 60s. Fresh Tropical, they don't want their journey to be cut short so soon. Swings and misses on this. Judd, been very, very good in this series. 2 for 10 here in the quarterfinal.
There are people on the edges of their seats. They can't believe what is going on. There are people in Italia watching, thinking, no way. Fresh Tropical, no way. Well, I'm telling you, yes way, and this is a very important shot. It's 4 runs. He just goes down to the leg side. So Hassan, well, he says, I don't know what you batters at the top were doing. I know what to do with this bit of wood. You're supposed to hit the ball with it, and you're supposed to score runs. But he does hit the ball with it and does well. 4 runs. Well, this over, look, those 5 wides are 4 there now. And you just look at that score now. It's sort of getting to a point where it's closing on to that sort of 75, 80 score, which you think, okay,
yeah,
maybe.
It's normally a moment where it turns. Don't often see it with 9 out, though. Good shot from number 11. Hassan gets his first runs of the series.
Oh, this is well hit as well, and it could be another. It is. Oh, what a beautiful shot. And just like that, he's showing all the other batters how to do it. What a remarkable shot this is. Well, number 11 might beep. He's not, because this is a delightful shot. 4 more runs. The fielder there waving his arms about Ahmed Khan, saying, what is going on here?
I can't remember a number 11 ever making double digits, if I'm very honest with you. He could be the first one ever.
Don't put the mockers on him.
Well, we're already above that 70 I talked about, 72. He's been brilliant. Just no need to do anything crazy here, though. Even if you play it out, it's not a big deal. Last ball of the 9th over.
He hits it straight, and that's not bad because he will take the strike. I think that's sensible. No, stay there. They're looking at each other.
Wow. All right, so the 10th wicket partnership. Oh, who'd have thunk we'd be seeing this? 9 overs down at 73 for 9. And that man, Tasir Hassan, if you told him that he'd come in batting number 11 and would be so important to the innings, he would have said you're crazy. And right now, he is facing up with 1 over to go, 73 on the board. Can they edge towards that 80? I mean, 80 would feel like 120, considering where they were in this innings.
Big time, big time.
This is going to be, Nadeem, pretty good left armour to bowl over number 10.
The tension is amazing. So Nadeem gets the ball in his hand. He's bowling at the number 11, who has got 9 runs to his name.
I
And
honestly
tell you what,
don't think I've seen number 11 hit double digits. Hello to Charlie Hunt. We came at a good time, Charlie. Let's go, 10th overtime.
and well, they're asking the question. Remember, he's coming around the wicket. He's angling across. This will be leg buys. So now this is important because now Hamilton comes on strike, and he can't get crazy.
Yeah.
I mean,
That would have smashed the stumps out of the ground, but it pitches outside
pitches
leg
outside.
stump.
Yeah.
From here, I think you're playing little risk cricket. You're probably not trying to elevate unless you get a bad ball. I still think batting out, just getting, say, even 5 runs off these last 5 balls is fine.
Well, this one is heading towards the boundary. It's racing away. It's going to be cuatro carreras. And, well, there's more runs to come. It's not where he was aiming to hit this ball, but that doesn't matter. It's 4 runs. So Shazad Hamiyun, that are really important. These runs now coming at the late, this 9, well, we said 9 overs are special. If you don't believe us, well, even when you got 9 wickets down, they turn out to be special. 14 came off that last one. There was those 5 wide as well. 4 runs here, 78. They're gaining into the 80s.
Yeah.
I think if they get to the 80s, I think then it's game on. Then it's
This
anybody's
partnership
game.
is worth 19 already in 7 balls. What a 10th wicket partnership.
He hits this pretty well as well. There's going to be 4 more. Cuatro Carreras, and Hassan is looking on to Hamiyun, and he said, I told you, it's easy. Me and you, buddy. Me and you can do this. I don't know what our openers are talking about. You just go out there and see that white thing, you hit it. You hit it as hard as you can. It's easy peasy. Hey, Captain, we want to be up the order next time we play, please.
Vivek Dabd is obviously joining think, wow, this is a lower score than I thought. Well, this is a higher score than we thought, because a second ago, they were 59 for 9.
Bad ball, and this is punished. But the fielder, well, he hits his knees, he stops it. They're running just the one. Don't get carried away. Don't get yourself out. Well, this one could have gone anywhere. And fortunately for the bowler, and fortunately, I suppose, for Piotella United, it goes straight to the fielder.
See, as a tail ender, I love this.
Yeah.
As a former tail ender at the higher level, I was a tail ender. So I'm just saying, this is your moment, Hassan, and even Humian, who I think batted 9. All right, here we go. 2 to come.
Bad ball wide, leave it alone. Yeah, good decision. And then decides to get back in his crease. Oh, nicely done.
We've seen epic collapse in this game. We saw one, to be honest, in that first game when they did make 85 fresh tropical. I think it was 67 for 1 at one point.
Yeah, leaves that alone. Then he decides, hang on a minute, I better get him back in my crease.
We smart. Still 2 to come.
Plays that nicely. Definitely will be 1, and it is fielded cleanly.
I mean, they have somehow, it's not even the lowest score of the series now, it's equal. The fact that they've made to 85, this partnership in 10 balls, they've put on 26. I mean, this is just when they need it. It just takes the wind out of the sails of Piotella United a little bit as well. Here we go, last ball type.
Hits it well, and it will be caught. So there is a wicket right at the end there. A good catch taken by the bowler, who took a bit of punishment in that 9th over. Zain Amjad takes the catch. But look, take nothing away from the importance of this partnership. It was quite sensational. I mean, they were in a lot of trouble. And look, I still think they are in a lot of trouble. They need to do exactly what Piotella United did to them. And Piotella United, if one of their batters gets past 40, 45, they will win this game. And it will be a huge shock. I mean, 85 is what the score will end up with. 85 all out of the very last ball of the innings. And, you know, if you were to say to Piotella United, you're going to be chasing 86, they would say, get out of here. You've missed the 100. Well, they haven't. They've done superbly well. That was a turning point because that was the run out of Amir Sharif. He gets run out without even facing. He's probably their best batter. I mean, lots of ums and ahs about that stop, but I think they get it right.
Yeah.
And then the wicket, they just kept on falling. They couldn't believe that was happening. They were in fairyland. It was dreamland for them. European cricket, it makes players' dreams come true. And what about this? That was huge. That was a catch on Naqvi. That was, well, they were so pumped. Look at them. They were dancing with joy all over the place. Well, there were a couple of good shots being played, but every time you thought that fresh tropical would come out, this happened, and this, well, that was a gunda shot. Shot Maria Gunda. Bapas Agya Bunda. This one was a nice one, just chips it over. But,
Here's the thing for me. I mean, they lost a wicket in every single over except the second. Okay, and actually lost 2 in the first. That's how they lose their 10 wickets, so they never really put a partnership together until the very end. The last 11 balls, they were able to scramble another 26 runs, so we'll see how important that might be. You can see just when Sikandar Abbas was going, he got greedy, and that was a wicket to Ahmed Mohammed. Yeah, POTL United, I think what you're saying is true. I mean, POTL United, they've given themselves a shot. They maybe should have been in the driver's seat. And speaking of automobiles, that one was a bit of a crash line. Amjad, we did take the wicket. I still don't know how that ball stuck to Taib Sahale's hands. But that was another caught and bowled. And then, well, they needed a hero from somewhere. This is when Shima got caught, and he was the 9th wicket to fall. But then, just a few bonus runs. This 26, well, we'll remember this, because they were 59 when their last pair came to the crease, and they end up with 85.
Yeah, I mean, look, that one that went for 5 wides, that hurt them. And then there was those couple of boundaries. Well, there is no way that he's the number 10 and 11 here. I mean, they showed the guys at the top how to do it, and it all came to an end with that catch there. But what a marvellous partnership that is about those guys there towards the end with the number 9 and the number 11 batter. It's absolutely superb stuff, and absolutely great performance though from POTL United. I mean, they were just sensational. Just have a look at this scorecard. So Naqvi 2 boundaries, then he went to Amir Sharif. He didn't even get to face the ball. He was run out. Azeem Ali, he played a horrible shot, didn't he, to get himself out. Got a 4, then gets himself out. And, well, Javid Mahesh got to 13 before he went. Unlucky for him. There was 15 from Sikandar Abbas. But then it was Shahzad Hamiyun there towards the end. And also Tasir Hassan, that really, they played such a massive part. And Hassan, well, that over where he hit 2 boundaries and also got the 5 wides at over number 9, when it almost turned out to be magical. But I tell you what, the way the other overs went and the scores that were caused, that came off them, it was magical in those terms. 85, somehow they get to 85. It's an incredible partnership. You can see there, they were 9 wickets down, and for 59 runs on the board. So that's a remarkable comeback there. So, well, if they do win this match, and well, they've got to give thanks to those lower 2 batters that somehow produced a marvellous performance. And I think Tasir Hassan, well, what a few shots, important shots that he played. The bowlers, 2 wickets for Ahmed Khan, 2 also for Tayyib Sohail. Nice to see Sohail back in the action and bowling well. And, you know, he was under all sorts of trouble before. Zain Amjad, well, it's his 2nd over when it all went wrong for him. The 5 wides and then those 2 boundaries that came off that. And Amir Nadeem, well, he didn't bowl a bad one there towards the end. It did go for 11, but he does pick up that wicket. So this one is very, very evenly poised. I mean, nobody, come on, be honest, nobody thought that it was going to be a score around 85. I think everybody thought Fresh Tropical were going to go big and we're going to go past the sort of 140, 150 mark. They're a team that can do that. We know they can do that. They showed signs of their powerful hitting when we saw them in the group stages. In the first match, they put 85 on the board. Just remember that, 85 on the board, and they defended it against Milan United. So they've got to a score, they know that they can defend. But when we saw them again, they put 150 on the board. That's the sort of team that they are. So it's, you wouldn't back against them. But look, I still believe that POTL, if somebody like Karim Shahzad can get going and he can get support from one of the other batters, this match is very much alive and we could see a huge upset. Well, are we going to see a huge upset or not? Well, join me, Rika Fall, along with Mr. Maximo here at the Milan Cricket Ground. It's hot, 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 hot in the middle and hot in the commentary box and hot all around. And the cricket has been pretty hot as well. And join us, well, maybe with a hot drink as you come back in about 10 minutes' time. Hello and welcome back. And well, what a match we have in store for you here. We're halfway through the third quarter final, and Fresh Tropical have got to 85 thanks to a marvellous effort from their number 9 and number 10 batters. I mean, a 26-run partnership in just 11 balls helped them to get from 59 to 85. And 85 is a score that we have seen them defend. That was what they did in their first match in their Group C against Milan United. They were 85 all out in that one as well, and they restricted Milan United to 73. But this is, it's got to be said, a real shocker. There are people in Italy all around that their ice creams have melted. They've just been so asphyxiated on what was happening in front of them out there. And the ice creams didn't even get eaten, it melted away like a little bit like the batting order of Fresh Tropical. It just melted away in the heat, and the heat was put on by Piotella United. Now then, have they got the nerve? Have they got the cool? Have they got the calm to go out there and knock these runs off? Ahmed Mohammed, the striker, and then his partner at the non-striker's end, Aslam Anis. And here we go. Bilal Hamid starting off and gets the first one through outside the off. That rate starts at around 8.6. So let's see if they can try and keep it to that. I think the key for them maybe is to start off with the power play and not lose any or too many wickets. So just place this one away, so we'll get the single. Yeah, so maybe have a slightly cautious approach to start off with, just to get the confidence levels up. And I think if they lose wickets early and lose them quickly, not only will the batters out there put themselves under pressure straight away, I think they'll feel pressure in the camp as well. Into the pads. I don't think this is out. I think it is pitching outside the line. I think it's also too high as well. It gets a good bit of bounce on this, and I think this is going over the stumps. But they're going to ask the questions. They know what they need. They know they need to get these wickets, and quickly. Captain Bilal Hamid trying to do the job for his team. Up in the air, and this should and would be the first wicket, surely. Yes, it will. No mistakes. And it is Anis who really hasn't got going with the bat at all in this series. And he goes for a duck. So the man who did and played a vital part in the field, he took 2 very good catches, almost was 3. But 2 important catches. He tries to go big here, just scoops this up in the air. It's all to do with his positioning of his body there. Had no shape about him. Just hits this straight up in the air. So Anis departs. Bilal Hamid, the captain, gets a breakthrough. I have to say that Fresh Tropical, they do seem very calm about this. Trying to stay cool, calm, collective. They're trying to book their place into tomorrow's finals day, where the semi-final awaits. So easy catch taken, and no drama there at all. And it's Segunder Abbas. New batter comes in, and it is the talented Shahzad, Karim Shahzad. I think a lot will depend on the way that he bats. And shuffles right across on this one, but gets bat onto ball. They are missing a couple of key players as well. I know that they're always struggling with availability. I mean, just named Kaiba was sensational for them. He scored 27 of 15 yesterday. This one beats him out of the off, and it was really just Kaiba and Shahzad that were in the runs. Hamid Khan got a few as well, so he is in there, but really you'd think that a lot has to depend on just how Shahzad and can't go about things. And that's why I was saying I think they just need a batter that goes and gets them that 35 to 40 on the board and just help by some of the others, and they will get there. 317 without a goal on board. When we got all excited about the quarterfinal number 2, we thought that could have been, and then it wasn't just like that. And maybe, well, who knows, maybe it could be this one. So, as the new bowler gets ready to bowl, it's going to be Chima. It's time for Mr. Maximo to come back into the box.
Nice to be back. Here we go, Zahid Chima. Very good performer earlier in the week. Reliable player. Can play we first saw in 2019, all the way back in the infancy of the European Cricket Network when we showed the European Cricket League 3 years ago now, and that predated all of this European Cricket Series cricket. That's kind of what spurned it. So yeah, he had a good series back then. Here he is playing for Fresh Tropical now. Yeah, they've got that 85 on the board. They can be so thankful to their last pair that they got this many, Rico.
Well bowled, well played as well. Will attack the stumps, and then comes the throw. And this would have been pretty close. The batter running in. He loses his bat. Let's have a look. This is a bat plug. And yeah, he would have been out. Bat is in the air. It is a bat plug.
Yeah, well, plugs after he gets it in, doesn't really slide it. That's one of the risks about sliding on the grass. Sometimes that can happen. He's batting themselves into a bit of a hole here at the moment. Run rate suddenly is going to go over 10. Then it feels like chasing 100 anyway, after all the hard work they've done, PLTL United.
Ahmed Mohammed. This one. Well, I think the batter may be in a bit of trouble here. This is, I think, going under the grill. Let's have a look. It goes up and...
It gets him under the grill. It's exactly what you said. It hits him under the bottom of the chin.
Yeah, I mean...
That's got to really hurt off the top edge. Yeah, that's nasty. Well, at least he's still sitting there walking around, but he was a bit disoriented there for a while. Ahmed Mohammed saw him wandering around. And no one likes to see people get hurt. Have a look at this one. You'll see exactly what happens. So it comes off the top edge, straight up, and it comes fast.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I mean, that top edge has taken no pace off the ball at all. It's different for when it hits your arm and maybe bounces up. It's actually a genuine top edge that goes up, and yeah, there's nothing. That doesn't hit any helmet at all.
No, that goes right through under. So, I mean, it's good to see that he's okay. We've taken some water out to him, which he's taken. But yeah, I mean, he seems fine. I think it's just the initial shock of it. And once again, I think it's one of the reasons we always do say, I mean, you've got to have the protection out there. And, we strongly encourage all batters to go out there, no matter what format you play, to wear your helmets.
And it's one of the rare ones, though, where the helmet actually doesn't cover that part of your anatomy. And it's just a bit different to, for example, a catcher's face mask in baseball. You always have some protection on your neck as well, because you get more balls that kind of get hit in that area. It's pretty rare in cricket for that to happen. But yeah, we'll certainly hope he's all right. And it's certainly worth taking a couple of minutes to make sure he's all right. Key part of the game, the key player, Ahmed Mohammed.
Yeah, I like also from Zahid Chima, he realises straight away that he believes, I mean, at that time he wasn't sure, but he believed that's what happened. And he just stopped and he just signalled to the bench of PLTL United and said, look, I think you guys should just come on here with a bit of water and let him have a drink, because you know, it's the shock of it as well. But you can see there,
I mean, how
and that
fast
goes
that
really
is travelling.
quick. You see even in slow-mo, look how quickly that goes up there.
Yeah, you can see. You think about how far top edges normally fly. We often see them flying for 6. And that one could have gone close to 6 instead. Whacked him. Anyway, it's good to see he's back up and about. And then the next ball, he swings away. Should just be a single. I'm going to the other end for now anyway.
Yeah, and he's one of the key batters. We know that. We've already seen that these two, Ahmed Mohammed and Karim Shazad, especially with Nabir not playing in this match, if these ones are to happen, most of them have got to come from the bat of one of these two. Chima, seeing what his captain wanted to do, what his captain's done already. 1 over, got a wicket, in he comes. So swing and a miss. So Shazad, he sees that those two men straight are inside the circle. He wants to go after them. Very good afternoon, evening, or even morning to you, wherever you're tuning in from. And probably already know that this is turned out to be a much, well, I won't say closer at the moment, but much more of a thriller than we expected. It's up in the air. It won't go to hand. There will be runs. They do take one. You just need to show maybe just a little bit more intent, I think. Just run that first one quick. Put pressure on the fielder. The fielder there is under no pressure at all, as he's seen that the batters are just gently strolling to get the ball. But you're right, and this is the point that you made, Maxi, that if you don't get enough runs on the board early on, I mean, you see here the score is 5 for 1. Then all of a sudden, that score, which is 85 now, when you look at the run rate, it's like they're chasing 100 plus. So they haven't done themselves any favours.
Exactly right. Hey, let's talk about the ECC for a second, because I'm sure a lot of the players we see today may be in contention for a spot in the Italian team. It's a 5-week tournament, T10 International Cricket, starting the 12th of September. Well, we're into July today, so just July, August, September. Not too far away at all. 5 teams in each group for the first 4 weeks. The winners of each group go through to join England in the Championship Week, which starts on the 10th of October. Join us for the second ever ECC right here on the European Cricket Network. Start of a new over, and here's Amir Sharif, who... well, it's his first meaningful contribution, I suppose, to the game, because he's run out without facing a ball. Gets the first one through, and yeah, have a look at that run rate required already. It's up above 10.3 and over, so it's like you're trying to chase 103 against Fresh Tropical. And again, we won't call it too quickly, but Fresh Tropical have had a real scare today. They've got a navigation path out of it, though.
Sharif. But Shazad. And he takes him on and he hits it straight over, and it will be 4 runs. It's a good shot. And he tried this earlier, didn't he? When he knows those two fielders are in the circle, he knows if he gets enough on it, he's going to clear them. He doesn't get this out the middle of the bat, but still, you see, he's elevating it as he's hitting. He gets it over them, gets his 4 runs, and well, hopefully with that gets a bit of confidence for himself as well.
Yeah, hopefully. Could be the one that gets them going.
This is struck well. Fielder will field, have a go, and oh, well, I think this would have been very close as well. Good work from Zahid Chima. He's a big man, but he gets down low, gets it clean in his hands, gets a throw in, and look at the reactions. And I think this would have been out.
I think it would have been just out as well, judging on that. Still, this is last over the power play. Can they elevate? Can they get a boundary or two off Sharif?
Now this one could be out. It's pretty straight for me. Yeah, that's, I think, gone. He hits it full and straight. And you see the umpire just taking his time. I like that. So what Silvio is doing here, when you see the replay, so again, in my mind, I'll put you in the mind of the umpire. So here comes the delivery. It's pretty full. And he's got to just decide, okay, why isn't this out? Why is it not out? It's full, it's straight, it's hitting on the pads. Is it going to go on and hit the stumps, or is it going to swing away? Now, it does swing a little, that ball, but I don't think it swings enough or give me enough doubt to say, no, it's not going to hit the stump.
Yeah.
So there, you give the decision.
That was the only thing. I mean, it hasn't bounced, so that's not an issue. It hits him in line with the stumps. Is it going to go on and hit? I think it is. I think it's hitting the leg stump. It's very hard to believe that one wouldn't hit some of the leg stump at least. So it was full, it was straight. Ahmed Mohammed couldn't deal with it. He's gone for 3. And so we'll get another look at it here. Yeah, man, just very hard to believe that ball's missing. I think that's a good decision. So Piccatelli United lose the second wicket. It's 10 for 2.
Yeah, big wicket, because that's one of the batters that has been able to contribute with the bat and score some runs. And now we see Fahad Saad. I don't think we saw Fahad when we saw them play in the group stages. It's not a name that I recognise.
Saad was a late replacement as well, due to an injury in the warm-up to Saad Afzal. So let's see what happens here. It's 10 for 2, coming in at a pressured time. Again, it's 86 they're chasing, not 186. So one good partnership could turn this around. Here's Sharif.
Oh, plays this nicely. Nice to see. That was Karina in the background there. Just after making some adjustments to the camera that we have that focuses on the bowler. And the bat is running. Making some adjustments to that. Part of the crew that we have here. They're doing a fantastic job. Yeah, shout out to our crew in Spring Productions, our partners, to Martins, Richards and Karina. That's really well bowled. Is that Yorker length to delivery, and the batter just manages to get a little bit on this Shazad. I think that probably would have been too good for many of batters. That's really well bowled. End of the over, and it is all tiki-taka at the moment. The score 12, 2 wickets down, and that rate is just climbing. And when you're losing wickets as well, especially your main batters, and when you're missing one of your main batters anyway, it's very difficult to see how they can get into this.
So the old chicken pox up the top. You see what I was talking about? A wicket in every over but the second, but there were 2 in the first. So just never getting a partnership going. That's until, well, actually the ninth wicket and the 10th wicket, there was kind of 11 balls in between them because one was the first ball of the 9th, one was the last ball of the 10th. That partnership was worth 26. A key partnership, because even now, imagine if they were chasing 60 instead of 86.
Yeah.
Still be game on. This is Skander Abbas. He's got that trademark little jump to the left when he bowls.
Yeah.
Right now, you feel like Fresh Tropical have this game on toast.
Yeah, Abbas, he really does go very wide and try and angle the ball in. So just to watch his action, he's trying to create a different angle, a different line for the batter to contend with. Well, they take the single. It's a slight misfield. They still haven't got the ball, but they're not dicing with a second just yet. March is back to his mark. That's Sard now on strike. Let's see if he takes him on. I think it might be a reason why he's been sent up here a bit earlier to have a bit of a go. This is the slower delivery, so it goes for the slower Yorker, gets bat on it. Take a single, but singles are wins, aren't they? Singles are wins for Fresh Tropical. Singles don't hurt them at all. It's Bielotella United that get hurt with the singles. That rate just starts to keep steadily climbing. Bit more oomph in this one, but once again the field is well set. No mistake from the fielder. Gets the throw in straight away. It's one more.
Talk a bit about the Maximo count. Wasn't there in the first innings, and we didn't see any in the first half of the innings from Fresh Tropical. I think they did end up with 2. So far, we haven't seen any from Bielotella United. And at the moment, they haven't really fired a shot. This game throwing up a few surprises, but at the moment, it seems like normal service resuming.
Nice looking shot, plays it well, but once again, it's only going to get him a single. So tiki-taka continues, and okay, it's not a big score, so you can do a fair bit of tiki-taka, but if there's no boom-booms in there at all, well, then you're leaving all the boom-booms for later, and that's going to be difficult.
Last ball of the over from Skander Abbas.
Gets it past the inner fielder, but not the fielder doing the sweeping. In comes the throw, and they will get 2. So 2 to finish the over. 18 it is at the end of 4 overs.
Pretty casual on the old one-handed pickup right on the rope. Anyway, it is 18 for 2. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. Great to have your company once again today. And Rico Fool's here with me. We're enjoying our time here at Italian Summer. This is just week 1 of 5. Don't forget. I want to say a big hello to everyone who's watching in our YouTube live chat as well, ECN European Cricket Network. Not to forget all of our viewers, we know there's millions of them actually every day on FanCode in India. So hello to you guys. Hopefully you're well, and hopefully you're enjoying this series. It's Peacock Friday as well. We've got our Peacock shirts on.
Yep.
I'm enjoying it. We're kind of keeping a little bit cool as well. A nice breathable material on mine.
Yeah, it's I have
you
to
need
admit,
it on a day like today.
Yeah, it is a hot day. Quite sticky. What's it now? About 30? I reckon it's about 32.
We're up to 30, it says, but it always feels a little bit hotter here without the breeze when it doesn't come in. Anyway, hopefully you're enjoying it. Of course, by the end of today, we'll have our 4 semi-finalists. 2 of those will be going to Rome in just over 3 weeks' time for the Super Series. Let's go back to the action out in the middle. It's Ahmed Sharif who's going to bowl over number 5.
This is played away nicely. Again, I think you've got to be looking for 2 here, and they're not. And, look, boundaries are hard to come by. You can't help yourself by taking the 2s, and I think it's all about running the first one hard. You see, one batter is prepared to do that, the other not. Yeah. Sharif. And this one's hit well, and this one will get through the gap. So it's a nice shot, and it's something finally for the Pioltello United boys to applaud and clap, because well, that's what they need every so often. Just keep picking up a few boundaries. I mean, if they get a boundary or 2, or now probably 2 boundaries every over, then they're going to be back where they need to be, as long as they keep taking those singles as well. But look how quickly the rate can change. You know, from 8.5 to start off with, and now it's into the 11.
Yeah, no. Can they get something going? Pioltello United. Otherwise, the only thing going will be them.
Shazad. A lot of pressure on him, though. I think he's already well aware that with the likes of Ahmed, that's already gone. There's no Navir in the side. That a lot of it is just dependent on him. He's the only batter that's been able to make any sort of contribution in the side. Somebody else also needs to step up. Short, plays that pretty well, straight into the hands of the fielder. And the throw does come in. It's a good bit of fielding again. And you can see that they are a very well-oiled machine, Fresh Tropical. They've played in these low-scoring matches before. They manage to keep their nerves, even when they're not at their best. And I think be interesting to see just how important that 10th wicket partnership ended up being. Slower delivery, and he managed to control this pretty well. The fielder almost makes a mess of that, but does stop it. And interesting enough, I mean, the match that they won, their first match in the group stage, the score that they made?
Yeah, they made 85. That's what we were talking about. The fact they did defend this exact score before. It was against Milan United, who we'll see in quarterfinal number 4, by the way. Because Milan United finished second in that group on Wednesday.
More runs, but singles. They have got that one boundary in this over, though. And that does help them get a few more, but not that much many. This is 26 now at the halfway point. So only 8 runs coming off that one, and that was with the boundary. So you can see they're just, with every over, they're just, all right, they're not doing what. And this is the difference maybe, Vinny, and when you compare the 2 innings so far. Fresh Tropical, yeah, they were losing a wicket almost every over, like you said, but they were still hitting a boundary and scoring decent runs. And yet their opponents, well, they're not getting the boundaries, they're not scoring quickly, even though they're not losing wickets, but they're actually hurting themselves more by playing this way than the approach that Fresh Tropical had.
Yeah, you certainly couldn't accuse them of overvaluing their wickets in the first half of the innings, but I think, although I think Pioltello were trying, they're not really getting a lot happening on the scoreboard. There's been a lot of this kind of thing. Just get some bat in it, maybe get a single, but not getting a lot more than that.
Let's get Rabas back into the attack. Shabba Shabba. Oh, it's all Shabba Shabba at the moment for Fresh Tropical. This is going up in the air, and well, now it's Shabba Shabba Shaka. Look out, and Pioltello boys go ballistic. They go balmy, because this one is out of here. Lovely jubbly. 6 runs, and the first Maximo of the innings comes up, and it is Saad that hits it. Well, Fahad Saad says, okay, I think I'm seeing it now. Time to play a few shots. This is well hit as well. So not too much of a bat lift. Gets it down the ground, takes a single. So 6 and a single, and now he's probably saying to Shazad, okay, I'm going now, up I'm going, me and you. Let's put this partnership together.
Yeah, I mean, is there a way back into this game? A couple more of those, and maybe it will be. Skandarabas, 3 balls going his spell.
He just played out square. I mean, those deliveries from Abbas, I think what the batters need to try and do is rock back and pull and hook. They're sort of playing him sort of in front, really, so it ends up they're flat batting forward, but I think they're going to rock back and hit to the leg side. And well, that'll help. It's an edge, 4 runs. There's nothing anybody could do about this. It goes past the wicketkeeper in a flash. There we go, disappears. 4 runs, valuable runs. Well, if they are to get it, that's what they're going to do.
Yeah.
Be a bit brave, get a bit of luck their way this way, and runs will come.
That's true. Edging up towards 2 ball. That one just helps get it back. Partnership slowly building. Slowly is probably the word. Skandarabas, 1 more ball to go in his spell. He's gone for 19 plus this. This has been the over they needed, really.
Yeah, this is their best over so far, and a ball to come in it. There's been a bit of an adjustment to the field. Again, nicely played. Keeps his shape really well. Stays nice and straight, Dassard. Very correct. And well, the bowler, he's not very happy with the way that one went. He just gets the ball back and just sort of, it's a mini spike into the ground and says, Ale, that's me done. 40 for 2.
Yeah, because 14 came off that over. Before that, they hadn't had a double-digit over. 1, 4, 7, 6, 8 through the first 5. Just 26 in the first half of the innings. Then 14 off that. Okay, so that means they need, what's that, 46 off 4? I mean, ordinarily, you say that's on. It's just they haven't really looked like firing a shot here. Game of momentum, isn't it? Now, all my devices had overheated, but I am now back in the live chat. And I want to say a quick hello to Maiden Waters, who's in the chat. Hello, and we were talking about maidens earlier. The fact that we've had 7 maidens in this tournament. Don't think we've had one today, have we?
Not one today,
We
no.
need 1 more to tie the record for a series this year, and 2 to beat it. But remember, this is only a 1-week series compared to most of the series have been 2 weeks. I was going to say, some people are talking about their favourite commentators, and one of mine's been mentioned in there. A lot of people saying Richie Beno, of course. He is the kind of the Don Bradman of commentary, really, got to say. But one of my favourites, Luke mentioned, was Tony Cozier from the West Indies. I really used to like his commentary. He was commentating the first time I watched cricket when the West Indies were in Australia in 88, 89. So, yeah, like that pick up there. Hello to Steve Cook. Glad you can join us a bit earlier than normal as well. Let's get back to the action. It looks like it will be Azim Ali. And you know where he's going to be? He's going to be fairly accurate. It won't be that quick. Over number 7.
He starts with his quicker delivery.
A lot of people like Michael Holding as well.
Yeah,
He's
I
got
like
very-
Holding.
He's a good one, isn't he? I mean, you have to just have your volume set correctly. Oh, this is a bit noisy from Saad. He goes over cover. He's breaking the shackles now. Deep in the crease. I mean, that's a really good shot down on the back leg and whacked it away with extra cover for 4.
Well, Vinny, I don't know where this guy has come from, Assad, but, well, he is looking the part. I mean, the way he's played some shots already, he's just starting to come alive. The way he keeps his shape and the shots that he's played, this boy can bat. And this one, they'll take the single, they will. Yeah, he's just batted so correctly. His shape has been good, he's been nice and straight, played some nice shots. So the partner that Shazad wanted is there. And now, can he go on and get the 40 or so that he needs, supported by Saad, and get what would be an amazing victory for them?
Azim Ali. They've trusted Azim Ali in some pretty dicey situations. He's the one that bowled the 10th over the other day in that defensive 85. This one's in the air, and this one really should be caught. Chima is the man that will hold on to it. So he spikes the ball into the ground. He's happy. That's the end of Shazad, who goes for a pretty much run a ball 20. So let's see if someone can come in and keep this pace up. It's below 2 a ball, but for how long? That's the 3rd wicket now for Piatella United. They're 45 for 3.
Well, he goes a run a ball 20. Dash Chrome Shazad. This is a big moment. I just think, I mean, I can understand it. Chima, well, you know what he thinks about it. He absolutely spikes the ball into the ground. But that is the wicket, I think, that Fresh Tropical needed. They needed to break that partnership to start off with. They did. And now they've got Shazad. Shazad's probably the one batter that probably could have seen them home. I mean, all right, Fahad Saad has started to play some good shots himself, so he's come from nowhere. Now, is there somebody that can stick around there for him and also play intelligent cricket here now? The batters coming in have to try and give as much strike as they can to Saad.
Well, someone just mentioned, it was Thunder in the chat saying, just imagine, just remember the last pair partnership of 26.
Yeah.
How important was that? Otherwise, if that had been nothing, they'd be chasing 60 instead of 86. That's a statement of intent if ever I saw one.
Well, looking to hit this one straight down the ground. Hamid Khan has had some good knocks, but he lives dangerously. Oh, this is trouble. And if he had the ball, it was curtains. I think they first decide not to go, and then they decide they're going to go. I think because Khan has committed, and a good throw into the keeper here, it would have been curtains. I don't think it was an easy one for him to do. I'd like to see it again. He seems to be in good position. He wants it, and no, it ends up yorking him.
Yeah, I mean, it's low. That's what made it difficult. But have a look at the hesitation here. Look at 36. Fahad Saad. Once he got going, he really had to. Good throw would have been gone.
Yeah, I mean, he's not the man you want to be running at now. I mean, if he goes, then it's game over. Just face it. 46. So that's a pretty good over from Asim Ali. He got the wicket, the big wicket of Shahzad. 3 wickets down here now, and only gives just 6 runs away. This is the last quarter final that is coming up, and well, Poliasco against Milan United. It's another one that is going to be a bit of a humdinger.
Yeah, a few Fernando's coming in. That's don't see Madupa Fernando in that lineup for Poliasco. So that's something to think about there. Milan United, well, they qualified via the eliminator. Yam Suresh been in great form for them. Look at Nagoda Nandana up the top as well for Poliasco. Pretty good player.
This is another one up in the air. Chima, well, he's going to spike this one as well. Well, maybe he's not. He's just going to cradle this like a baby. He goes up in the air, and, well, we know Khan. He doesn't like to hold back. He wanted to go for the big one straight away. He missed out on this one. He does get it, but he only finds the safe hands of Chima. He goes for a 3-ball duck. And, well, the collapse has started. This is always a concern. This is why it was so important that somebody like Shahzad stayed there and they worked around him. With him gone, all right, Saad is out there. Only just, he could have been run out the ball before. But Ahmed Khan, well, he's gone. So another batter departs.
A different Chima this time taking the catch. This was Bilal Hamid, who's also a Chima.
Yep.
Because Zahid Chima has the ball in his hand now, and he takes a wicket. So 46 for 4. This will bring Kamal Zaman to the crease. He's bringing the boom boom before in the field. It was more to do with a catch that went up between 2 fielders. Hey, that was well held. You expect them to catch those. So 3 overs remaining. Still needing basically 40. 40 off 17 to be exact. Shrugs just come back and said, well, this looks like a close game. Well, what about if Fresh Tropical's last pair hadn't put on 26? It would be even closer.
Well, it's another one in the air, and it's as safe as houses. 2 and 2 for Bilal Hamid in terms of taking the catch. Well, he's got Chima on his back because he's a supporter of the bowler. Chima, who's doing the bowling. Zahid Chima. Well, once again, it's bowled by Chima, caught by Chima. And can he put his name in our Hall of Fame? As this one is 2 in 2.
Yeah, well judged.
Yeah, it's a good catch, but Ahmed Mohammed this time, it's his turn to put the ball straight into the hands of the fielder. And hat-trick opportunity for Chima. There you go. Well, there it is. Well, we saw both of those in Austria.
We sure did. And before that, of course, Naveen Gunasekaran took a hat-trick as part of his 6 for 5. I want to go right back there. How about Chris Batten, 58 years of age in Khartoum in that ECS. What else have we got? Imtiaz Rana, the Friendship CC captain against the Wild Panthers. I'll have to go back and look at all these names. Remember Dilwan Ali? He was one that broke the drought. We had something like 5 weeks without a hat-trick. And Amir Zaib, well, he's a man playing for Portugal at the moment in the T20 International World Cup qualifiers, the pre-qualifiers that are going on in Belgium. So plenty of names. How about Ben Kidman? That one for Farmers of Jersey, which included a very good caught and bowled and a ridiculous caught behind to bring up the hat-trick.
Yeah, what a catch that was. We'll remember that
Plenty
for
of
a
others.
long,
Atif
long
Mohammed,
time.
another man who's playing for Spain at the moment in the T20 Internationals. All right, here we go. Ali Amjad is the man who's going to bowl. Zahid Chima's on a hat-trick.
Hat-trick ball. Chima, in he comes. No change in the field. Oh. Goes straight through, a big swing. Close to the edge, close to the stumps. Hits another dot. So he doesn't get the hat-trick, but it is tidy. Chima, you can see he gave a little bit more effort in this one, didn't he?
Yeah, sure did. If that was straight, I think he would have had his hat-trick, judging by that stroke. Shrug, just remembering Ben Kinman, or Ken Binman, as he gets called sometimes. It's a spoonerism. Right. Still 40 to win. No runs this over yet.
Up in the air, shouts and catches. Not going to be caught, but can they stop the ball from going to the boundary? That I think they will do. And, well, there should be 2 runs here. I mean, it's an easy 2. And I know that side probably thinks he wants to stay on strike.
Yeah.
There's only 2 balls to come in the over.
True. I think he's just seen enough from the other end. He's saying, right, I'm down here. I'm going to give this a shake. Maybe you can go 6 and 1 from here. 54. They need 32 off to. Still pretty unlikely, but I do think Fahad Saad, he's 22 off 12. He's the man that's going to have to face most, if not all, of these deliveries if they're going to get over the line.
Nice looking shot, and it's going to be a bit of a chase on here. Got to get onto it now, and that's going to be 4. Well, he didn't want to get down. He didn't want to get dirty. He didn't want to get his hands into play. Tried to go with his foot, and this is a foot fail. It's 4 runs.
Yeah, have a look at this. He even kind of sizes it up, but meanwhile the ball's still rolling. It doesn't slow down that quickly. In the end, he hoofs it into the rope. There's the boundary they wanted. Gets him up to 51. When you go back to the start of this innings, you know, the openers between them made 3 off 8. I mean, they just love those few balls back now. Easier said than done. But at the moment, Pioteliano just maybe staying in it with that boundary. Saad well, probably wants to strike, but I think he'll still probably try and hit a boundary here because you're running out of deliveries. Only 13 remaining. Chima, 2 for 9, has been excellent. Here's the last ball of his spell.
Well, it stays low. If it's straight, he's out. And the umpire puts the finger up. The only doubt was whether it's going down the leg side. And that is so nice. And that's almost a little bit of apology from Chima because he knows it does stay low. And he sort of says, sorry, mate, I know it stayed a bit low. And I don't know. I mean, I want to see it again. The only thing that can save the batter here is if it's going down the leg. I don't think it is.
Yeah,
see, it stays low. And, well, look at it again. It does cut a fair bit. I mean, it's pretty quick delivery, so the umpire doesn't have too much time to think about it. I don't know, Vinny. What do you reckon?
Nah, it's definitely hitting the stumps. Hits him on the back pad. Just have a look at here. It does seem back, but have a look at where it actually hits him. It hits him behind the crease, pretty much in front of middle and leg. And that's smashing him out of the ground. And yeah, I mean, it was a difficult ball to pull anyway. I don't think it was that short. So an entertaining innings from Fahad Saad, but he's got to go. 26 off 14 for him. And the score at the end of 8 is 51 for 6. And Zahid Chima finishes 3 for 9 of his 2 overs. What a good effort.
Yeah, well bowled. I mean, the 50 did come up in that over. So it's 51 for 6. Oh, if he hits, it could be trouble. Well, he decided to go. I think because it's the position he was in, it was easier to throw to the keeper's end. So Bilal, the captain, have a look at this. I mean, he goes down, he gets the ball here. If he throws at the bowler's end, but he just thinks, right, I'm in the position to go that end. I think if he hits, it would have been out. There's no doubt about it. And they get the single. The captain comes back on to bowl after taking 2 very good catches. Edge. Oh, speaking of catches, this one just brushes the glove off the keeper. It went really quickly. It's a very good effort, but not only does it not get caught, it goes all the way to the boundary.
Yeah, not a bad effort. You see, he's kind of wrong-footed. He does well to spring up and at least get a finger on that. So, what was that, 35 off 12. Need a magical over somewhere along the way here. You've only got 2 overs to go. Hamid. It's an unlucky one. Remember, his first over was excellent, wasn't it? He bowled the first over. Took a wicket, only conceded 1 run. Now he's coming back in the 9th.
Makes contact, will take the single. And we've got two Amjads out there batting now. Ali Amjad and Zain Amjad.
Yeah, I mean, PLTL United, when we saw them first up yesterday morning, they did not look like the sort of side that we thought would be pushing Fresh Tropical almost to the edge of elimination.
Up in the air, shouts to catch it. It should be taken, and it is taken. That's a very easy and simple catch there. And Sagina Abbas, he's not going to drop those. So another wicket goes is Ali Amjad. That now has to depart. And you see, they're getting to that score now, Vinny. You see, for me, as soon as that score goes past 59, then I'm saying that there's that partnership between the number 9 and number 11 batter. The 26 runs that they put together, that won this match for us.
That's true. I mean, what's a normal 10-wicket partnership? 10th-wicket partnership, maybe 2 or 3.
You know, if you're lucky, a few lucky edges.
Yeah,
you know, maybe you can get.
6.
Yeah, you know,
They definitely got 20 more than anyone expected.
Yeah,
that's what I would say.
But they were good shots.
Yeah,
They weren't. I mean, all right, one of them was an inside edge that went to the boundary, but all the others were good cricket shots. So Bilal Ahmed gets a wicket. Another one. For him, he's 2 for 7. So him and Zahid Chima certainly being the pick of the bowlers here. This is out. Well, this is caught behind. This has gone really quickly. This is a quick, fiery delivery. Well, the heat is on, and it is sizzling out here in the Milan cricket ground. And this is a sizzling delivery.
do you know what I'm waiting for?
What?
Them to be 9 down for 59 and then to whack like 27 off the last over to win. Well, you can't really blame the batter there. Sasib Hamid, the captain. He just tries to smack that. Instead he gets a little edge, caught behind. So score now 57 for 8. And well, we've been looking at this a few times today. Hat-trick ball again. We're still searching for hat-trick taker number 14. We're filling up that screen, I'm sure, before too long. And so will it be not one Chima but another? This is Bilal Hamid, who has the opportunity to join those names in the Hall of Fame 2022. Shrug's got a question. How often have both teams been bowled out in an ECS match? Well, it's only happened once. It happened once, and that was in Sweden last year.
There we go.
Pachirika Foreign Royals. Hat-trick ball, though.
Hat-trick chance for the captain. And, well, it's on the stumps. And they will take a single. Well, it may be more than a single. It's not backed up well. But it is backed up well. So it's another one, another opportunity. There's been plenty of opportunities for hat-tricks in this series. So many bowlers have taken 2 and 2. But still, haven't seen the hat-trick come up. The score at the end of that over takes us to 58 for 8.
It's been a really entertaining game, though. I mean, no matter who you're supporting, this is what we love about ECN cricket. It is highly, highly, highly unpredictable. That's what we've seen here again. Even though the result might have been predictable, but the way they've got there certainly hasn't been.
So, last over. Plenty of runs to protect. 28 required in 6. So, Asim is going to come on to bowl. Probably fancies the chances to maybe get a few wickets. This will be a wide. So it just takes it down to 27. Asim Ali.
This will be a record if they get this many.
Sohail will hit this and into the stumps. The middle stump at the bowler's end comes out. This is a good shot, actually. I think if this is don't hit the stumps, the two fielders, long on and long off, we're going to struggle to stop this.
This is about, they say play straight. You can't get much straighter than that. Bang. Middle peg cartwheeled.
Yeah, the batters do take a single, but it's not singles they need. It's big boundaries if they're to do anything amazing here. It doesn't look like at the moment. But Zain Amjad is on strike. Let's see what he can do with it. Hits it hard, goes up in the air, it will drop before the fielder can get to it, but it's just a single.
I remember thinking 70 in my mind. If they could get to 70 in the first innings, I thought they could defend it, and that's kind of where we're at. Piantel United have ended up in the 60s. Can't see them getting out of there now. Here's Azamali.
This has been hit pretty well, and he's going to get this in the gap. And this is going to be, well, the fielder signals 4 runs. Just bounces before the rope. Well, he swung hard at this. Yeah, there you go, just one bounce as it goes over the line. He really does smack it well. And Sohail, don't forget his input in this one. Picked up 2 for 12, and now he's out there. Sort of, well, submission to nothing really. Well, I say to nothing, I mean, 3 sixes? Yeah.
3 6s, 83. Well, that's a very close game, but you still lose by 2 runs.
Yeah. Wants that no ball. And this one will...
Has to be. This is out, but this is no appeal.
I don't know if has he got
Has he
any
hit it?
bat on it.
No, that's
bat
a
on it.
stinker. And that's just because there's no appeal. Look at this.
There is appeal.
Am I missing? Yeah, but no, there's no decent appeal. Mate, that's out. Because only one person appeals. He said, well, I'm not swayed by your shouting alone.
The umpire's just being kind. He's thinking, it makes no difference now, guys. You won the
Tell
match.
that to Azamali. Smacking middle stump out of the ground.
I like the way Azamali just turned around and gave the umpire another look and said, hey, buddy, look, he's still having a chat with him. He's still saying, hey, buddy, are you sure? What have I done to upset you?
Anyway, almost there now.
This is just dragged down and will be fielded. The batters not particularly running too hard, and they're all clapping each other. Applause all round. That is the end of the match. And Fresh Tropical, well, it wasn't quite the tropical storm we were expecting from them with the bat, but we did suspect that if they could get themselves into the 70s, then they had the ability to try and stop the new team, Piantel United, getting there, and they have done. Piantel, I should say. Hey, give them credit to them. I mean, nobody gave them a chance in this one, but they, because of an outstanding field performance, gave themselves a chance. So Piantel United, congrats to them, because it's the first time they've played in the FanCode European Cricket Series. They finished second in their group, and things didn't go all their way here. And here, missing 2 key players as well. I've got to emphasise that fact. 2 batters as well. And for a team that have struggled with the bat, when you've got 2 of your main batters not there, and then to really push the likes of a team like Fresh Tropical this way, they really should take a lot of credit. But Fresh Tropical, they're a classy outfit, and showing, like all good teams do, even when they're not at their best, even when they have a bad day in one department of the game, they are still good enough to win. And, well, that sets up the second semi-final there, you can see. And Milan, Kingsgrove against Fresh Tropical.
Yeah, so that's the second semi-final tomorrow. Still have one semi-finalist aside. Boliasco versus Milan United will play in the last game of the day. The winner of that game will play Albano first up tomorrow morning. And the winners of those semi-finals, they'll play off for the final in the afternoon. But also, they will make it through to the Super Series. Let's have a look at this defence. 85 was the score they've had to defend twice now. And Piantel United just never allowed to get on top. As the Fresh Tropical bowlers, well, they got the early wickets and kept it tight. And that's the reason, I think, that they end up defending this score. But wow, certainly had a few scares along the way here in the third quarter final.
Yeah, they certainly did. I mean, Saad came out, and he's somebody we haven't seen before. Well, I'd like to see him again, because he played some dashing shots. He really did. I do like what he brought to the equation. I think there was the partnership was key between him and Shazad. Shazad, well, he was playing it cautiously, and when he went for 20 of 20 balls, you just had the feeling those Saad were still out there, but losing that partner, that really, you just couldn't see them doing it, and then he had to go and play some big shots himself. I mean, this was a lucky one. The fielder really needed to stop that. And this is the LBW, and this is the one that got Saad in the end. Unfortunately, staying a little bit low. It was going to go and rocket onto the stumps. You see Chima. That's what I like about good players. You know, they appreciate each other, and they appreciate the game, and they support the other players as well, even if they're from the other team. Chima was the first to go up to Saad and say, hey, mate, you're a bit unlucky there. That does stay a bit low. And, well, this was a chance that the other Chima, Bilal, I mean, the captain had an opportunity to get a hat-trick. He wasn't able to do so. But it's all high-fives in the end, and lots of hugs for Fresh Tropical. They had a big scare there, Vinny, and they got out of it. And I still think, look, even though you look at where their score finished up, I still do believe that partnership, you know, between number 9 and number 11 was so key, because I think mentally as well, when you're going out and you're defending 85 or you're going out and defending 60, mentally they wouldn't probably have been switched on as much as that.
Well, it's a momentum shifter, isn't it? It gives them some momentum going into the second half of this game, and they would never give it back. Let's have a look at this next game, and you can see Baliasco taking on Milan United in the last game of the day. It is the fourth quarter final, and I can tell you news from the toss. Baliasco, they won the toss, elected to bat first. So only one of those two teams will survive to play Albano in the semi-finals tomorrow. Let's have a look at the scorecard. And well, Farhad Saad, he was the standout for me, 26 off 14. And apart from that, it was just Karam Shazad with 20 that was able to get into any kind of decent territory. Nobody else reaching double figures. As far as the bowling went, well, pretty good team effort. No one went for more than 10 and over. 3 for 8 for Bilal Hamid. 3 for 9, Zahid Shima. Wickets also to Amir Sharif and Nazim Ali. Skander Rabbas, he was most expensive, but he only went for 20 off his 2 overs. So we'll have a quick break. We'll be back. No extended break now between overs, between games 3 and 4 today. So we'll be back in around about 9 minutes. And when we do, we'll find out who will be our last team to make it into the semi-finals. Hope you can join us for that. Don't go anywhere. Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sando alongside Rico Full. Back with the fourth quarter final shortly. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series Italian Summer.
Welcome back to Milan, and now it's time for the fourth quarterfinals. Well, I'm enjoying my time here. I've taken a bit of a break for cricket, and we're really going to enjoy this fourth quarterfinal. It's Bogliasco versus Milan United, and I can tell you the news from the toss is that Bogliasco, they've won the toss. They're going to have a bat. Well, Rico, I'm busy over here. One more semi-finalist to decide. Let's get going for quarterfinal number 2. It's over to you in the ice cube.
Well, thank you very much to Mr. Maximo. Well, it is that time of year, and I think Wimbledon started already, hasn't it? Many you've missed the boat this time round, but look, keep practicing. You never know. I told you he's multi-talented. Well, the other day he was out in the playground on the swings, and now somehow he's made his way into the tennis courts. I'm sure you need to be a member to be in there, Vinny. So if we don't see him again, you'll probably find he's been arrested, and he's been taken to one of the prisons here in Milan for trespassing. Anyway, he's probably got the shirt for it as well, and maybe that will buy him out of any trouble. We're getting ready for the final quarter-final here today, and it is Bogliasco taking on Milan United. These two teams, I think they were going to be pretty evenly balanced against each other. I mean, there's one or two. I mean, we know that that Maduro Fernando, he's not in the side there for Bogliasco. That's going to be a big miss for them. I mean, he's a top player. The bat versus ball wall is giving this one to Milan United 100 to 98. And remember, when I looked at that for Fresh Tropical, when they had Fresh Tropical on about 104, I said, well, I think it's going to be a bit more than that. Well, it didn't end up being a bit more than that. It ended up being a little short of that. But this one, well, which way will this go? Is this going to be a high-scoring one or a low-scoring one? Well, what I can tell you is that we are due a big score here, and Bogliasco, I do like their way of thinking. They're probably thinking, right, the conditions the way that they are, it suits batting. Why don't we put them in the field, make them stand out in the heat for a while, and you know, get some runs on the board, and then put the pressure on them. I don't mind that theory at all from their captain, Sachin Mukamakula Surya. And that's exactly what they've done. So we get ready to start the final quarter-final of the day. Two openers are ready to go. And, this is a man who's also impressed. He's always been in the wickets, hasn't he? And Sanjaya Kumara. Dot ball to start off with. It is a very warm afternoon now. It is once again a gentle breeze, but when you're out there in the heat under the sun, it's not giving you too much relief. That's well bowled. Good movement away. Nothing wrong with that. So Kumara is keeping this ball in the right areas. Dana. Well, this is called a no ball, so I'm guessing there's a foot fault here. So let's have a look, see if we can pick up anything here. And yeah, I think it's a fair way forward. So called straight away by the umpire. So free hit to come. Oh, runs on the board, courtesy of the no ball. And then they want to be making the most now of the free hit. Hits it pretty well, and he'll get 4 runs for it. That's a nice hit, nice straight on drive. He gets 4 runs from it. Yes, the only man who was in danger of this, or stopping this, was his own batter. That's the non-striker who manages to get out of the way. The first scoring shot, and Nandana does it with the boundary, so he's up and running. Kumara will want to bounce back. Oh, that's a beauty. Absolute beauty. Sort of a little away cutter. Gets the ball into him and then moves away. Kamara showing his class there. Really, really good ball that to Nadana. Zanka Pereira is the non-striker. So he certainly appreciated that ball. Bit of a change in the field. One more comes across onto the offside. So he's backing himself to keep this ball in that area. So just 2 men on the leg side here. Square leg and mid on. Everybody else on the off. And keeper not able to stop this. So they will take the bye. It's probably a little bit frustrating for the bowler. Shinan Pereira. Just to find once again, I think until the innings gets going and the wicket keeper gets gets the feel for where he is when the ball is bouncing. He's got to take that adjustment, and he's just quite not in the right place there when he's trying to take that with the ball at an awkward height. Again, there's that moving away. That will be the end of the over. So 6 come off it. The no ball 1, then the 4 and the free hit and the wide as well. That's just 6 runs. This is where we are. This is what we've seen today. So you can see there the teams in green are the ones that have won their respective quarterfinals. Milan, Kingsgrove, Albano, Fresh Tropical. We will be seeing them tomorrow. But which one of these 2 will join them? Boliasco or Milan United. Boliasco have won the toss in this one. They have decided that they are going to have a bat. And it's been a careful start, to say the least. Get 6 on the board. They must be thinking maybe the way that the matches have gone here, that if you're aiming for a score, say between 110 and 130, I mean that's been a good score here today. We've seen the 131 put up in reply 113. That was in the second quarter final. The other 2 have been sort of lower scoring ones. Been what sort of scores in the 80s, haven't they? So they'll certainly be fancying themselves. If they get close to that 110, that they should put themselves in a good position to be able to defend and win and go into tomorrow's finals day. Jai Cody. Oh, that's well bowled. Just teases the batter out of the crease. I think Jai Cody, when he's bowling, is the sort of bowler, because of the pace that he bowls, and he's pretty accurate, that I think if you were confident enough as a keeper, you'd stand up, because a lot of batters are drawn out of the crease playing their shots. I mean, you'd like to see where Pereira is starting off here. He's probably batting outside his crease. Well, a clever little flick back to the fielder. Bowler fields it and says, here you go, have it back, work on the ball for me. I think the fielder got that a bit quicker than he expected. A little thumbs up to his partner out there. So Sanka yet to get off the mark. Well, if he will now. The fielder does well, makes the stop. So Jay Cody, slightly different field to that his opening partner wanted. Kamara, he's got the 3rd man on the leg side. So he's got the behind square, mid on, and man back at mid wicket. This is up in the air, will drop just before that fielder. And that's the idea, you see. I think if you get as many bodies as you can out on the offside and get the ball in the right areas, just short of a length outside the off, sort of drawing the batters into that false shot, goes in the air. But on this occasion, it drops safe, doesn't quite carry to the fielder, so the batter's probably a bit lucky that he doesn't hit this as well as he would have liked to. This one's hit out onto that onside, and he does have the luxury of having 1 man out there. And Jai Cody goes through his over really quickly. Once again, not too much exciting stuff happening out there. That single takes the score on to 10. They're quite happy at the moment just to poodle the ball around, tiki-taka style. Well, we'll be tiki-taking along as well, or maybe boom-booming as we go from Italy. Once we finish the 5 weeks here up at the Super Series, it's time to go to Germany. We'll have 2 weeks in Dresden, as well as 2 weeks in Krefeld, before we go to Belgium. The venues for Belgium's not quite confirmed yet, but remember, after Belgium starts the European Cricket Championships, and that we know will be in Malaga at the magnificent Carnama Oval. And I can't wait for that to start again. It is the Euros of cricket, where all of the top European countries come together and battle it out. The champions last year were England. We'll see them in finals week. So we've got 4 weeks, 4 groups, 1 team, only 1 team from each group will qualify, and then it's the big one. Week 5 will be finals week. Back to the action here. It's 10 without loss. Oh, well, this one almost squeezes through, and now there's a chase on for the fielder. He does stop it, but not before the batters run to. This one, well, was so close to just squeezing through. Just gets a little bit of bat on the way. And Russian, here's the new bowler, and he could have quite easily had a wicket there. So a fair bit of luck, you have to say, from the batter. Asanka Pereira. Hay poquito de suerte ahí, en este momento. Little flick again to the man at square. Have to say it is a very sort of cautious start. Haven't really swung the bat in anger at all. Either one of these batters, Ndanda or Pereira. Roshan. Beats him outside the off. Nicely taken by Shihan Pereira. I'll mention today, it's several days really, it's National Doctors Day in India, so all of our viewers that are watching from India via FanCode, I hope you've had a nice National Doctors Day. I don't know if it's a holiday there or whether it's just a day that's incorporated into the week, but yeah, certainly a time for you to give thanks to all the doctors and the medical staff in India who make so many big contributions to the communities there. But it's the day that came about thanks to the efforts of Dr. Bidan Chandra Roy, who was honoured for dedicating a lot of time and effort to bringing healthcare to everyone. We also said it's International Joke Day around the world. Well, a joke always puts a smile on people's faces. So this one is going to be stopped, and they do run through for the single. Yeah, so we've had a few cricket jokes on the chat. So if you missed out, if you maybe didn't catch it earlier, we are having a sort of a National Jokes Day as well. So we're saying, if you've got any jokes to do with cricket, why don't you put them on the chat? And maybe you can, if you are someone that hasn't been on the chat before, come on, give us all something to smile about. Where would the world be without jokes and laughter to brighten up our spirits? Only jokes with cricket, but look, keep them clean, you know. Played out on the off, and spectacular bit of fielding. And well, bit of rock and roll happening there. Well, I don't know about rock and roll. Well, I'll have rock and roll every day, but maybe a bit of reggae on International Reggae Day as well. So, well, a day that celebrates the style of music brought into the world by the Caribbean. So, well, at the moment, there's not too much of rock and roll happening out there. It's a little bit of lovers rock because, well, they're slow dancing at a slow pace. The power play is complete. 15 without loss. I have to say, I don't know about this approach. I could be completely wrong. But at the moment, these two are just quite happy to just guide the ball around and taking singles. And yeah, so quite a few Here's another day, but I'll save this one for Vinny because I know he'll like it because it's to do with food. And I've actually got a good idea, so I'll wait for Vinny to come back a little bit later as we continue with the action here. Pereira Sanka on strike, and he does try now to maybe just try and get going. You see, the reason I find this approach a little bit strange, really, is because I just think that by playing this way, the benefit and the advantage that the batting side has in the power play is lost. You know, when you know that you're only allowed to have 2 fielders out, if you're not really taking them on and attacking, well, trying to do it now, well, okay, it's fine, but now they're spread. Place it out onto the off, here comes the throw, and take the single. But obviously there is a plan there in place. And that was all to do with winning the toss and putting themselves in. Hashan is the bowler, and he was in fantastic form on their group day. This one is called a wide. It misses the bat. Hashan gets a little bit excited, but umpires sees the wide and calls it straight away. Yeah, Hashan picked up 4 wickets in one of those matches as well in their group. So a bit of chatter happening about the field just to get the field chat. Gives us a chance to give a shout out to our umpires out there. Amal Pereira and Sylvia Lady. Short and gone out. And this one will be out, and it's well taken by Shihan Pereira. So they do get the breakthrough, and it is a Sanka that goes. Probably the first one, maybe he has tried to get some more extra power in. The wicketkeeper, he doesn't know it yet, but he's not wearing his cap. Oh, there it is, he says. How did that get down there? And you're going to see a lot of this from our man, Shihan Pereira. Every time he seems to stand up, the hat seems to come off. But look, he's done the main job. There it goes, hat comes off. But he says, don't worry about the hat. I've got the ball in my hand. He's a happy chappy, isn't he? And so he should be. He's involved in the first wicket of this match. And it is going to be Asanka Pereira who goes. And, well, I don't know what your thoughts are about that, mine. I just think it was a strange approach, the way they went about things. And he just edges one then behind to Pereira, who makes no mistakes taking the catch off the bowler, bowling of Hashan. I said Hashan, he is a bit of a wicket taker, isn't he? Every time he comes on, he gets wickets. Good time to welcome back into the commentary box. It's Vinny Sandhu who comes back. And, well, the first wicket just falling there, Vinny, but it's certainly a snail pace of a start.
It is a bit, isn't it? Not quite on a ball pace. Let's see if they can pick it up. Sometimes a wicket is just what you need just to change the feel of things. Get someone new out there in the middle. See what they can do. This is Hashan. Comes in. He was the successful bowler. Nice bit of keeping as well. Shihan Pereira. Been a fan of his work this week. Milan United, all the talk was that they may have the best hair in the competition collectively. I think the bowler, Tarida Hashan, is certainly not letting his side down in that department. But now, see if Wanakula Surya can get things moving. Just leans on this. Perfect placement. This will run away for 4. So that's what they need. And that's Nandana. That just leans on this one and gets 4. So that's good batting. Again, see how he gets low and he gets his back foot back and across. So he's not really trying to hit that too hard. He's just trying to place it, and he places it perfectly. Yeah, nicely played shot. Again, he's not trying to hit the ball too hard. Well, I don't think he's trying to hit one hard at all yet. Nandana. Maybe he's just waiting for the energy bars to kick in. But yeah, I mean, talking about Hashana, the bowler, he's 4 for 4. Was in that match against Fresh Tropical. A match that really, when you look back at it, was very similar to the one that we saw Fresh Tropical play today. Goes for this, but this is trouble. And the fielder should take this, and he will. So well held down there. That's Divyanja, who holds on to the catch. Decides to take her fingers up, so he has to get low, gets down on his knees. Well, he was praying they wouldn't bounce out. It didn't. So Nandana 4 and out. And that's the end of the over as well. 4 overs down, 23 for 2. Hashan with a double strike in the 4th.
Well, Hashan doing what he does. I told you, he is a wicket taker. 4 for 4 in that match against Fresh Tropical. It was match number 9. And he just always impresses when he comes on the bowl. He's got a knack of taking wickets. And look, in the second match that they played against the Eagles, when he bowled 2 overs and only conceded just 5 runs. So he's a fantastic bowler.
Yeah, no doubt
he's
about
always
it.
performing for his side.
Look, these games have been so close. Even the one we thought wouldn't be so close was a real tense one with Fresh Tropical. And, of course, it was sad to see the end of Piotella United, who came a long way in a short period of time. Kate, we are narrowing now. We are narrowing. We had 12 teams. Then there were 8 at the start of the day. Tomorrow there will be only 4. We can tell you who 3 of those are. See Boliasco versus Milan United. You're watching that right now, the 4th quarter final. The winner will play Albano in the first match tomorrow. The second match we already know is Milan Kingsgrove versus Fresh Tropical. And each of the winners of the semi-finals, they will be the Super Series qualifiers. But we still will have the bronze final and the final in the afternoon. Of course, we still are going to play out the Milan series. Of course, that's a big honour to win the ECS in Milan. Fresh Tropical won it last year. But they're finalists last year. Team they beat in the final, Royal Bergamo, and were eliminated earlier today. Now it's going to be Guy and Silver to bowl over number 5. So it's been a fast-paced format this week, hasn't it, Rico? It's been kind of a bit brutal in a way to eliminate a team every day. But when it comes down to it, it was basically perform or get out of the way. We saw a lot of teams getting opportunities rather than just maybe going with the top 6 seeds. All 12 teams here had the opportunity. I think it's been a really exciting week of cricket, and it's been a learning curve for a lot of teams as well. But we'll have the best 4 and the last 4 standing tomorrow morning. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, when you got 12 teams like you have here, I think this format has worked really well. I think having that eliminator in sort of every day. But there's no point doing that, buddy. It's not grass. Maybe get a bit of chalk. Mark it with your foot. That ain't going to work. Leave it alone. We don't want you cutting up the pitch.
It's a mental thing.
Oh, well.
Anyway, Truth Pereira is the man.
Give him some chalk, somebody. Anybody got a crayon? Give him a crayon.
Should already have been a chalk line there, unless the stumps have moved.
And
anyway, here's Silver. Tossed up and hit and dropped. Wow. Wrapped his bat around that full toss. Don't think Silver could believe his luck, but then he was out of luck.
This is a sitter for the bowler. I mean, we have seen one of the best caught on bowl catches today, and then we've seen a sitter go down. I mean, that.
He always couldn't believe it. And then actually hits the back of his hand on the way down, so he couldn't even get it on the rebound.
So, Tarith Pereira gets a big lifeline, and now there's a shy at the stumps. And oh, they say, because it's pretty close.
This is Sachin Wanakula-Suri outlegging this out, but I think that he would have been run out here. The keeper was quick to get on at Pereira. Let's have a look. Yeah, he was 2 steps short. Boy, has to go. I feel like they need a shot of adrenaline in this innings at the moment. They're still dawdling below half, below run of ball pace, and this is out, and this won't be dropped. And Sachin's out of luck after almost being run out. He's going to have to go. And so, yeah, Boliasco, they lose a 3rd wicket now. That's Wanakula-Suri who's gone for 2. The score is 25 for 3.
Yeah, you see, this is where this very cautious approach in the power play just doesn't work. You know, I think you need to have your hitters out in the power play, take on the fielders when there's only going to be two outside the ring. Because what they've done now is they're trying to play shots. There's fielders there. They're being caught. It's the wrong approach for me. You've got to be in this format. This is not the way to do it. You've got to go out there and you've got to play your shots. And you've got to play your shots well. Now, they're playing in the blue kit today, by the way.
Yeah, that probably makes sense because the Milan has more red shirts. But
I think the red one would be better. Blue, well, leaving them blue, isn't it? Red red is more fiery. You've got to be a bit more fiery out there.
Well, they need to have their minds clear like a blue sky. At the moment, they have some things on their mind. 25 for 3. Sanjeeva Kumara with a good catch there at cover. You can see he elevates, but just doesn't get it out of the middle. He hangs on to it. Times the jump perfectly. A wicket for the bowler, Gayan Silva.
Three down now. It was 15 without loss at the end of the power play, and now into the 5th over. The wickets are starting to fall. Nishan was in there first. So it's just been paddled, and he'll have a go. Ooh! And well, once again, I think the batter is ball watching rather than concentrating on where he should be running. And I think if this hits, I think he would have been short. He's looking around his court shoulder, then he decides, okay, I better get going. And that would have been out.
I mean, didn't even slide his bat. I mean, if he slid his bat, I think he would have been in when the ball passed the stumps. That's on target. A risky shot cutting off the stumps. Flying attempt from Kumara. He's starting to believe his own hype. That's the end of the over. So, still yet to pull out of the blocks. Boliasco halfway through this innings. They're 27 for 3. And Milan United, well, they'll feel like they're on top at this stage, but still plenty of damage can be done. Don't forget Fresh Tropical. They were nowhere at the halfway point and still rebounded to get up in the 80s. No one really getting going. Nagola Vidnachi Nandana with 12 at the top of the order. Sanga Pereira with 7. Sachin Monacola Soria with just 2. And you've got these two at the crease right now. So, 6th overtime. Boliasco. I mean, they've got plenty of wickets in hand. That's the thing. They've got 7 wickets in hand. I'm just looking back at their performance so far in this series. Boliasco. We saw them, of course, yesterday. They batted twice. They batted first. They made 128 and they made 120.
Yeah, but they're missing a key player, aren't they? And in that 120, Madupe Fernando, 67 of 37.
Yeah,
he is
exactly
not in the
right.
side, and that's what you're seeing here. You're not seeing any real aggressive shots.
Yeah, and he's a key player, like you said, not only with the bat, but also with the ball and in the field. And then when I saw his name was in the lineup, I knew that that's something that would have pleased Milan United and their supporters. And this is dragged away to the leg side. Once again, just one. So there's the intent there, but just not really able to get too much going. Hashan searching for a 3rd wicket.
Hashan. Edge, and it's another one, and nicely held. Well, they've got a bit of the old Spider-Man kit about them. Well, that one was in the web and was not coming out. It's all smiles when he gets a nice little cuddle from Shihan Pereira. There's another wicket goes, and well, Terith Pereira did survive when he could have been out for 0. Guy in silver dropped him in a corner bowled attempt, and then you see he's trying to hit this over the cover, loses it, gets it edge of the bat, and a neatly taken catch there. He said, "This is not coming out because I'm Spider-Man. I spun me web on this, and this is staying put." There's a bit of Spider-Man about that kit.
There was. Well, he pulled it the web.
There's a bit of Spider-Man about that kit.
No problem. Yeah, maybe.
So, well, Pereira has to go, and this innings is starting to fall away. 29 now for 4.
Werner Mestiago is the new batter. He's coming in to join Naranga Fernando. Yeah, simple catch taken there. Went down his knees again. So, let's say Hashan has been excellent here. 3 for 10 he's taken. Just 3 balls remaining in his spell. Again, you just want to avoid Boliasco kicking away if you're at Milan United here. Do not take the foot off, because even from here, with 6 wickets in hand, they could go 2 a ball, for example. So what would that be? Another 54 to the total, 83. That'd be very competitive, especially in a final. Milan United, they been a bit hit and miss as well during the series. Nishan serves up a full toss, which isn't cashed in. That'll be a dot ball. Yeah, Milan United, looking at their batting so far in the series, they scored 73 of 10 overs. That's when they failed to chase the 86 against Fresh Tropical. They scored 91 against the Pavia Eagles, and then they scored 89, but that was chasing. They ended up chasing it in a tick under 8 overs against the same team. So, yet to crack a ton in the series. One just sneaking back. Mestiago. Couple of dots to start up. Hashan. Wouldn't he love a 4th wicket? Last ball for him, and last ball of the 6th. Run rate's dipped below 5 now. But this is in the air. It's gone pretty high. Bermuda Triangle situation, and the bowler almost holds it. Well, we've seen some remarkable caught and bowls here, and I think Hashan, he was the only man that was going to reach that. So he drops his own 4th wicket, but still a very good effort from him. So he calls him off. He was the one that could reach it, but for him it was the most difficult because he was running with the flight. And that's the end of the 6th over. 30 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, we've all, I said already, we've already seen a fantastic, incredible caught and bowled by a bowler. I mean, it's absolutely amazing. And this one would have been just as good. He does really well to get there, gets his hands on it, but cannot take the catch. But that would have been his 4th if he did. It's already taken 3 for 11, and he is by far now quite easily the highest wicket taker in this series so far. Well bowled to Hashan there. And, 6 overs now gone, 30 on the board.
I just realised that it's game 4. I was normally getting to a bit of food chat. I've got to admit, I think I'm looking forward to going up for dinner tonight. Being Friday night and all. Too high, I think.
Too high. Well, I don't know if you went some more authentic Italian food yesterday, but I had a delightful gnocchi.
Oh, gnocchi. Very good choice.
It was beautiful.
Do you know an individual gnocchi is called a gnocco?
No, I didn't. I don't care. I just want to eat it. It was lovely. But it was so different. That's the thing. When you're here to eat pasta, it's so different to when you buy it.
It's
and
authentic.
you take it out of the packet, you boil it, whatever. And this gnocchi, when I was eating this, I'm thinking, this is nothing like the stuff you buy that comes in a packet that says fresh. Nothing like that at all. It was like eating sort of little mini puffy jacket potatoes. It was delightful. It was beautiful. In fact, I'm tempted to go back there again.
Well,
the reason I had it with some Campari.
The reason I know that one gnocchi is called a gnocco, it's because I was dining with the tournament referee Stefan Gooch the other night, some of the other crew, and he had left one of them, and they took the plate away when he wasn't watching, and he was complaining because he wasn't finished. He loves his food, and he said they've taken my gnocchi, and I had to correct him because I said actually it was in one piece, which would not make it gnocchi. It's a gnocco. He was ready to kick up a fuss about it as well. But you're right. The pasta here, in fact, all the food we've had this week has been remarkably good. The one I was going to share with you is it's actually a Milanese delicacy in particular. As this one is smash square of the wicket past the concrete slabs. That'll just be a single. It's ossobuco. Now, are you familiar with ossobuco? It's cross-cut veal shank braised with vegetables, white wine and broth, often garnished with gremolata, and traditionally served with either risotto alla milanese or polenta, depending on the regional variation.
Yeah, this is played out. But do you know, this one that gets thrown back in, do you know what it translates to?
I don't.
Bone with a hole.
That would make sense, actually.
Yeah, that's the translation to it. But it is, very nice.
Yeah, 34
but look,
for
we're talking food. As that is the end of the over as well. And they're not really going anywhere here.
Yeah.
It was a low par start and it continued that way. And, well, maybe have a look at this first.
Yeah, let's have a quick look because tomorrow we'll have semi-final 1. That's Albano versus winner of this match. And then we have semi-final number 2, Milan Kingsrow versus Fresh Tropical. Then, of course, we'll have the bronze final in the afternoon. We'll have the final as the final match of Milan. We'll see who the champions will be. Will Fresh Tropical defend their title or will we have a new Milan champion? But both finalists will go to the Super Series in week 5, where they'll have the opportunity to compete. And if they win the Super Series, they'll be going to Malaga, to Spain, early in 2023. Coming back, still trying to get something going, but not much happening. Lots of fielders guarding the leg side boundary. In fact, they only have 3 on the leg side, but all on the boundary. And a lot of balls have just been kind of dragged in that direction.
Yeah, we
just
haven't been able to get going as Gaia Cody comes back onto ball. Yeah, today, I mean, I mentioned already some of the days there are international days. And I said it was International Joke Day, and we've had some nice jokes from people, clean ones as well. And while you were not on air, I also said it's actual International Reggae Day. It's a day that you celebrate the reggae style of music that has been brought into the world by the Caribbean. It is also, though, talking of food, International Chicken Wings Day.
Is that right?
It definitely is.
I don't know if I'll go for the chicken wings tonight, though.
No, as a starter.
As a starter, maybe.
Because they do some nice chicken wings at Italian restaurants. I mean, you can have them buffalo, barbecue, ranch, garlic, glazed. But then I had an idea. You see, the way you got to do it, you've got to incorporate all of these days together. So you've got to get a load of friends over, and they all order a bucket of wings. So you eat your wings, International Chicken Wings Day. You tell jokes, International Cricket Day, and you do it while listening to some very good reggae music. There you
Well,
go.
then maybe you need to have the wings so hot that you need to call a doctor.
Ah,
Maybe an Indian doctor. Because actually, Tarek said in the chat, what's my favourite Indian dish? Well, it's got to be vindaloo.
Vindaloo.
It's got to be vindaloo. I mean, I like it spicy. You know
do.
that.
Yeah, you do.
So I normally say how hot, and I say, well, I don't mind if you have to take me out of here in an ambulance. That's fine.
Yeah, but listen. Oh, that's another one that's out. He just moves down the leg side to go for the big shot, does Fernando. And well, Niranj Fernando, it's time for him to depart as well. It's another batter that isn't really able to capitalise at all or make any big runs here. He goes for 5 of that was his 8th delivery, being cleaned up there by Jaya Cody. And this is, for me, Vinny, when you think how much is at stake for this in this match, you win the toss, you bat first. It's a very strange batting performance. It really is. Very
yeah,
strange.
I mean, no one can understand what it means to come out flat. I've played in some of the biggest games of my life, and the teams just come out flat, and they just seem a bit flat here. Boliasco. And, yeah, they're just not really doing what's required at the moment. I mean, even what's their best-case scenario from here? I mean, 2 a ball from here, 28, 64. Hard to see him getting that many the way things are going. This is Zaki Muhammad, who's coming to the crease now. And well done by Jaya Cody, who hits the target, just flicks the corner of the stumps. That's all you have to do.
Yeah, that's all you have to do. Now, what I was going to say to you, I know you like it hot, but sometimes you just go too far. Remember in Austria, they did offer us a few green chilies
Oh, yeah.
to go with some of our, well, nice pizza. Talk about Italian food. We were having pizza in Austria. And you did have a few, and then you disappeared for a while.
No, I was fine.
No, you
I was
weren't.
do you know what I was actually doing?
I know what you were doing.
Going,
I know. Don't tell the viewers what
and
you were doing.
I was sharing
You
the
needed
chilies.
ice.
I had one with about 6 different people. It's like the work equivalent of shots. So I was going around saying, I'm shooting there. And sure, my mouth was on fire for a fair bit after that. Hey, one of my favourite series I watched. As we get to the end of the
It wasn't
over,
just your
36 for
mouth
5.
that was on fire.
Yeah,
You
it's not
needed a cushion to
No,
sit on
I
for the
was
rest
okay.
of the
I was okay.
afternoon, and you were asking for ice. So just be careful.
I did enjoy the chilies. Well, I like it hot. It doesn't get much hotter than quarterfinals day here in Milan. 32 degrees currently. The Worm. Well, look at the scale there. It's only 40. So that probably gives a bit of a false impression. I think the Worm is a bit flatter than you see there. So now we are going to get the 9th over. Can they just manufacture a big over out of here? Can we get something like what Fresh Tropical did in the last couple of overs? Some runs from nowhere. It's been pretty good by Milan United. Let's give them credit rather than concentrating on Boliasco. I mean, Milan United, they had to win their way here through the eliminator. And at the moment, they're looking the goods. But we're not quite halfway through this game. Here's Roshan. Even here, doesn't want it here. Estiage. With 5 wickets in hand, I feel that's one you got to take.
It's, I mean, yeah, look, you're right. You've got to give credit to the fielding side. I think they've been very good out there, Milan United. They certainly have been United, you know. Done everything well. The bowlers haven't. But the thing is, when you see the batting the way it is, and when you certainly see the way the openers went about things, I think you then realise you don't have to try too hard because, you know, they weren't attacking, they weren't putting away or aggressively going after the bowlers. So the bowlers were just able to just to get the ball line and length. Oh, this one is going to be dangerous. They're asking the question. The batters decide that they're not going to run. They stay where they are. They probably could have here.
Takes
Let's
a big
have
risk
look.
here, actually, Pereira, because if there's no one backing this throw up, and who knows, it would have gone for at least one overthrow, maybe more. But he decides he wants to hit anyway. Let's have a look here. Picks it up. I think he's going to be gone. And he is gone.
Yeah, gone.
Fantastic wicket keeping there. Because, look, the only person that might have backed up is in the background. And you see him there going, oh, you're really going to throw that, are you? But, yeah, he's going to be gone. So that's a real good attacking bit of wicket keeping. Just have a look at the fielder in the background saying, oh, I think it's my job to back that up because there's nobody else here. That might have been 4 overthrows. Instead, it's going to be out. And, well, you better start walking.
Listen, I can tell you why the umpire at square leg can't give this out. You know why, right? Look at the dust and the sand here. I mean, that is just going everywhere. He can't see the line there now. Can't see the line, so that's where technology will come into play. And because of the technology, The umpires, though, using it really well, combining together, working as a team and getting it right.
This is what I call secondary backup, though, because if you're the square leg there, you have to start running in case that throw misses.
Why do you think batters do that? Why do batters, like, he's running, he's just got to slide his bat in, but instead of going straight, he just, watch the way he just deviates to the right, and by doing that, and not sliding the bat in straight away, he's going to get out. Look, why does he go there?
Probably, I think the right reason he does it is because the ball's coming, he's trying to get away from the ball instinctively, but I think, stay on the pitch, and slide your bat. It's a lot easier to slide the bat on the pitch than on the grass, no doubt about that, if you want to call it grass. Anyway, here's the next delivery, and this is just edged away. Will be one, so geez, nothing going right at all when they take on the two. Find a way to get out. Got to say, it was a good bit of keeping by Shihan Pereira. Took a chance and made sure he didn't miss.
He's been good. He's been my pick of the keepers, I have to say, up until now, Shihan Pereira.
I know you look at that and you say, well, he shouldn't miss from there, but remember, he had to do it really quickly.
Yeah.
He had to pretty much grab it and throw it really quickly, and that means that you got to sum it up and get your bearings, which he did in time. Here's Roshan. Turn around the corner, not a bad little shot. Makes the field. And they are going to come out for two again here. Well, this could be in trouble as well.
I think this could be another one, if you ask me, and the umpires will go
I'm going to go with in here. We've got no idea because we're so far away, but that just took 2 or 3 skips on the way back. And even though Pereira grabs them and knocks them over pretty quick, just got a feeling that Zaki Muhammad's done enough here to get back in. And I will change my decision after seeing that.
Paul.
And, yeah.
I mean, this goes back to what we just talked about. When you're running, I mean, you said it, Vinny, why aren't you running and sliding your bat down? And, well, this time, he didn't slide his bat down. If he did, he would have been in. Bat is in the air, and he's out.
Yeah, so I think that he will get the message now, but you're exactly right. Doesn't slide his bat. What probably was in with the slide, but instead, he's out with the plonk, and Poliasco are going to lose another wicket now, 39 for 7. The wheel's well and truly off.
Yeah, I want to know what's going on next to the square leg umpire. There seems to be a fielder that's down here. I hope he's okay. And not really sure what's going on. I think maybe just doing a little bit of stretching. That must have been the fielder that got the throw in. But he's back on his feet here now, so he's okay. Maybe he's just having a bit of a stretch.
It's a good bit of fielding to chase it. Let's just have a look. Make sure this is clean. Yeah, it is. I was a bit worried. Maybe he knocked it over before he got the ball.
Well, it's another run out. They're certainly not helping their cause at all, are they, here?
Look how quick these hands are. I mean, we have to really slow it down to show you here when the ball comes in, that is. And so you just make sure he doesn't knock the stumps over. And even though the thing is he knocks the stump out of the ground anyway, but I think that's about as quick as it gets as far as hands are concerned. But yeah, it's good wicket keeping. Anyway, let's move on. And new batter out there is Madanani. In fact, it's Ralph Fernando. And I think this could be trouble as well. And it will be. So yet another one. And just put him with the rest. And it's a lock and load strategy. Roshan is the man that will get the wicket this time. So bad to worse now. 39 for 8. You can see that it was Ralph Fernando that goes very first ball. And, well, Poliasco, we're going to need some lower order heroics if they're going to make this competitive. This one keeps down. Batter was jumping, the ball stayed low. That's another good decision. Umpires have been very good today, Rico, got to say.
Yeah, they've been good. The umpiring has been good all the way through. Not just today, Vinny, all the way through this series. I think the Italian umpires have been absolutely outstanding. And from all the umpires that have taken part, I mean, we've seen umpire Roman, Silvio and Amal as well. Really been on the ball.
Doesn't it back a bit, to be fair? Doesn't it back off the pitch? I really like this pitch. You can see why I said this is one of my favourite pitches in Europe as far as the playing surface, the pitch surface, because there is something in it for the bowlers. All right, last ball of the over. This is missing, but only just. Didn't have too much of a clue about that one. That's Kadiri who plays it out. That's 9 overs down. 39 for 8.
Yeah, I mean, they've just haven't helped the cause, have they? I think the way they started didn't help. They didn't get the runs on the board quickly. And then when they tried to get the runs going, that's when they lost the key batters. And now, well, they're finding it very difficult. So 9 overs have been completed, 8 down. And, well, they may survive the next 6 deliveries. But the question is, what's that score going to move up to? For me, I mean, it's going to stay probably in the 40s. And, well, that is exactly where Milan United would have wanted it to be. Molyasco, they are going to be disappointed. I mean, look, you're talking about a team here. They scored 128 in their first match against Piotello United. And then they scored again big runs on the board. But it just wasn't to be this time around. 120 they scored. So they've been a team that have been scoring runs.
So, top ball to start the 10th. So now I think you just got to focus on just trying to stay out there until the end of the innings. So let's just see if they can manufacture anything. Molyasco, wheels really falling off for a team that qualified automatically. And this one is also out. So it's going to be 39 for 9. Now I know in the warm-up there was a bit of an issue with Nadisha Fernando. And I'm not sure that he'll be able to bat. We'll have to wait, see if anyone's coming out there. But right now, I remember they said that it was reasonably serious and he might have actually already been on his way for some attention. So if he's not at the facility, that means that it's going to be essentially all out for 39. And the way things are looking, it looks like they haven't got Nadisha available to bat due to that issue. So, well, that's even worse. So just nothing going right for Molyasco. They're going to be essentially all out for 39 here. And you can see there, Milan United, well, they're waiting for a new batter. But, yeah, because of that issue just before the first ball, I don't think he's able to take his place. Of course, the squads were named. And, no replacement was available. So it's going to be 40 for Milan United. And, well, I just got sent... Just seen a picture of Nadisha Fernando, and let's just say, I'm not going to show it. It looks like a fairly nasty injury that he has sustained. So hopefully he's okay. As for Molyasco's chances, I don't think they're very good at all, as they have been bundled out for 39.
Yeah, well, there was me saying, well, the way it's looking, they'll probably get into the 40s, but that's the best that they can do. But they don't even get into the 40s. It will be 40 exactly that will be required for victory. It's quite astonishing. This is what this FanCode European Cricket Series is all about. A team that in Group D scored 128 to win a match and then 120 to win a match. Well, here, well, they couldn't even get to 40, and that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. You just don't know what's going to happen. I think if they had a chance to go back and rebat this one again, they'd be completely different. I think they would have been aggressive right from the front. I think if there's one thing that you've learned here today in this format, you're much better off being aggressive and going big and seeing where it can get you than to be overcautious, because then by being overcautious, when you do try and get going, you're just giving your wickets away, and that's certainly what's happened here to Molyasco. It's not been one of their better performances, but you still have to give credit to Milan United. They did all the things they had to do, and they did them right. And that man there, for me, well, he's been the star. And that's the wicketkeeper, Shihan Pereira. He's just been absolutely brilliant. And look, his work here. First of all, we saw him get the run out with a direct hit. The work there as well on that throw. Difficult ones, those ones always to deal with. Well, they were firing. And, well, they were firing the batters out of here. But this time it was the batters that were in trouble. And just one remarkable stat in that match, there was only 2 boundaries, and those 2 boundaries were 2 fours, and they were hit by just the same batter, Nadana. He made 12 or 14 balls, including 2 fours. Nobody else was able to hit a boundary, and no Maximos in there at all either. We don't like it when there's no 6s, but one thing I can tell you, the stats prove it. If you don't hit Maximos, you won't win matches. And there's that scorecard for you. The top score was 12. And Milan, well, you've got to say, look at those extras. That's how good they were. Just the 1 no ball. That was the foot fault. 1 wide and 1 by. That's a very, very good, a top quality performance from Milan United. And really nothing there to speak about. The batting scorecard, I think they were just too overcautious. I think Pereira, Nadana, and also Sachin, they needed to go big at the beginning. They didn't. They were overcautious. They let the batters get on top. They let the bowlers get on top of them. and then they paid the price. And what can you say about Thirudu Hashan? He's just superb. He's bowling, just bowls so cleverly, doesn't try to do too much. He's always picking up wickets. 3 for 11 for him. All the bowlers were in the wickets, and it's just been a top quality performance there. And Jaya Cody, just 6 runs he conceded for 1 wicket. Just 8 runs from Roshan, and he picked up a wicket there as well. And Silva as well. And he could have had a couple. Remember, he did put quite an easy, straightforward corner bowled opportunity down, but he still got 1 for 8. And you saw there Kumara finishing things off there. And unfortunately for Molyasko, they couldn't get the last batter in. I mean, I understand that there's no point risking somebody who's injured to go out there just for the sake of a few runs.
I've seen the picture, which it does look very serious. I mean, there's no way.
Don't tell me Snake got him.
That I don't know what happened, but yeah, it's not great. And speaking of not great, Molyasko, speaking of things we weren't expecting to see in the day, 39. They score in their innings. When we return, it'll be 40 for Milan United to cruise into the semi-finals. They'll be 1 game away from Rome, because it looks like they'll knock these off and take on Albano. But stay tuned to see what's going to happen after this break. You never quite know what's going to happen in the ECS. Will there be a new record? We'll have to find out when we return in a few minutes. Vinny Sando here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Great to have your company once again on ECN. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hola y muy buenas tardes y bienvenido de campo de Milán, aquí en Italia. Y eso es de cuarto final, número 4. De dos equipos ahí es Bogliasco y también Milan United. Y Bogliasco hacemos batidor primero y hacemos, vale, no mucho, solo 39. Entonces Milan United se necesita 40 para ganar este partido y también se pasa por las semifinales mañana. Bienvenido, welcome back. And yes, we are halfway through the final quarterfinal here today. And it's, well, looking pretty rosy for Milan United. They've been able to keep Bogliasco to under 40, 39 all out. And they just need 40 for victory. And the two batters that have gone out there to try and knock those runs off. Suresh, Yom Suresh, he's been in really good form. Their captain, certainly liked the way that he's played. And his last two knocks have been impressive. And it's going to be, well, Charith Pereira who's going to try and get the breakthrough. It's, well, stranger things have happened. Let's just leave it at that. It seems unlikely, but stranger things have happened. Here's the first ball. And it just watches this onto the bat, plays it to the man at square, and gets him off the mark. The innings is up and running. Shehan Dinuka will now go on strike. So Pereira, I'm just having a look at this field, and for me, look, you need to win this match 10 wickets. So I reckon you've just got to say, right, let's get some men in close. I mean, start with a slip maybe. There's no slip there. Get people into positions where you could maybe pick up a few wickets and try to inject a bit of pressure in the match. And you see, even there, I think if they want it, there's a single. I think these fielders have to be in a lot closer. I would like to see a ring of blue. Get a ring of blue around these batters to try and make things happen. Well, here we go. It's nicely played. Dumi on his back. Pereira, the bowler, Charith. Bowling to Yom Suresh once more. And this is in the air and doesn't carry as the throw comes in. Just another single. And, well, that's Novella. And Novella is a company that makes pasta. That's the sponsor for Bogliasco. We might as well get that in there now because I don't think Novella's going to get too many more mentions or camera time. That one stays low and it's been drilled to the boundary. 4 runs. It just rocks back and hits that. That's a nice looking shot. Just a little bit too short. And see, this is the thing also. Now look, that short, it does stay low. He could have quite easily played around that or over that. Paul hits the pads, LBW appeal. Yeah, maybe it is. But it just goes to show, even though you're playing these shots and you think that the ball should be there, you still have to keep your eye on the ball. See a lot of batters, their eyes light up. And they go playing the shot sometimes. And only to find that the ball has stayed low and has rattled their stumps or their pads. But that was a nice way to play it. It's kept his shape really well. End of the first over. And 8 on the board. And well, there's 1 or 2 people were thinking, well, should Vinny be in there talking about whether this is going to be a golden ball match? No, he shouldn't. And let's not encourage him either. I think we're going to go start again tomorrow. And you know what I'm going to say? I'm going to say this now. Vinny's not around, so you can tell him I said it. Tomorrow is when we get our golden ball. We're going to get a golden ball here in Milan on finals day. There you go. You heard it from me first. And watch out for it. Niranga Fernando is the bowler now who is tasked with the impossible. Still moving his fielders around. Moving the man. That was sort of fine leg. He wants to move into behind square. Just 3 men out on the leg side. He has to field this himself, and he does. And, well, he might as well look the part. He puts his shades back on. He does look the part. It's a very cool look, that is. I do like it. My shade's a little bit like that, actually. The Nira. Fernando. This is played up in the air, and the catch has been taken. And, well, looking good. Also rewards you with a wicket. Hey, listen, I've got a question for you, and I know the answer to it. For you guys out there. The bowler's coming on the bowl. He's wearing those lovely sunnies. What if the sun is reflecting on them and the batter says, hey, he's got those sunnies on. I can't see the ball when it's coming because it's really shining on me. Because that is a possibility. It never used to be a thing, did it? I mean, players batting or bowling with the sunnies. Well, it is now. And there you go. It's a nice bit of sunnies. He's looking cool. He's looking the part. And he's picked up the wicket. And that's the breakthrough that they wanted. As we welcome back into the commentary box, Mr. Maximo. How are you doing?
I
You have
heard
a
you
nice
say
game
that.
of tennis?
Yeah, I enjoyed my game of tennis, if anyone noticed, for the start of this first game. I think I don't have an answer for I have an answer for that. If the batter was to complain, then they should get a pair of sunnies for free. Then they can have sunnies too.
Good answer. So look,
It's good,
anybody
protected
out
from
there,
eye
anybody wants to
damage.
sponsor us? Anyone wants to sponsor us?
Yeah,
Come on, sponsor. Let's have a sunny sponsor. ECN can do with a sunny sponsor.
I think so.
You need a pair of new shades, actually.
You think so?
Yeah, your ones are old now. We all need shades here, and we always see a lot of fielders. When the ball goes up in the air, they then shy away from the catch because they lose the ball because they don't have the sunnies. But look, there's some nice sunnies on show there. There's also nice ones there. The man that's standing next to the umpire, maybe we can get him in the action as well. And I know the bowler's wearing these sunnies. Yeah, but look, on a serious note, if that is the case, the bowler has to take the sunglasses off.
Yeah, I think
Simple
you're
as
right.
that.
And right now the sun's pretty much straight above. I'd be more worried about, we had this in Croatia last year where the bowler had to put on a cap because the sun was shining off his bald head. And didn't you know that?
I think you did tell me, but
Zagreb Sokol,
every
Peter
time
Rahman,
you
of
tell
Brooklyn,
me, it makes me laugh.
had the Brooklyn because he had the Brooklyn cap that he wore, and he was bowling in the cap, and then of course the umpire said, "Look, are you sure you want to bowl in the cap?" He's bowling seam up. He said, "Okay, I'll take it off." And the batter said, "Actually, can you please put that back on because now I can't see because of the reflection." Anyway, there's no run here.
So, listen, I've got quite shiny skin.
Yeah.
So I've
Where
never,
does it end?
I've never had a batter turn around and say, Rico, can you get a towel and
Probably
wipe
for
yourself
me,
down
car
a bit?
windscreens were the most annoying things as far as
yeah.
reflecting the sun. This is Ranga Fernando. Who's
Every
out there
time,
now.
listen, every time he bowls, watch this. Every time he bowls, his sunglasses come off, and then he's got to catch them. Watch this. I don't know if you got it. Well, keep an eye on it. Well, maybe we can get it here.
Yeah, you got
Watch.
Huh?
Here he bowls. Look, sunglasses come off. Then he has to catch the sunglasses. Can you imagine if the ball's hit back at him and he has to catch it? What do I say? Me sunglasses or do I say the cat? Which one do I take? Well, okay. He needs to get one of those bands that my school teacher used to have to keep the glasses on.
Sophie's choice situation. That time he just takes. I think that time wasn't so much that they fell off, but it's just they are falling off. So he grabs them. Look there. There you go. Certainly.
Let me see.
Something he should know by now. This time they stay on. So maybe his head got a bit wider that time. This isn't a great throw. End of the over. The score is 9 for 1. Well, not that I see this happening, but I suppose you never know. It's,
Why are you changing the glasses?
Yeah, I'm just saying, but we'll come back to that in a second. But first, I want to tell you about lowest scores that we've ever seen defended. 60 is the lowest score defended by Prague Tigers against Prague Barbarians. But have a look at what Prague Barbarians scored, 34. So if somehow they could do this and get a real collapse on, then they would be the new record holders by some 21 runs. We have seen quite a few low scores defended over the years here. Probably a dozen or so in the 60s, but I don't think we've ever had anything defended in the 60s in Italy, quite notably. Men in Blue held that record for a long time with that 63 from all the way back in February 2021.
That wasn't a bad over. I mean, he caught his sunglasses a few times, got a wicket, and only conceded 1 run. So it's 9 for 1, 2 overs gone.
There's no real urgency here. I suppose they just want to avoid the collapse, but yeah, Milan United like I say, they have chased every time they've played. They lost the first one against Fresh Tropical, but they won the next two. So he's just going to get over. And, well, hopefully the bowler's okay there. Truth Pereira looks like he had some sort of cramp issue there as he jumped for that.
Well, this is the old dancing move we say, changing the light bulb. Look, he's trying to change
Watch
the
that,
light
though.
bulb.
Oh, look, and he's gone. He's clutching the left hammy. That might be a cramping kind of issue.
It's the old Punjabi dance. That's one of the moves anyway. Change the light bulb, they call it.
Going nowhere fast.
Round.
Well, our big theory that the run rate was going to fly through the roof today has kind of been scuttled in the afternoon, hasn't it? Well, we had a fairly high scoring one in game 2, 131 to 113. We saw 88 scored in the first game. That was chased down. This is in the air. And it's another chance for Pereira. This time we'll hold on. He gets on his knees. Must have just been cramped because he's bounced back. And so that's a big wicket. Yom Suresh has made a lot of runs this week, but a false shot. Pereira takes the court and bowl. We've seen a few court and bowls today. That's 2 wickets now. Milan United are 10 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, this is all important stuff. I mean, it's unlikely, isn't it? Come on, we said it's probably an impossible defence, but they've just got another wicket. So it's going to be 10 for 2. Yom Suresh, who has been good, the captain, but he just wants to, I think he just got to a point, he just felt that, hey guys, what are we doing? We're just like falling asleep here. Let's get this done. Let's get the job done. Goes for the big shot. Slices up in the air. And, well, we've seen some good corner bowls today. That's another one. So one well done to Truth Pereira. And despite having issues with cramp, he has taken the wicket. And that's just, you know, sometimes they say batting is all about balance. And you can see there that Yom, he was not balanced at all. He ends up falling over. And the ball goes straight up in the air. Good catch taken.
Yeah, very nice catch. So Truth Pereira. Now, talk about doing the impossible. This is pretty much what they're trying to do right now. Defender score in the 30s. And this isn't going to help because this is a little bit short and turned away. Nice bit of batting, as it was just a slightly loose delivery. So he goes back and punches that. This is Heshan, who's having a very good game here in the quarterfinals, and he shows no signs of nerves as he whacks that one away to mid-wicket for 4.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you've got to do. You've got to be positive. This was exactly, I think I've been saying this whole match so far. You go out there, be positive, especially in the power play. You've got to be. Plays this one straight back down to Charith, and that is the end of that power play. That's the end of 3 overs. Well, I'd say this much, and I know that the power play from Bolly Ascot was not a good one. They were 15, but they were 15 without loss. Here, Milan United are 14 for 2. Could it be? Could it be?
You'd have to have 2 epic mess-ups, let's call it that way, without in the same game. But you can only do one at a time. You know, you can only go with what's in front of you. So now, I think we're going to see Naranga Fernando coming on. I think, well, Milan United, surely they're going to do this. It's also about how you bat and how you win the game going into tomorrow, I think.
A lot of talk. It's all about getting the field in the right place. And maybe he's some of that gum he's chewing, he's going to put a little bit on the ends of his sunglasses. They'll make the sunglasses stay on as well.
We're on
Here he comes.
We're on shade watch. Oh dear.
But those ones.
Where's the ball gone?
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh, no.
The ball's still running away. It's 4 out.
Oh, it's all happened there. First of all, I thought the Sunnies were going to get smashed. This was not a good look.
Just watch the sunglasses. I thought that was going to be it. He really bats the effort ball, and he almost steps on him.
And then the fielder. Oh dear.
Gotta say, might be time to abandon the sunglasses.
Yeah, what?
And where was the fielder when this was happening? It took forever to roll into the rope. And now, well, we're going to get a run here. And the one time his sunglasses stay on, even though he busts into Taridu Heshan, the non-striker. What's going on here?
I don't know here. Well, he's got his sunnies on, so now you can't see the non-striker. And they bump into each other. Well, this ends up being a wide down the leg side.
That's pretty good keeping to get down there. That's the Sanka Pereira behind the stumps. They just missed. In particular, Madu Fernando today for sure. Flicked it away. Again, this is the difference. If they came out here and they're chasing 140, they'd be 40 already.
Yeah.
You know, it's just sometimes depends where you set the bar. Well, you know, getting to the end of the day, we did a bit of food talk in the first innings. How about some random questions? Halfway to the total already. Give us your random questions. I know Wazza always loves random questions last game of the day. This one's running away, and this is going to be 4 as well. It runs across Fraggle Rock and doesn't stop running. Fielder's lost in the long grass.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Ralph Fernando, you're not going to chase after it, buddy. You've got to get down it straight away. He chases it. And that part of the ground is just full of crickets. It is. Baby ones as well. Every time you step there, they go everywhere.
Neville's got a question, and it's a very good question. Not even that random because it's on topic, but he's saying if the ball hits the sunglasses, is it 5 runs? And the answer is no, unless he deliberately takes his sunglasses off. So if he was to pick his sunglasses up, throw them on the ground, which is stupid to start with, but then the ball was to hit them, then it would be 5.
Yeah.
Has this grabbed anything on the way through, or is it going to be a bite? I think it's going to be a bite, and it's going to be the end of 4 overs. The score is 26 for 2, just 14 required. And, yeah, that was a very famous one. I think it was been Andrew Strauss in the English team that his glasses fell off and got smashed. Well, I quite like my sunglasses. Mine are prescription because I'm actually pretty blind. Not completely blind, but my vision is poor. But I need these, and then I can see a bit better. And you're looking pretty cool there.
I know, I like my sunnies.
How are you guys going at home? Are you enjoying the day? Who are you liking? Here's my question to you guys. I want your random questions in the chat. As random, doesn't even have to be about cricket, but my question for you, who are you liking to qualify for the Super Series? Remember, the winners of the 2 semi-finals will go through, and it looks like it will be Milan Kings. It'll be Albano versus Milan United, and it'll be Milan Kingsgrove versus Fresh Tropical. So winners of those 2 games go through. Let us know what you think in the chat. I want your random questions. Doesn't even have to be about cricket. I don't mind. Here's Sachin. This is just missing. Watercooler Surya coming into the attack and wrapping him on the pads, but I think that one with the angle, Rico, just was going to miss the leg stump.
Yeah, that's going down. And,
Ian Johns has a really good question, which I actually didn't know this until someone asked me a little while ago, asking what was my batting average in my career. As this has worked away behind square, this will be 4. So Roshan has been a reliable player this week, and yeah, just goes with it, and he gets the 4. Yeah, so I didn't know. I would have thought it was about 20. When I checked over my career, it was 24. I mean, that's
how do you check?
not the worst. A lot of it's now on the internet.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it started. Missed my first couple of seasons, so yeah. But yeah, 24. I mean, I normally bat at about number 8 on average, so that's probably it. It's okay for someone that bats in that position.
That's not bad actually for a number 8.
Yeah, I was wasn't great with the concentration aspect of it. The hitting the ball, I loved. But also when you get, my keeping was always well ahead of where my batting was. That was what made me a bit of an anomaly. Anyway, this one I think is going to be 1 bounce, 4 runs as well, as we're rapidly drawing towards a conclusion here.
It's a very nice shot, isn't it? Just that's his shot. Thing is, you see a lot of batters, they get into trouble with some of these because they, well, to put it frank, they miss the ball. And the ball hits the pad. He's putting his pad right across the line. But he's backing himself to play the shot. And I like what he does here. I don't know if we can catch that on camera on the replay. He likes his bat. I've seen a lot of batters do this, to give the bat a little kiss before they face every ball.
I've seen it a little bit as well.
I saw, who does this? Somebody does this in, I think it is Happy Singh. Yeah, Happy Singh does it in Barcelona. Just gives the bat a little kiss. And I think it's in Happy Singh do it. I think I've seen 1 or 2 of the players in the Czech Republic.
In Cyprus, I think we had as well. Anyway, this.
So not long to go in this match. You can see that they're almost already there at the halfway point. The score moves on to 37. 2 wickets down.
Yeah, so I mean, keep the random questions coming. Don't know how long this game's got. Just 3 more required. And so let's have a look at the scorecard. You you can see 14 and 13, these two just eking them towards the total.
Yeah, Roshan and Hashan have been two key players, two good all-rounders. We've seen them do well with the bat and also with the ball. It's going to be Ralph Fernando. And look, there you go, get another batter that is giving his bat a kiss. It's hard to do through the grill, actually. Kissing the bat before they play the shot. So there's obviously it's not a superstition thing, I don't think. I'm wondering if there's, I'm going to try and find out. Maybe it's a sort of Sri Lankan thing.
We'll have to ask him.
Yeah.
Hey, this is what we got tomorrow. We can give you the schedule now. It'll be Albano versus Milan United. And then Milan Kingsgrove and Fresh Tropical coming up in the second semi-final.
Hey,
Winners
Milan
of those two
United ain't
semis.
won this yet.
Well, it's going to be a wide. Well, they're getting there.
Not won it yet, you know. You're jumping ahead.
We're getting ahead of ourselves, but you know, I think pretty safe to say that at the moment.
Yeah. Thank you to Novella. I always should give.
Pastificio Novella.
Yeah, I mean, you should always give shout out to the partners and the sponsors. Asking.
I don't think this is caught. It could have been maybe stumped.
Look, they're the team that got two kits. They've got the blue one and the red one. Novella. You would say Novella. Grazie, Novella. Yeah, for all your support.
And then just a little bubble, I think. Anyway, scores tied. Time to send us into tomorrow. Here we go.
Well,
yeah, and, this will be the winning run. And it will just be the one that gets them there. And what can you say about that? Milan United, they pretty much wiped Bolyasco off the park, and now we know that they
doesn't that tie the scores?
Well, hold on.
Doesn't that tie? Are you way ahead of things
again? It said 39 on the screen. I'm trusting you guys on the screen.
Take those shades off.
I'm trusting.
Put the other ones back on.
It said 39 a
Put
second
the other
ago.
ones back on. Really sad.
Hey, give me a chance to answer the question. I was asked, how did I keep if I'm blind? Neville said, luckily I wore contact lenses. And without them, you would have had to put a bell in the ball because my eyesight's no good. All right, there we go. Back to 39. We'll see if it stays that way this time. And this one will do it. So we had a bit of a false alarm, but now we know that is the end of this match. They do it very, very easily. They do it with 26 balls to spare. And look, Bolyasco, they certainly had some good moments in the series. They won their first two group games. That's why they were automatic qualifiers, but a few injuries and other issues just creeping in today. Weren't really able to put their best 11 off the park. So they'll be disappointed to go out at this stage. But Milan United, well, congratulations to them. They've made the top four here in Milan, and they are just one win away from being in the Super Series in Rome. They will take on Albano in the first game tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations. Well done there to Milan United. They did it quite easily in the end. And once again, it's all about getting the runs on the board. Put the runs on the board, you create the pressure. You don't put the runs on the board, and then you got a few issues. So they finished the job off quite comfortably, winning this one with ease, winning it with 8 wickets. And it was Hashan, 15 not out of 18 balls, and Roshan, 14 of 16 that get them there. And well, Bolyasco, what can you say about them? I mean, what I will say is that they certainly they didn't turn up today, did they? Their batting did not turn up today. They're a team that, if you look at all of the groups, right, they're probably the team, when you look at their batting, you thought they were the most consistent. You know, they scored runs, 128, 120, and you're thinking, okay, they batted first, they're very confident, and you can see why they're confident because of the batting, but it just didn't happen. They never got started. They never got, well, I'm not going to say they never got out of second gear. They didn't get out of first gear. In fact, they almost stayed in park for most of the time because they hardly got any runs on the board. I mean, that was a big one, wasn't it, in this case when they got Yom Suresh out early, but it was a big, big ask, wasn't it? And sunglasses and everything being thrown at them, but they were still able to get the runs. And this one on the ball just tickled along past the boundary. Here the fielder chasing it, that needed to get a dive on it really. You can't chase the ball down here. If you're chasing it, well, you might as well walk after it because it is not going to be beaten. And just like that, that was the end of the match. And fully deserved their victory there. But take nothing away, though, from the way that they performed out there in the field as well when they had to. Milan United, they really did, even though you've got to say Bolyasco never got going, but they kept the pressure on, they kept picking up the wickets. They are going to be a handful, I think. If they've got their full availability, they're going to be a difficult a team to beat. So first up, the first team that's going to try and beat them is going to be Albano. That is going to be semi-final number 1, match number 21. What a good match that is going to shape up to be. And then we got Milan Kings Road, the team that were able to beat Bergamo CC this morning against Fresh Tropical. Fresh Tropical, they were firing a lot of blanks this morning, but they still somehow, thanks to a number 9 and a number 11 batter, giving them a partnership of 26, getting them to 85, a score that they were able to defend in the end. So that will be interesting, which Fresh Tropical team will turn up, and then you know the format after that. But one thing we do know is the winners of those 2 matches will automatically go through to the super finals, if you like, coming up in Rome in about, well, just over 4 weeks' time.
Yeah, so see there, pretty much an ambling towards the target, wasn't it? And I was just going to check, but yeah, not often you see this. We had no Maximos in quarter-final number 4. Well, that always makes me a little bit sad, but yeah, only 79 runs scored. So those 2 teams not really able to put too much together with the bat. You would say Milan United, you know, they never got to bat their full 10 overs, whereas Boliasco, the wheels just completely fell off. And look, as far as the bowlers went, I can tell you that there are a few decent performances, I suppose. A wicket for Cherith Pereira and also for Fernando that went about a run a ball. And Ralph Fernando just came in at the very end. But they did this with 4.2 overs remaining. So pretty comfortable there. A great question from Ronnie Spragan. I answered it in the chat, but in case you missed it, he's asking how many balls do we lose a week? Well, it depends where we're playing. I'd say between 5 and 100.
Yeah.
Does that sound about right?
Well, put it this way. We certainly lost a few in Austria in the wheat fields and the cornfields when the ball was going over. Here it's slightly different. I'm not sure the ones that go the other side of the field, whether we ever get them back or not.
Yeah, true. I mean, we can still probably jump over there and have a look. But one thing's for sure, you know, tomorrow the teams better bring their A game because you know, anything can happen. Yeah, but I often think, going back to last week, that perhaps they're still picking kookaburras out of the fields there in Austria in about a week later. Wouldn't surprise me at all. Just one more time, I'm going to show you where we're at in this tournament. You can see that the quarterfinals were played today, and tomorrow is the semi-finals. Now, the winners of those 2 semi-finals, so we'll have Albano versus Milan United, we'll have Milan Kings Road versus Fresh Tropical. Those 2 winners, they're through to Rome, but still, don't forget, in the afternoon, we do have the final, starting with the bronze final, and then also the Milan final. So that's going to be a big one, because Fresh Tropical, they won last year. I'm sure they want to defend their trophy, but there's 3 other teams, I'm sure, that would love to take it off them. Well, it's been a wonderful day being here with you, Rico. It's been nice and hot. I've done a little bit of everything, even played a little bit of tennis at the end, so that was something a little bit different. Look, we had some surprises, didn't we? Probably the 2 biggest surprises for me were PLTL United. They really sent shockwaves through the competition, the way that they started. They had Fresh Tropical 59 for 9 before Fresh Tropical were able to eke out a 26-run partnership. They would win that game. And then the other one for me was Boliasco. I know they were kind of undermanned, and you can argue that, but I mean, you just did not expect them to be rolled for 39. And Milan United, well, that give them credit because they go into the semi-finals. Now they're one game away from Rome.
Yeah, look, I mean, just if you focus on just Milan United, that last game, there's not a lot they did wrong. Bowl well, line and length, at the stumps, took the catches, and when it came to the batting, they knew what they had to do, and they knocked them off. That's not going to be an easy match tomorrow, the first one against Albano. That is really going to be, it's going to be quite an interesting match, put it that way, because I think both teams, if you look at the batting and the bowling of both, they're very evenly balanced. It's almost like for likes. It's all about who is prepared tactically and also which team is going to come together when it matters.
Yeah, for sure. And look, earlier we saw Bergamo CC. They, for me, were one of the favourites. They were bundled out. For example, they didn't bowl some of their options, like Daljit Singh never got a bowl. They were knocked off by Milan Kingsgrove. So I suppose that's an upset because it was the second team beating a first team. But Milan Kingsgrove, we know they're a very good team. And Joy Pereira got a bit of luck. He ended up being able to kind of go on with it. 33 he scored in that first game. Then the other one, Albano. I mean, I think that they are probably, for me, maybe slight favourites with their team. I love the play of Jorawar Singh. I thought he's coming good at the right time. I thought he had a very, very good game. Well, just a reminder, you can follow us on social media at European Cricket. That's a great place to go to get your news, your views on what's happening in the world of European cricket. And also, don't forget, if you haven't already, please thumbs up this video. It helps us keep bringing you the cricket. So even give it 2 thumbs up if you can. Thumbs up. If you've got a friend, grab hold of their thumb and get them to thumbs up the video as well. We're trying to get to 300,000 subscribers, so hopefully we can do that over the next few weeks. That's our Italian job. So come at us. And look, you got to spread the word. You got to do it. Okay, we're a small organisation, but we're doing big things. We're doing over 1,000 games of cricket this year in ECN. In the ECN universe, so it's great to be a part of it. Thanks again for everyone for your contributions in the live chat. I'm going to look at final random questions right now in case I can answer them, but I want to say a big thank you to everyone here at the ground, to all the players whose teams unfortunately were knocked out of the competition today. I hope you have a great rest of the season, and all the players went through. Well, best of luck tomorrow, because we will be back here, Rico, and we will be doing it again. Finals day, well, it's Judgment Day, isn't it? Because 2 teams are going through to Rome, and 2 teams, unfortunately, it'll be the end of the line for their ECS this year.
Oh, it's a massive day tomorrow, and well, look, it's this. We've seen so much cricket here, so much good cricket as well, and that's one thing I love about Italy. I mean, the players, the techniques that they've got, and the skill is great. And this is just in Milan. I mean, you know, you've still got Brescia, you've got Bologna, then we've got Rome as well.
Yeah.
And when you combine all of those teams together, and remember, they're going to come, you're going to get the best 5 come together for the super final in that final week in Rome. It's just going to be amazing cricket, it really is, and I can't wait.
Cannot wait. Anyway, thanks again so much for joining us. Hopefully you can join us tomorrow for a big day 6. It will be Saturday, and 2 teams will be going through. 2 will be going through to Super Series Milan. They do get the double chance. They've had to beat out 10 other teams. These 2 that make it through, don't forget that. Anyway, from everyone here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, this is Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, and alongside me, Rico Full. Hope you have a happy and safe evening. We'll see you tomorrow for finals day. It's our Italian summer. Come join us again for more cricket on ECN in the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hasta mañana.
Hasta mañana, mi familia.